Recording in progress.
I call this meeting to order. Someone's mine's let's see. Five. It's me. It is me. Okay, perfect. So good morning. First, do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right, thank you, everyone. So we're going to, you see the agenda before you. Is there any additions or deletions to the agenda? If not, I would entertain an motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Director Combs, second by Director Vasquez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. And so our next meeting dates for 2026, we have January 26th and 27th in a row. March 18th and 19th is virtual, which is going to be different for us. So thank you everybody for that. And then also May 20th and 21st will be the Denver Tech Center. July 15th and 16th will be in the Gunnison Basin. September 16th and 17th in the Clark Basin, along with our Finance Committee on September 15th. And November 18th and 19th will be in the Denver Metro. And for the minutes for September 16th and 18th, are there any corrections to those minutes? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion for approval of the September 16th to 18th minutes.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Director Phelps. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Gibbs. Motion made in second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, and we have approval and the consent agenda items. Are there any comments to those or deletions, additions? If not, I'll entertain the motion to approve the consent agenda items. Director Johnson, motion. Do I hear a second?
Yes.
Who was the second? There's Director McLeod. Sorry. Second by Director McLeod. Motion made in second. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Consent agenda items are approved. Okay, next we have director reports. Director Gibbs.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And so good to see you all. Nice to be here in the close to Denver metro area. I guess it's kind of Jefferson County, maybe to be exact. But good to see you all. I'm going to try to focus my comments more on kind of the water related issues at the Department of Natural Resources. But first, hopefully you all noticed that the governor presented the budget a couple of weeks ago, and I just want to highlight some elements of that. The DNR's 26-27 operating budget equals just under $500 million and a little over 1,800 FTE. And this is a 4.6% increase compared to the current 25-26 budget. I want to highlight some of the areas that have a tie-in to sustainable water future for Colorado. And Governor's budget includes resources to manage and facilitate additional water plan grant projects in line with additional sports betting revenue that we're seeing. So this request includes two positions for the 26-27 year, with that number of FTE increasing to 6.5 in future years, recognizing the increase numbers within sports betting. You're likely aware that the budget is definitely very challenging, to say the least. We also, within the budget, there's a proposal to sweep $4.1 billion of revenue from the severance tax perpetual base fund. to the general fund and an additional sweep of 2.5 million of revenue for fiscal year 26-27. And the revenue sweep is proposed specifically for statewide budget balancing needs. CWCB's bus budget appropriations and funding will continued under this proposal. And so the next step of the whole budget process is for the Joint Budget Committee to really, look into more detail on what our DNR budget looks like. And we have two tentative briefings for the JBC coming up that's scheduled on December 2nd and December 9th. So the DNR has a lot of different divisions, as you all know, so we get to have 2 days instead of just one. Lucky me. The 2026 legislative session is also right around the corner. It's actually starting really late compared to past years, so it starts on January 14th and will run 120 days. Every legislator can introduce 5 bills. I'd say the majority of the legislators probably have their bills kind of decided now, but there's still probably some that are still kind of deciding what they want their legislative portfolio to look like. I want to just highlight, we have 5 priority bills for the DNR that we're working on, that we got approval to move forward. We have one, so currently most underground injection control wells in Colorado are regulated by the US EPA. So we have a particular bill to give the primacy control to the ECMC division on these underground injection wells. So that's one particular bill we're working on. Another one is to really work on, Greg, you remember the upward kind of recreation bill we worked on last year. We have kind of a 2.0 version of that called the Outdoor Opportunities Act. And Parks and Wildlife is really, Director Davis and his team is really the lead on organizing and coordinating that, but that would add really strengthening Parks and Wildlife capacity to support coordination and management of Colorado's outdoor recreation. So we are working on that particular concept too, and doing stakeholder meetings right now. And we're also working on a human bear conflict minimization bill that Parks and Wildlife is also a lead on. A few other updates quickly. State Land Board, we had a water workshop at their last meeting on November 12th. State Land Board has a pretty large water portfolio. We appreciate Director Riss and State Engineer Jason Ullman for participating in those workshops. I think heard really positive feedback from your participation, both of you. So thanks so much. Also, I'm sure Jason will give more of an update, but last month also Colorado filed its brief in response to the U.S. Supreme Court item with Nebraska, and you'll probably talk more in detail with that. And then federal updates, the DNR, along with the Department of Agriculture, is continuing our participation as a cooperating agency in the land management plan revision for the Cimarron and Comanche National Grasslands. So that is moving forward. And then we're also been very much engaged with the Senate version of what's called the Fix Our Forests Act. Senator Hickenlooper has been the lead on that. And that really is kind of a huge, forest health and wildfire mitigation bill that we've been, really involved with. With that, for strong, just a tiny little bit of Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program closed our 4th round of our workforce development grant on November 3rd. And our team is now reviewing applications and ranking those. But this was our largest amount of money that we're divvying out around the state on this particular cycle with $6.8 million. And this program is so unique where there's no matching components. All the other kind of forest health related grants around the state, there's normally a 50-50 match. But this, if it meets the criteria, the state will fund 100% of that project. So it's really good to get this money off the ground in really important locations around the state. So with that, planning on being here all day today and all day tomorrow. So look forward to catching up with everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Director Ross. Yes. Director.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dan, just on that Outdoor Opportunities Act stakeholder meetings, guess I have two questions. One, are the stakeholder meetings basically just sharing, here's what we're planning to do, or are you still sort of taking in feedback on shaping the bill? Is one question, and then could we get, I haven't seen anything about the meetings, but I was wondering if you could disseminate info on those meetings, or are they closed, kind of?
Good question. First of all, my philosophy when a concept is introduced, it's a starting point, not an ending point. So we do want to receive as much input as possible to help shape, what it looks like moving forward. So we really just daylighted the concepts. I'm looking at Director Davis. I want to say at the co-op meeting is really when we got into a little more specifics, and that was just a couple of weeks ago. And since then, we've had some stakeholder meetings with Colorado Counties Incorporated. I know that. I'm sure there's been some other meetings, but I know we want to do some targeted with different organizations to get input, as well as, from all the outdoor regional partnerships around the state too. So we would love to, gather your input. I'm not sure, Director Davis, if are you thinking is there an outreach to the water community in general, or we can get you maybe a list of how you can, yeah, totally. Yeah. We'll get that to you. Yeah, thanks.
Are there any other questions? Director Riss?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to keep my update this morning pretty short and sweet, since I know we have a big day and I want to keep us on track this morning. But I did have a few updates that I wanted to provide. On the staffing side, I wanted to make sure everyone had heard the news that Eric Sky has moved over to the newly created position for snow and water measurement forecasting in that program that we officially brought in-house as of last legislative session. So he is moving sections, and we're happy to see Eric kind of doing something that I know is near and dear to his heart, working with the CASM and ASO groups as we help support that work going forward. So we will be working to backfill Eric's position as soon as the state hiring freeze is over in January, hopefully. And then we also have a new position in the floodplain mapping program in Kevin Hauk's section. Leanne Strand is here with us today if she wants to give a wave. So we want to welcome Leanne. She was originally hired into a temporary position to help with contracting and invoicing and some other fiscal processes, and we're really pleased to offer her a full-time position now. So welcome to Leanne. And then another transitioning staff member, Jeff Rodriguez, who is formerly our legislative liaison, has moved into the other new position that we created in the last legislative session to work more on water planning, stakeholder and data management in the water supply section. So he's staying within the same section of the agency, but shifting roles a little bit. He, I think, was a little travel weary attending all the roundtable meetings that he did. And we're really grateful to have his expertise and support as we start the next cycle of water plan updates. So congratulate Jeff if you see him, and then we'll also be working on backfilling his position, hopefully when the hiring freeze ends. It is getting close to legislative season again with the start of the session in January. And so our processes backing into that started several months ago with regard to decision items and budget packages. Dan mentioned the governor's budget was released on November 1st, and that we will see a small impact to CWCB as a result of that challenging state budget situation, although not as big in magnitude as previous years. We will see a total of about $5 million, $2.5 million over 2 fiscal years that will be transferred from the perpetual base fund from the DNR severance tax operational fund. So, we anticipate being able to manage this impact without much disruption to our programs. but did just want to note that we will see a small impact there. But in good news, we are planning to move forward a decision item, and this is something that would go before the JBC in order to get new FTEs. You have to go through the JBC to start that legislative process. As you all are well aware, we've seen our sports betting revenues increase quite a bit, and the forecasts for that are expected to grow upwards of $50 million in the next couple of years, partly as a result of a bill that was run last year, House Bill 25-1311, which reduced deductions on free sports bets, which will increase that revenue even further. So we are asking for 3 more regional grant managers, 1 accountant and 1 contract administrator to just help with that workload. I think there's a lot of work that goes on that's unseen in terms of just contracting and getting the money out the door, but it is quite a responsibility to make sure that we're funding good projects through the regional grant managers, and then we're really on top of the contracting and getting the money to where we've promised it. So fingers crossed that will move forward, and that will grow our team by a handful of folks again. So we're excited about that. In other news, I wanted to mention the Diane Hoppy Scholarship, which is something we have done for a number of years, where we offer a fairly small amount of funding, but I think it's meaningful to those who receive it, for individuals who are looking to pursue natural resources, water policy work in their undergraduate careers. We're opening applications for that on December 15th. And anticipate, having a review cycle that we close on February 27th, and then have a board decision on that scholarship in May. So we'll be coming back to the board with that. We are working to make that announcement far and wide, using social media and the various job posting websites and organizations that help get the word out about that scholarship. So if you know any good candidates for that, please feel free to pass that on or connect them with us. I also really wanted to highlight the good work of the C9 Summit that happened this last month. Thank you all, to those of you who were able to come. I saw a number of you there. I thought it was a tremendous success, really, and such a great opportunity to connect with the roundtable and the IBCC members. We were really grateful to have Governor Polis there, kind of come last minute. Dan has a good story about how that happened, but we squeezed him into the agenda. And it was at his own, on his own initiative that he wanted to come address the folks in attendance. So thanks to Dan for putting that on his radar. And then also Dan was there and provided some opening comments. We also had Speaker of the House, Julie McCluskey, and Senator Dylan Roberts. And I think we really had some meaningful conversations, and were able to collectively honor the 20-year legacy of the Water for the 21st Century Act. Russ George was there, and I think provided a really meaningful look back and kind of directive at looking forward, and kind of within his vision of what the roundtables and the IBCC really mean for Colorado. So thank you to everyone who made the trip. Thank you so much, how things go so smoothly. And that's really a testament to the work team. Sam Stein, Jeff Rodriguez, everybody. The C9 Summit Planning, the water supply planning section is also about to jump into the next cycle of the water plan update, which is really hard to believe. Time goes so fast, but it is a 3-step process, as you all know. The first step being the technical update to the water plan. And we had an RFP for a technical contractor to support that analysis. That was awarded to Brown and Caldwell. So we're really excited to have them on board, and we're eager to start this next phase. And we'll have updates to you all as we move through that process. I also wanted to mention the diversion measurement installation program that was launched recently, and it uses $7 million from the federal BIL funding to secure installment measurement structures such as flumes and weirs for the benefit of water users on the western slope. This comes at a time when Jason and his team at DWR are implementing rulemaking for measurement in the Colorado River Basin. And this will provide structures at no cost to eligible water users. And it will also be compliant with DWR rules, and they've been helpful in working with us to set up that program. It's made available to divisions 6 and 7. Applications for that are due by January 31st. We've held public meetings in Craig and Durango to answer questions. And then next year's funding will be available to divisions 4 and 5. All structures have to be installed by 2029. You'll hear a presentation from staff on that tomorrow, but I just wanted to give you a preview so you can be sure and mention that opportunity to folks if that seems relevant. I also just wanted to give a quick heads up, although I think everybody is aware of this and are in compliance, but we do have legislation from 2024, Senate Bill 26, relating to public engagement requirements for board members. And just to remind you all that you are required to attend 2 basin roundtable meetings within your basin per calendar year. And this is the first year that we've had to track that, and we will be reporting that back as part of our SMART Act presentation to the legislature. That's what's required in statute. So I believe everybody here is in compliance with that, and if you're not, I've already talked to you. So. Yeah, that's right. Robert's doing double duty for those of you who have not been able to make it. So thank you to Director Sakata. And then just a note, actually 2 more things. I wanted to let you all know that I guess Scott Steinbrecher and I are on this Western Water Cooperative Committee, which is a newly formed federal advisory committee, a FACA committee. And Scott and I are lucky enough to be able to travel to Bismarck, North Dakota in the first week of December. So it was it was a really hot ticket to be nominated to this committee. But we may have some things to report out of that. This will really be the first substantive meeting. It is the purpose of the newly formed group is to ensure that the Army Corps of Engineers flood control projects in the Western United States are operated consistent with congressional directives by identifying opportunities to minimize or avoid conflicts between the operation of Army Corps projects with water rights and water laws. So Jason, you and I should probably coordinate on that before the meeting, unless you want to come to Bismarck, in which case we can maybe arrange that.
Let's coordinate.
Okay. Okay, we'll do.
In the winter.
Yeah. And then we also have an ARCA meeting the second week of December in Lamar. So and then CRUA after that. So we'll be a little busy in December. Just a note on the March virtual meeting that Chairwoman Cloud mentioned. This is a little bit of an experiment, but we've struggled always with March meetings because the Water Congress meeting is so late in January, and we always try and coordinate our board meeting there, that it makes it difficult to accommodate special spring break requests in March. Because the spring breaks throughout the state are scattered throughout the month of March, we always hit somebody's spring break. So I've long threatened to just make it virtual. And so we're going to try that and see how it goes. It is going to be primarily a water plan grant heavy approval meeting because it just coincides with our approval cycle for those. So I think that'll work well, but we'll see if it doesn't work, or we prefer to be in person, then we'll move back to that. But it just seemed like maybe a good month to try it. So that's the rationale for that. It's just to accommodate spring breaks mostly. Yeah. And I think that's all I have. So I did, in the spirit of November and Thanksgiving, just want to express my deep gratitude for the staff that we have at the CWCB. Anna and I just had a conversation this morning about how great a team we have in this agency right now, and what a amazing culture that we have as an agency. I think it's really special in state government. And so I just really wanted to say thank you to everybody in this room, made the time to come, on staff, and who are listening online, for all the work you do for the agency and the state. Thanks.
Thank you. It's also Native American Awareness Month. November is. Is there any other questions for Director Russ? Good, Director Vasquez.
Just Just to add to your comment, I thought the staff performed tremendously under pressure with all the construction at the C9. It was amazing.
Are there any more comments or questions for Directoress? Okay, we'll go and move to Director Mitchell.
Thank you. And much of the information on the C9 Summit was touched on, but I want to spend just a couple minutes on that. But several members of the IBCC participated in that C9 Summit with the CWCB Board. And so I appreciate all of you that went. I think it was a great event. And all the participation from the Basin Roundtables. There was some construction, and I think you are right, Directoress. Like I walk in and I see how efficient and amazing the staff is, and then they're hit with a wrench, like major construction, and they handle it with such grace. And then they're hit with other wrenches, like Governor Polis saying, "This is important. I want to come speak. Rearrange your agenda and make sure I can get in." And they do it, and they're appreciative of it, and he knocks it out of the park. The Speaker of the House, Julie McCluskey, was also there, State Senator Dylan Roberts, but more importantly, it was all the stakeholders from across the state. We heard positive feedback about the event, and I want to thank everybody for that. The momentum around the IBCC's no and low regrets work was clear. And I was not surprised, but just in awe about how many participants stayed engaged in the PEPO and IBCC workshops on the second day, because we had that first day and it went long, and then they came back. They came back and did it again and got even more work done on that second day. And second days are hard. I know this. And so as we prepare that no and low regrets, we're thinking about the February meeting, and the subcommittee is going to continue to work into those coming months. And between all the full IBCC meetings, that subcommittee that volunteers, I think they knew a little bit what they were getting into, but maybe not fully. But they are leading and rising to the challenge. In addition to the C9 Summit and the effort to generate the no and low regrets ideas from the Basin Roundtables, we worked with CWCB staff to develop the annual report, which was sent to the state legislature this month. A copy of that is posted on the website, and I urge folks to look at that. And part of the reason I urge folks to look at it is somewhat because of what I do in the other part of my job, where often we're not acknowledged for what is happening at this table, what's happening across the state. And I think that those reports are helpful to acknowledge that. I often hear the rhetoric of what is Colorado doing? What is the Upper Basin doing? And I think Colorado, through this board, has shown a significant amount of leadership when we see the projected water supply gaps in 2050 of 740,000 acre feet. We don't look and blame and point and look for somebody else to solve that problem. We've created things within our board and this agency, other agencies that focus on the solution and finding the solution within our own house. The grant programs have been focused on proactive management. When you think about things like turf replacement, proactive management, proactively doing something, the work that's happening in terms of ag resilience. And with my partner sitting next to me, we're not focusing on how to make sure we get what we need. We're focusing on living within the means. And so when we're promoting things like alternative forage and soil health to reduce the dependence on irrigation, grazing management, infrastructure efficiencies, all that education and training, that is looking to ourselves. And that comes from the work that this board's doing, the water supply section planning is doing, but everything that we're doing. And so I think it's important. We're going to continue in our upcoming meetings to focus on those things. But I urge us to, oftentimes when we're getting pointed at, to remember what we do And we have to acknowledge what we've been doing in order to move towards the future. So we're going to do that. We're going to continue to do that. I look forward to 2026 and working with the IBCC. I am so proud of them right now. And the reason I'm proud is because they're taking the lead and I'm sitting, and I feel like I'm a little bit of a passenger in an amazing IBCC train. And it is the people that are leading it, and it's the people that are taking responsibility. And without that the staff as the North Star, I think we'd be in a different place. But we're going to continue on the no and low regrets and setting. I think this will set up Colorado to be resilient under any range of future conditions. And that's what resilience is. That's what living within the means is. That's that responding to what Mother Nature is telling us. That's what we are doing in Colorado. And so I appreciate not only the entire IBCC, but this board and the staff for the work that they are doing every single day to be leaders in water. So our next meeting will be in Denver in February, so February 20th. We're still finalizing the details. We're looking forward to these ideas rising from the ground up, from the basin roundtables, to inform some of that discussion. And as we move into the next year, again, I want to thank the CWCB staff as they work to provide updates on no and low regrets at our upcoming board meetings, so everyone can stay informed about our progress and direction of the project.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. Is there any questions? Director Gibbs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Becky, you referenced the other hat you wear at times very often, and I was wondering if you could give us the Colorado River hat you wear, Commissioner hat update as well. I think there's been a lot in the news lately, and it'd be great to hear from you.
Thank you, Director Gibbs, for that opening. It's been difficult. We've been trying to, what I would like to say is be the adults in the room. And so we've not had as many, we've not set up a stage so much to throw around rhetoric or throw stones. And that is still not my intention. The goal with the Basin States, the goal that I have sitting in my role as the commissioner is to find a way to move towards the future. And so we continue to sit at that table and throughout what I would call personal attacks, angry rhetoric, positioning, our goal still is sitting at that table and hopefully focusing on some sort of long-term deal, a 20-year deal with adjustments to POW and meet operations based on supply and not demands. I think that's been part of the problem, is that we've focused on the demands and not the supply. I think you've probably heard a little bit about talk of a short-term deal. And I want to talk about my thoughts on that a little bit. I think it's my thoughts have been somewhat misrepresented in terms of I wasn't willing to do a short-term deal. And that's not necessarily the case. The case is we can't do something on the short term without knowledge of what's happening on the long term. We can't set precedent in the short term that disadvantages us in the long term. We have to do better for the long term. If anyone disagrees with that, please let me know. And you can yell out right now. We also expect, sitting at those tables, that there is immediate implementation of the 1.5 million acre foot reduction in the lower basin in year one. And they've agreed to that. And that finally accounts for evap and transit losses. But at the same time, we have to recognize, and it's been long recognized, that more than 1.5 may be needed right out of the gate, unfortunately. And why is that? It's because the reservoirs are the way where they are. That's why it's might be needed. We also focus and want to see a commitment from the lower basin and the Department of Interior that any action or inaction that they may have downstream won't affect the upper division states and particularly the upper initial units. We cannot be held liable for their inaction. That is not our responsibility. So we also, and I want to make sure this is really clear, is that while it may be outside of the NEPA requirements or NEPA process, the upper division states will contribute to protect POW through our existing tools and authorities, recognizing at the same time that between the development that's far below our compact allocation and the significant hydrologic shortage, that is a contribution to the system. That is a contribution to the system. And it's essentially allowed the lower basin to not have to take a recognized shortage until 2022. And so I think we are willing to do and will do. And if you see the facts in front of you, when you think about what we have done on the ground already, as it relates to our ag resilience, turf replacement, all the grant programs that you guys are doing, you have a whole meeting based on grant programs in March, essentially. But at the same time, we're going to need new tools and flexibility, but it has to be transparent. And we understand transparency in the upper basin, but those new tools and flexibility in the lower basin, it's going to need to be transparent. And so I am sure you all are thinking the same thing that I am thinking when you heard probably some of the press from last week of how are you going to get to a deal when you see the rhetoric coming out of the leadership of Arizona? How do you get to deal? We're going to still sit at that table. And I hope that that negotiator specifically gets the support from his leadership to actually make a deal. Because I don't know when you hear those things, who's really at the table. And so I can tell you from my standpoint and from the standpoint of the other upper basin commissioners, we've sat at that table, and sometimes that often has meant being silent. I take a lot of flack at home for not lashing back publicly. When you think about how everybody's lives are affected by this, I hear it from you all. I hear it from the water users on the ground. I hear it at home. We need to stand up for ourselves, and we've stayed quiet in hopes of getting a deal, and we've tried to calm the rhetoric in hopes of finding a path forward for the future that acknowledges who we are and our importance. And we are no less than anyone else in the basin. And I continue to move forward in that. So if I am too silent, you can let me know. But our goal is still a path forward. And hopefully we can get there, and hopefully it does all of those things.
Okay, are there any questions for Director Mitchell, Director Felt?
I want to go back to IBCC. Unless anybody wants to talk about Colorado River stuff. This may be an oversimplification, Becky, but you know, when we had the C9 last year in Crested Butte, and the entire group that was in attendance were broken up into groups and charged with looking at a set of issues that had been identified by, I guess, Russ and his crew at that time. And so we did these stakeholder meetings and came up with sort of a narrowing or a focusing within those issue areas. And I don't know if it was staff or members of the IBCC that eventually formed that subcommittee, but there was a real awareness or awakening that, like, wow, these issues actually mesh pretty well with that low and no regrets strategy from 12 years ago. That shouldn't be a surprise, but maybe it was in some ways a little discouraging, but also encouraging. Like we know what we need to do. And that group, working through the last year to put together this game plan for the IBCC and scheduling it out over 3 years, and then tying that back to the roundtables, really demanding that, hey, if you're on IBCC, you need to get back to your roundtables, get this feedback coming to us. Bringing everybody together again on the C9 this year to talk about that. It's just a remarkable turn of events, I think. And the IBCC members that I have talked to, some of whom, have been there a long time, let's say, are fired up, right? Renewed enthusiasm and just a real sense of mission. And, on this board, I feel like our agenda is set by grant cycles and by reacting to things that we have to deal with. The IBCC has so much more leeway to really dig into things and take the time and more of an organic process in some ways. And you and Dan before you have encouraged CWCB members to attend the IBCC. In all honesty, not that many of you have most of the time, but I would just take this moment to really encourage you. I know Nathan and I were there back in February, I think it was. Really warm reception, like you have a seat at the table. And it's a really important opportunity to be a part of that more think tank kind of energy and also help make sure that the stuff's carried into our work as well. So I just want to say that, this will work even better to the extent that some of you can try to make time to attend those and show that you care. It's an incredible opportunity to sort of vertically integrate, right? From the public to the roundtables, to the IBCC, to CWCB. And this is a huge opportunity to really lay out some great thoughts for the future and ways to implement those. So I'm excited. And I think it's just, we can't let this one slip. I know it's more work, but I really encourage you all to try to be a part of it.
Director Haas?
Yes, thank you for those comments and thank you, Becky, for just giving us the overview of this. Can we get a schedule for the next year? Because I think the challenge is schedules get packed and it's hard to squeeze in another meeting, but if we know far enough in advance, perhaps we can make room for it.
So the next meeting is February 20th, so get that on your calendar. The subcommittee has been doing a lot of work independently, and then we'll bring it to those major meetings. So February 20th is the next one. We'll work on the one after that and get that to you. We do recognize that schedules fill up. And I think Director Felt hit the nail on the head. There is a fire that I haven't seen in a long time. And I think it's because they're really focused on what is their direction, what is their role, and they're seeing purpose in their role. And part of that is because of the CWCB's involvement. Part of that is the acknowledgement of, they looked at the past no and low regrets, and I had a lot of knowledge of the previous no and low regrets, but they were able to look at the no and low regrets and say, we've had some successes from there. And we almost didn't realize we were paddling in a direction because we had laid it out. And I think finding the successes of the past helped them realize the difference that they could make. And so I believe, and no fire, pun intended, but when fires combine, they grow. And if you have a fire, bring it. And until someone puts it out, it's going to continue to grow. And I think it grows towards the solution. Since the original no and low regrets, we've also developed more tools. So it was looked at a little bit like the low hanging fruit. And people have gotten discouraged. They feel like all the low hanging fruit has been picked. But we've also developed since then, and we've created more things since then. And so it made new low-hanging fruit. And so I think that's the thing that's building the fire, and you all's involvement makes a difference. So I appreciate that. And especially Director Risk came and spent 2 whole days with this group too. And that was huge. So thank you.
Any other questions? Director McLeod?
Well, this is not a question, but Becky, I understand those subcommittee meetings are open to anybody who's interested as well, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They love volunteers. Free labor is always welcome. Be careful, you'll get the drafting pen.
Yeah, well, Sean Cronin is probably the best point of contact if anybody's interested in getting involved
Yeah.
in the subcommittees.
Any other comments or questions for Director Mitchell? Well, I just want to tell you that I do appreciate you standing strong for Colorado, and I would hope that you feel supported and gain more support in what you do, because you are on the front lines of protecting us. And so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll go ahead and go into Director Greenberg.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. It's great to be here with you. Various updates today. I kind of want to just paint a big picture of what's been going on at CDA. Lots of it touches your world here at CWCB. And of course, a lot of this we're doing together. So we'll talk a little bit about our partnership. I first just briefly want to touch on the ag economy. Some of you at the table live it every day. If you look just at the livestock side of the ag economy, it is thriving and continues to thrive. At least from the dollar standpoint. I'll talk a little bit about foreign animal disease, which is a different story here in a bit. But if you add in kind of the rest of the ag economy, deep struggles across not just Colorado, but the country. So what I'm going to update on, I hope you all know, is tied to what we're hearing on the ground. And at CDA, we do our best to remain nimble to adapt to what's actually happening out there in the ag landscape. So just knowing a lot of folks are struggling, and next year is not looking to be any easier whatsoever for ag economy writ large. That said, coming back home on the legislative front, so looking forward to next session, we have, in terms of our budget and legislative package, on the budget side, we have only 3 requests. And all of those requests are either to are fiscally neutral or actually to reduce our fiscal impact on the state budget. So our first request is actually a reduction at CDA of about $350,000 between the commissioner's office and one of our cash funds in our plants division. All you need to know is that it's not going to change any of our programming. We're just looking for internal efficiencies within CDA. So that request would advance that work. Our second request is another sort of technicality on the budgeting side. It's for our agrivoltaic research grant program. For the last many years, we've been able to put dollars into agrivoltaic research. So how do we combine renewable development with ag production on the same acreage without pitting the two against each other? An issue with sometimes how the state budget works is that you have to spend the money by the end of the fiscal year. It doesn't align with construction timelines. So we're trying to better align those to help out our construction partners to get the job done. And then our third budget request, again, no fiscal impact. We actually put this in last year. It's a long bill reorg for our statute. Right now, if you read Title 35 for CDA, Department of Ag, it does not align with our org chart. So it's tough to follow kind of where the money goes into programs when we actually, have them operating in the department. So we want to align the long bill with the structure of how we operate. But on our agenda, legislative agenda items, really excited for our package this year. We have 4 bills that we're running, and I'll update kind of on our strategic initiatives, and hopefully you'll see how each of our bills helps advance different areas of our overall strategic initiatives at CDA. So the first one is ag land conservation loans. A few years ago, you might remember, we created a program with the legislature that it was a $30 million revolving loan fund. So we finally got to be in the lending game like CWCB, though we don't do any direct lending. We work with our financing partner for Southwest Bank. 20 million of those dollars are revolving for primarily beginning farmer loan access, first-time borrower loan access. So we've helped, in the first year, we helped about 82 first-time borrowers access that loan program, whether for land access, operating loans, conservation, 4% fixed rate and flexible payback terms. So a really neat financing tool. Our request this year is essentially to expand that tool to allow certain entities, especially water conservation and conservancy districts, and as well as working with the land trust community to access this fund to basically do innovative land and water protection deals for permanent conservation for ag protection. So the land trust world, obviously it's, you know, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel, but we have been working with our land trust partners who've told us a missing link in permanent ag land and water protection is this innovative financing tool where you can really take like a buy, protect, sell, for example, or just even a traditional conservation easement and kind of wrap it around production agriculture in a way that actually helps affordability for ideally a younger or beginning producer who has a hard time getting their foot in the door. So we're really excited about that. And another important point is that we would do this with private money and no additional public dollar requests. So putting private funds into this existing loan fund. Our second legislative request is to expand eligibility for our community food access program. This program is another new one at CDA. It started as a grant program. Now it's a tax credit. It helps small retail or businesses and small farmers essentially sell more fresh local food in food insecure communities. The tax credit is primarily for equipment investments like cold storage, for example, that helps those businesses do that. Given everything that's happening in the nutrition landscape across the country, especially with what we've seen, the wild ride with SNAP benefits just these last few weeks, we want to be able to expand eligibility for producers who actually sell or donate to food banks, food pantries, to be able to access this credit as well. Again, just looking at more avenues to support food security across Colorado. Our third bill is the creation of a pesticide disposal enterprise program. A lot of producers don't have a lot of options for what to do with excess pesticide, but also storage for pesticide containers and whatnot. So we are proposing establishing an enterprise. So again, not running on general fund, running on a fee-based program that would essentially host recycling days around the state at certain times of year for producers to drop off their items or excess, you know, whether it's storage or pesticides, and then we'd work with a contractor to properly dispose. And then the fourth proposal for this session is a modification to the livestock indemnity fund. For you producers at this table, you know that indemnity is primarily the responsibility of the federal government, just based on the amount of money that is paid in an indemnity situation. CDA, we do operate a small indemnity fund for producers that has only been utilized once in the last decade. What we are proposing is that we actually expand the eligibility of that fund to allow us to make investments in disease mitigation, not just indemnification payments, so that we could ideally avoid some of those events that lead to indemnity payments up front. And we've also been told, not just this year, but over many years by the federal government, that states need to become more responsible for foreign animal disease, which is a tough position to be in, but this is us trying to be proactive. So looking to expand eligibility there. So that's our budget and legislative package. I'm really excited about that this year. And of course, my Deputy of External Affairs, Jordan Beasley, is leading the way on this work and just doing an absolutely fantastic job. So kind of moving into CDA's strategic plan writ large, we do have a full strategic plan that's available on our website. You can see all of our kind of 5 strategic directions and all of the metrics that we are holding ourselves accountable to. There are links to impact reports. You can really assess where we're going and what kind of impact we're trying to have. 5 areas I'll talk about: market access, stewardship, next generation, animal health and welfare, and mental health. On the market side, I mentioned briefly the SNAP nutrition work. We're also continuing our international marketing work despite the disruption with our trading partners around the world. So we've just kind of changed tack, but we're still out there taking Colorado companies all over the globe. We're in the 2nd year of our Climate Smart Marketing program, so really working to connect Colorado producers and ag businesses who are deeply invested in climate resilience with buyers who are the same and want to actually put money where their mouth is on supporting producers doing the work of stewardship. So that ties in with stewardship, soil, water, climate. The big one for us is our soil health program. I think you all have heard kind of the disruption that we faced earlier this spring with the termination of our USDA Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities grant program. That was $25 million that we were successful in bringing to Colorado to put out in the field for producers to do work of soil health and market access in a way that worked for them. The USDA terminated that in April. So that was about $15 million that was obligated to farmers that was canceled right at the beginning of the season. USDA then created a new program called Advancing Markets for Producers, or AMP, which the more we've come to learn is very, very similar to what Climate Smart Commodities was, slightly different jargon. But it allowed us to pivot enough to be able to apply to this new program. So we did. With the government shutdown, our application's been sitting on a desk, but we just got confirmation this week that our folks in DC who are back at work did receive our application. So we are hopeful that we will be able to, even though we had to miss a season, we'll be back next growing season with dollars for producers for soil health and marketing. On a similar vein, I think, I've talked a lot about our soil health program being a hub with many spokes. One of the spokes we built a couple years ago, bipartisan bill in the legislature, was the creation of the Ag Stewardship Tax Credit Program. So this is the first run through, this is the first launch of that tax credit program. We just launched it on last Monday. And essentially what it does, it's just another incentive tool for advancing stewardship practice. There's about, I think, 17 eligible practices. A lot of them, aligned with NRCS, but also we're looking for innovative practices that advance stewardship, and then producers are potentially eligible for a tax credit in the tax year they're implementing those practices. Our team did a ton of upfront outreach, answering phones day and night. By statute, it's a first come, first serve program, capped at $3 million. So we knew we were going to have probably high demand. I did not expect for us to hit our both 2026 and 2027 ceiling limits in less than 2 minutes when the application was open. I was very glad we didn't break OIT at that moment, but that's just a huge shout out to our team for being so well prepared, and for producers for really paying attention to what's going on at CDA. We also have a climate resilience grants, our second round of that, for producers facing natural disasters related to climate. And then of course on water, just all the work Robert is doing with you all, with folks all across the state is just incredible. And I want to echo Lauren's comments about your CWCB staff. Just so grateful for our relationship. Beyond board meetings, our teams are, meeting together regularly, working on projects together. Couldn't imagine a better kind of integration of our staff, especially gearing up for the next water plan cycle. So third area, next gen, just want you to know we can continue to invest, just like our legislative proposal, in supporting young and beginning farmers. We just closed our Ag Workforce Development Program applications. So that's our paid internship program. And since 2019 was the first year of that program, we've supported over 240 young people in paid internships on working farms and ranches. So that's just one example of that work, but just that's how I started in ag, was a paid internship, and I could not be more passionate about another way to get your foot in the door. On animal health and welfare, on the animal health side, lots of foreign animal disease discussion going on, but also preparation for things that are happening. Typically, I update you on high path avian influenza. Knock on wood, right now we're going to lull, so no major updates there, but we are actually working with the USDA on some federal policy reform around how states are obligated to respond, just giving us a little bit more flexibility. The big one, though, that we are all tracking is called New World Screwworm. This has been contained in Central America for many decades. Last year, it made its way to Mexico. So now that it's been detected within 70 miles of the US border, there is a lot of activity around preparing, but also mitigating. So lots of work between the US and Mexico. I had the chance to actually lead a cattle women's delegation to Mexico City in September, which was pretty much all about business, but you can't go and not talk about screwworm at the same time, and learned a lot just about how our countries are collaborating on that. And our state veterinarian, Dr. Maggie Baldwin, is, again, not resting on her laurels. She is putting together a tabletop exercise in just a couple of weeks with all of the partners who would respond. So just know that even though foreign animal disease is primarily a federal responsibility, Colorado, we are always doing what we can to take matters into our own hands. And that actually ties in with a recent MOU that we signed with Jeff and his team at CPW and Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment around One Health. So that's really our philosophy of disease management and mitigation is animal, human, and environmental health are all one. And we need to make sure that we are addressing all of them together. And this MOU, in addition to reiterating that, affirms kind of all of our responsibility for data privacy in the events of disease outbreaks. And then the fifth area, and I'm almost done, is rural mental health. As you know, our very own Robert wears many hats. You should ask him about his name tag and how we got so many titles on one tag. But last week, Robert and another colleague of ours, Rosie Scovrin, in our conservation division, hosted the inaugural Ag Behavioral Health Summit down in Monte Vista. Just a fantastic 2-day summit with partners from all over the state, producers, service providers. Again, for us, it's accessing services in rural communities that are appropriate for what producers in particular and ag workers are facing, but also destigmatizing the conversation. So we are very proud to talk about how asking for help is a strength and it's such a critical thing to do, but also how to ask for help, how to ask if somebody needs help, how to connect with folks with services, knowing that the suicide rate in ag communities is up to 3 times as high as the general population. This is a passion area for many of us, and it's very personal for many of us as well. So last couple items, looking ahead to 2026, beyond legislative session, it's the 250-150 celebrations for the anniversary of the United States and of Colorado. You will all be getting many invites next year for various events CDA is hosting. We're actually starting with the unveiling of a mural that has been created specially for CDA and to celebrate our ag communities that will be unveiled in January, hopefully at the stock show. We're working on a coffee table book, Elevating Histories and Stories of Agriculture with History Colorado. And I particularly want to thank Chairwoman Cloud for working with us and being a partner in that project. State Fair next August is going to be big. So I would encourage you all to mark the last 11 days, or at least some of the last 11 days in August on your calendar. And then another thing I'm really excited about is next fall we'll be facilitating harvest table dinners all across the state, where organizations, individuals can kind of take this package, host a long table dinner, invite farmers and ranchers, purchase Colorado Proud local food, and celebrate ag in their own way in their own community. And we're going to be there to support that kind of effort. So a lot of celebration amidst a lot of tough times in ag. And I think we can and need to actually do both at once. Can't lose sight of the people who are struggling and how we need to be there, and can't lose sight of how much we have to celebrate and how many ways we have to connect people into what we're doing in Colorado agriculture. And I appreciate Becky's comments just about Colorado being proactive. Hopefully my long spiel gave everybody listening a picture of how much we are leaning into resilience, to the future of ag here in Colorado and all of our partnerships. So with that, I will be out for a little while, and our very own Robert Sakata, once again, I want to congratulate, who is Governor Polis has asked to serve as acting Commissioner of Agriculture while I am away on leave. So that is it for me. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Director Combs?
Congratulations. Glad to have you here. Not that Robert's not sufficient, but we like it when you're here. I just want to tell you, I appreciate you looking in your legislative package about the beginning young farmer and ranchers. As you look across the country where our average age in ag right now is 59 years old, I used to think I was helping lower that average, and every year I'm not. And I see with the price of ag commodities versus the price of ag land, keeping young farmers and ranchers, I appreciate you focusing on that. I think that's, and then on the other side of that, I think the flexibility, like when you look at a buy, conserve, sell, you look at all the different basins and the struggles we're up against on water, specifically in the Rio Grande, where you get a conservation easement, and if we're not careful, the language prohibits them from participating then in our sub-district and our forbearance agreements and stuff. So just as that moves forward, a lot of local input on the wording of those agreements really makes a difference so that they bring about that intended benefit. But I applaud you for keeping that for the young farmers and ranchers and new alternatives to get them on the ground. So thank you and congratulations.
Director Phil?
Kate, I'm curious on that pesticide collection bill, right?
Yep.
Is that limited to ag producers?
Not necessarily. We haven't written the bill yet.
Okay.
So
Well, here's
just
a
take the
thought.
input.
Here's a thought just to share. Chaffey County, periodically we're doing this hazardous chemicals collection. So it's similar but broader, I guess. We're only 20,000 people. The last one we did, it cost us 35,000 and we ran out of the $35,000 worth of capacity by like 11 a.m. on a Saturday. And we did an emergency raise to 50 that day. And it was people coming in with mayonnaise jars that said DDT on the lid and asking about, could we take blasting caps? I mean, it was all kinds of stuff. But my thought would be, in the bill, you should make sure that it's okay to partner with local government, because if we were spending 35 to 50 grand every 2 years, you might be able to come to a county like ours or a region like ours and get significant local match, and help spread those dollars further, and also be a part of the local solution beyond just ag specific community. So just a thought.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll bring that back to the team for sure.
Director Vasquez?
Just following on Commissioner Felt's comment, just watching all of the herbicide that's used along roadways, whether there's any collaboration that could be done with the Department of Transportation, all of the hazardous chemicals that they are using. So just a thought.
Thanks. I think that's a great point. We'll connect with them on kind of how they manage their hazardous waste as well. We might learn a lot from how other agencies have had to deal with
Yeah,
that.
and I think a lot of it is contracted out. So like in my county, there's a single contractor who does all that work. And I'm not sure what they do in terms of disposal. So it would be great to have some uniform expectation and facility for that.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on to Director Ullman.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. Glad to be here in, I guess, Arvada or Golden is that where we're at today. But I have a few updates. I'll try to be as brief as I can so we get to 10:30 and actually have a break. But there are some important things going on that I want to let you all know about. I think I may have mentioned at the last meeting, or if I didn't, you may have heard that our Division 5 engineer, James Heath, is retiring at the end of this year. And Caleb Foy, the deputy division engineer, took a job with the Colorado River Water Conservation District. So we had a line change in leadership happening, if you're all hockey fans, in Division 5, because we also have an open position for our assistant division engineer. But I'm happy to report, so I have much better news than I did maybe last time, that we have a new division engineer that started last Monday. Tyler Benton. Tyler Benton is a longtime resident of Glenwood Springs. He's lived in Glenwood Springs since 2010. He worked for consulting firms, including Wilson Water Group, and then recently has been working with Colorado Springs Utilities on their West Slope system. So he has a great knowledge of the water rights and the controlling, what controls water administration on the West Slope. So that's good, given that we have, a fairly complete leadership change occurring. So we're really happy to have him on board. He's drinking from a fire hose, so to speak, as he's only been there for a week and 1 day, but doing a great job. And he's got about a month and a half with James to learn, for James to do some training. So I know he's going to try to be traveling around the Division 5 area to get to know some of our staff, get to know some of the water users. And so you may see him out if you're Director Haas if he's out in the community. We also have a offer out to a person for the deputy division engineer position. So we may have that filled. I don't want to say who that is at this point, just because we're in the process of finishing the hiring process, but I'm pretty excited about potentially having both of those positions filled before James leaves on December 31st. So that's, I think, good news. Well, it is good news for me. The other general update, we actually hosted the association. AWSE is the Association of Western State Engineers. It's an entity that has been in existence since 1928. It is an organization that's comprised of primarily the members are the state engineers for the 19 Western states that rely on the prior appropriation doctrine to manage their water resources. And so it includes those folks. Some of them are called state engineers, many of them. Some are chief engineers, some have different titles, but those positions. And then there's associate members for people like Tracy Kozloff, my deputy director, attended. We hosted it in Ouray this year because it travels around to the 19 Western states. And of course, in my second year, it happens to be Colorado's turn to host. So, but I was happy to get to host people in Ouray, where I spent pretty close to where I spent the previous 18 years of my life and raised my family. So we get to show people from around the Western United States, a pretty awesome part of Colorado. We went on a long bus tour. I'm not sure how excited they were when we got back at an hour later than anticipated, from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. It also includes retired state engineers can be honorary members, but so you'll see Dick Wolf, Kevin Ryan, and Hal Simpson, actually all three attended. But anyway, we visited the Ames hydroelectric plant, which is where the picture of the attendees is taken, which is the first plant to generate alternating current electricity in the world. And then we visited the Paradox Salinity Control Unit, which is the picture in the upper right, which is where a significant portion of salt reduction occurs in the Colorado River Basin by pumping water near the Dolores River and basically reducing the aquifer level to below the river and pumping that water underground into a deep aquifer system. And then on the upper left, Hanging Flume, we stopped, our last stop was at the Hanging Flume, which is a site where, unfortunately I guess it wasn't a successful venture, but they, built 15 miles of this flume that hangs off of the cliff to take water to an area where they were intending to mine gold. And then the economy kind of tanked and the gold, it didn't make sense for them to continue, but the remnants of that are still there. And so in addition to being a beautiful canyon to visit, I got to see this project. So this organization, the rest of the meeting, the 3-day meeting, is states giving updates on what's going on. And it's really helpful for me, I think, and the rest of the state engineers involved to hear some of the issues, because there's a lot of issues that are fairly common to the states. And I would say that groundwater usage is one that all states are struggling with. Groundwater usage, and not only its impact to surface supply, but the potential for these non-renewable resources to be depleted. So it's interesting to hear from those folks, and it's kind of a support group for those of us in similar roles. So kind of nice to hear from people who are in your similar positions as you. So that was fun. And next year I'll be happy to go to Idaho and not have to plan the event as well. So what are conditions, I guess, looking like over the past year? I feel like this is a slide I showed at the Association of Western State Engineers meeting. And, last year, this is April 7th of 2025. So it's pretty close to the peak of the snowpack season. We had, varying conditions, with the north having much greater snowpack than the south, including the Rio Grande, unfortunately, at the lowest, 64%. Sorry, Director Combs. And then if you break it down into further subbasins, you see that, even looks worse in the southern part of the Rio Grande, unfortunately, the Conejos area Sorry again, Director Combs, but you're well aware of this. And the thing that's interesting and maybe troubling that those people that are paying attention to hydrology know is that, so I picked the Uncompahgre Basin, which is that green basin there in the middle because we were in URA, so I felt like it was appropriate to compare, is that you're seeing, that basin had 93% snowpack on April 7th. It only saw 73% runoff into Ridgeway Reservoir. So 20%, historically you would have expected in general that if you have an average snowpack year that you're going to have an average runoff year. That's not occurring anymore in most years. I mean, we're seeing, I think so you're looking at the Caneos at 41%, you saw less than 41% runoff. Hopefully that doesn't continue, but because of this, the drought and the warmer temperatures and this, pretty deep depletion of some of the aquifer systems, we're just in general across the West, not just Colorado, seeing less snowpack convert to runoff. And hopefully that's a trend that changes, but I don't foresee that happening. So, not any greater news on what's going on this year. This is as of this morning, the snowpack in Colorado's basin. So you're seeing 24 to 30%. Not great, but thankfully November's not a great predictor of how we'll end up the season. The forecast right now is for La Nina conditions to continue. So this is a plot that the El Nino Forecast Center produces. And you'll see that the 0 is the average temperatures in the equatorial Pacific. So if you go below that, that's La Nina. If you're above that, if you're above that by a significant percentage, you're considered to be in El Nino conditions. Right now, that green line, which is the average, is at below a half a degree Celsius below the average, which puts us in La Nina. And it looks like that's projected to continue through the spring. La Nina would typically bring more snowpack to northern basins like the Yampa and less snowpack to southern basins like the Rio Grande and the Southwest. It's not a determinative to that, but it is, statistically, that's what would occur. So that would not be, super great for the Colorado River Basin as a whole, or for the southern part of the state, but we can all keep our fingers crossed that it does not produce that. And we get one of the La Nina years that has produced large snowpack, which we have had in the past, but that's where we're at with conditions and maybe expected conditions. The next topic I want to briefly touch on, and I want to thank, Director Riss for mentioning the measurement device funding program that's going to be talked about in more detail later, because it's occurring. This is one of the great things about how, the best water agency in the state, DWR, can work with CWCB in partnering on doing things that are, make sense for water users and around the state. So as we were promulgating these measurement rules, and there were significant funds available through the bipartisan infrastructure law, one of the ways that we decided would be a good way to use some of those funds is providing funding for putting in measurement devices, which is good timing on the West Slope with us instituting measurement rules, because there's going to be a lot of folks that are going to need to put in measuring devices. It's a lot more palatable to have that happen at a time when there's also a grant program. And CWCB staff have worked pretty hard to put together what will be a great program, I think, on hiring SGM to manage the grant process. And I won't get into any more details on that because I think they're going to talk about it in detail later. As far as measurement rules goes, Division 6's rules for the Yampa White and Green became effective over a year ago. Division 7's rules became effective in June of this year. Division 4's rules, we did all the stakeholder process in the last 12 months and filed them with the court. We are working through a couple of protests because those rules have to go through the water court process after the stakeholding process. They will be effective either on January 1st or after the protests are handled. Given that we're in the late or mid to late November already, I would say that they'll probably be effective in sometime in the spring of this year. Division 5, actually, we held the last stakeholder meeting 2 days ago in Glenwood Springs after the Basin Roundtable meeting. Had some good comments at the state and good attendance at most of those stakeholder meetings, and are intending to file those with the Water Court in Division 5 in the spring of next year. So, I mean, we'll see what we receive. We've given people until December 19th to submit comments. So if you want to submit comments on the proposed measurement rules, you can go to our website, look at all of the information. You can fill out the Google form. You can also send comments or red lines directly to myself for those rules. So the earliest that those rules would be effective is November 1st. And so that's why I think this may help explain what they'll talk about is the phase in for the funding program as well. So another report on a pretty awesome partnership between the CWCB and DWR is a funding program that we pursued from 2 years ago in the projects bill from 2 years ago for $1.8 million to fund telemetry installs around the state. So we had our hydrographers look at what is needed, what could help our water commissioners out and our users out in having remotely available data real time for diversion projects primarily. There are some stream gauges. And so we are well on our way to using those funds. These are some pictures that were taken this year of some installs that were done. The hydro program, Jara Johnson is our new chief of hydrography, new-ish. She's been there for over 6 months, but doing a wonderful job rolling out some of these funds to get these installed and designing a very simple installation that includes just what looks like a soda can radar installed directly over the measuring device. And then with the NEMA box there that holds the satellite equipment that then reports that to the state's to the GOES satellite system. So 110 stations have been installed so far. I've heard from some commissioners that I used to work with, well, I still work with in Division 4, but used to work more closely with in the Cedar Edge area that have had 4 of these installed, that it's made a huge difference in the amount of time that they have to spend going out and looking at what's going into some of these ditches as they're trying to manage flow. So this is a huge benefit to the partnership that we have with the CWCB. So I think maybe in another year, I can come back with another update on where we're at in finishing using some of these funds. So the last couple of items will be fairly quick because we've talked about the South Platte Compact and the Nebraska v. Colorado case in the last couple of board meetings. So I don't need to really don't think need to get into the details. Also, Mr. Steinbrecher may talk a little bit about this tomorrow, but I wanted to show you that we do have a landing page that's available on the DNR website. And you can get to it using the QR code or just going to the Department of Natural Resources website. We tried to provide a place for people to get the compact itself, the complaint filed by Nebraska. We filed our response on October 15th. So since our last board meeting, as Director Gibbs mentioned, we filed our response. I want to thank the AG's office. They did a wonderful job crafting what is a really well-written brief. So I do encourage you. I know it's a legal document, so maybe you're afraid of reading it. It's well-written in non-water lingo for the most part to help the court understand why this case, this complaint is premature. So I encourage you to go read it, but I want to thank the team at the AG's office they worked with us, but primary drafters were the AG's office and did a wonderful job on the brief. So that was filed. We held a press conference on the 15th. Nebraska filed a reply, which they're allowed to do. And so we're kind of right now in a waiting period for the court to make a decision on whether they take that case. And Scott may get into some additional details on that tomorrow. So I had this slide in a presentation I made to the Colorado Water Officials Association because I was talking about both the South Platte and the Rio Grande case, which is my last slide. And I think it's helpful to understand what a special master is, because that's what, happened in the Texas v. New Mexico case. A special master is appointed. That's in these original actions between the states. Typically, the Supreme Court will appoint a special master to handle all of these things. So they handle gathering evidence, hearing testimony, making rulings, because these cases aren't quick, right? The Rio Grande case started in 2013 and hopefully is ending in 25, 26. So 13 years. So they handle all of these things. They also can appoint, or recommend mediation, which is what we've been doing on the Rio Grande. And so if the Supreme Court chose to take the South Platte case, they would likely appoint a special master to do these same things. So we were in 2 weeks after the board meeting. Craig Cotton, my division engineer in Division 3, myself, and Chad Wallace and Andrea, along with the AG's office, were in Philadelphia to present to the special master for this original action 141 what we felt with the federal government was a reasonable conclusion to this case. And so the parties, all four of them, the three states and the federal government, presented to the special master why they encourage him to write a recommendation of the Supreme Court to enter the consent decree that the states have agreed to. This is just a history of the case. It was filed in 2013. Special master previously recommended entry of the consent decree, but the U.S. objected, and then the Supreme Court denied entry of that consent decree in 2024, which sent us back to a new special master who appointed a mediator, and we had multiple meetings with that mediator over the past year, culminating in this meeting in Philadelphia with this hearing in front of the special master in Philadelphia. I'm happy to report that we believe that that the special master is going to make a recommendation that nobody will object to. Now, I can't guarantee that, but when that will happen, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe Mr. Steinbrecher has an idea for that, but this is a picture of the three commissioners. So myself, Liz Anderson, the state engineer in New Mexico, and Bobby Scove, who is the governor-appointed commissioner for Texas on the Rio Grande Compact Commission, celebrating hopefully being done traveling across the country to talk about the Rio Grande. Now, I would be remiss without showing the picture of the people that did most of the work, because as commissioners, we rely heavily on engineering advisors and legal advisors. My engineering advisor is on the far left, Craig Cotton, the division engineer. Spent lots of time over the last 13 years working with the other engineering advisors. And Chad Wallace is my legal advisor, also spent a lot of time. And I will, selfishly say that I think I have the best team of the three states. And that Chad actually was the one in Pittsburgh, I believe, that kind of came up with this idea of separating out some of these issues into side agreements that don't have to be part of the Supreme Court actual consent decree. So anyway, I appreciate all of the work that all these folks have done. I like to end on a positive note, right? This is a good thing that we're done, hopefully, with this case. And that's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Haas?
Thank you. That was a juicy report. So on the water measurement rules, have you noticed significant differences between the basins or between the divisions that we should know about?
In terms of the rules themselves?
Yeah, like the fact that you're doing 4 different measurement rules, I just wondered are they very similar? Or are they different in some ways?
I mean, they're substantially similar. There are some more significant differences between the first division, Division 6 and Division 7, where we changed some language. But the primary difference between the divisions is related to the implementation timelines. And partly because each division has a different scheme of administration. There's different water rights, different numbers of structures that make it, in terms of in terms of spreading out the workload for our staff and for the users, frankly, in an effort to make sure we're not promulgating rules that we cannot comply with. They extend out 4 years and they apply differently. So, some of them, like Division 4, diversion structures for actual direct flow diversions are first and reservoir measurements are second. So reservoir measurements have the longest timeline for implementation.
Thank you. Just two more maybe comments / questions. So you also talked about runoff efficiency and I just wondered if are there studies that are occurring in the West to get a better handle on that and identify some of the variables and factors that might make a difference? And then I have one more question after that.
Okay. No, I appreciate the question, Director Hawes. There are studies going on. I mean, many of them link it to depleted soil moisture. And also, some to dust on snow types of events. You get more sublimation of the snowpack before it actually runs off. That doesn't end up actually translating to stream flow. I don't know that I've seen a study that combines all of that into, is this something that we're going to just see in general, going forward, or if the drought ends, because I mean, we have climate change and increases in temperatures also combined with the fact that we've had a 25-year drought going on. If the drought was to end and we had 3 or 4 good years of snowpack, would that replenish some of these deeper supplies and result in that returning to more normal? I don't not seen that, but
Okay. Thank you. I mean, it just seems like this would be something we need to better understand how all the variables play together.
yeah.
See if there are things we can do. But my last comment is something you didn't bring up, but maybe applies to some of our other departments too, which is the state thinking about how to handle data centers coming to Colorado? And maybe that's a special session for another meeting, but I just feel like I've had so many meetings just in the last 2 days where data centers has come up at every single meeting. And I just feel like it's something Colorado probably needs to
Other
be
than
thinking actively
other
about.
than believing they shouldn't be put in Arizona, I'm just kidding. Sorry. No, it is a topic of great interest to folks. We've heard questions about it, but haven't really, looked into it in detail. In terms of how much that would be what we would consider an industrial use. I don't know if Director Riss, if CWCB has looked into that at all, but probably
I
some.
just agree that it does come up a lot. And they seem to, at least for now, I'll be going to Arizona. Which makes perfect sense. And why?
Can I
Mhm.
make a statement on that? Sorry. I think, again, it's important to recognize that any new water consumption project takes on a risk. And that's with everything. That's how prior appropriation works within the state of Colorado and across the upper basin. And so something always gives, right? We have what we have what Mother Nature provides, and we have the choices to make within our state at this point of where we put those resources. And so you can have anything you want, but you can't have everything you want.
Any more questions? Director Gibbs?
The OEDIT is the lead agency for the state on Office of Economic Development and International Trade, and I'm happy to reach out to see, but they're definitely a lead on that. But yeah, I was wondering, I was fortunate to attend, dragged my kids to one of the measurement rule meetings in Summit County, and Bruce, it was good to see you there too from the River District, and I was really quite surprised. I thought the turnout was pretty strong. And I just a follow up of some of your line of questioning, Taylor, but what was it like in other meetings? Like, was it really good turnout, or just kind of depends on where you're at in the state? Just curious about that.
That's a good question. And I should thank you, Dan, for coming. I really appreciate his interest in, unfortunately, maybe his kids might not have been as interested in the measurement rules, but we did have pretty good turnout in Kremling and in Frisco, and our virtual meeting. We had over 40 people attend our virtual meeting, and there were close to 40 in Kremling. We had much lower attendance in Grand Junction, surprisingly. Maybe it was because it was the first one. I think it depended heavily on how much effort our staff, our water commissioners put into inviting their actual users. I know that Frisco, that Troy spent, did a lot of effort to get people there. And truly, we want more people there. The more people there, the better, because the more people that know about it before they get a notice that they need to do something about their lack of measurement, the better. So.
Guess.
On the subject of measurement, it was interesting for me to see on Division 6 that you specified ample white green. At our last roundtable meeting this week, I had I took a lot of flack because they feel that they don't have access to funding for their measurement devices. So just a heads up for you, should you come to Jackson County.
I'm aware that there's some concerns about the lack of funding. Unfortunately, those BIL funds were for Colorado River only, and Division 6 crosses over into the North Platte. So yes, I wish we could change that, but.
That was thoroughly explained.
Yeah.
It didn't help.
I probably not. Thank you for the fair warning, Director Vasquez.
Any more comments or questions for Director Ullman? No. Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and go on to Director Davis.
Oh.
Sharing is caring. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's not lost on me. I probably didn't have a mic because I'm a longtime listener and second-time caller here at this meeting. I do want to say, like, it is my commitment. I know sometimes, or maybe often over the last couple of years, there's been an overlap between this meeting and the Parks and Wildlife Commission meetings. And despite how my other meetings go, I might prefer to be here. But suffice to say, when I don't have those overlaps, I'm gonna try to be here more often. I'm beyond just the overlap. It's been really kind of getting my feet underneath me with a large agency with a lot of responsibilities and some new things that also start with W. Also, I haven't talked to Robert, but I do want to advocate for him to have an individual paycheck for each job title he holds. He's pretty phenomenal, and we do not want him distracted by other people that see his talent. With that, I'll jump into an ANS update. So zebra mussels on the Colorado River, I know that's a really important issue for a lot of folks. And I'll brag a little bit. I think we have the best ANS species staff in the country working on this. So we're very fortunate that we have our staff and a lot of partners that I'll reference here as I go down the list. So on Wednesday, October 29th, we collaborated with 8 other partner agencies and groups for a one-day zebra mussel sampling blitz. This is the first time I've heard of an ANS sampling blitz. Usually we talk about biodiversity, but suffice to say, we had a lot of partners doing the surveys essentially from the headwaters of the Colorado and Grand County to the state line, as well as Gunnison Eagle and Roaring Fork Rivers. So beyond just our partners, federal partners, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Bureau of Reclamation, I just want to express gratitude to the City of Grand Junction, Eagle County, Mesa County, Orchard Mesa Irrigation District, Roaring Fork Conservancy, and Utah Department of Natural Resources. So with all those groups, we had 70 individuals that essentially searched for adult zebra mussels in those 3 rivers, and approximately 200 locations were sampled during that survey. I think it's fair to say, like similar to COVID, if you remember back to those days, like the more sampling you do, the more likely you are to find some things. And I think that's what we're experiencing here as we look more closely and expand our efforts in monitoring in the Colorado. Additionally, we also found New Zealand mud snails in the Roaring Fork River, That's a new location. We had found those in Gunnison and Eagles. So that's the first time we've seen them in Roaring Fork. And we'll continue to sample through Thanksgiving. We're focusing on smaller ponds in Grand Valley as part of those efforts. You've also likely heard CPW's been pulling together a beaver conservation and management strategy. That's kind of a bigger effort, working with a lot of stakeholders and public outreach up front. I think we have like a 100-page draft report that was posted, I think 2 days ago now, seeking kind of public feedback. I'm sure that will be really important. That's a really important management plan to this group in particular, and the interests that you all focus on in water. We also had 126 pages of public scoping comments. So really trying to make sure that this isn't viewed as a CPW-driven management plan, but it's a Colorado beaver management strategy moving forward. Pretty extensive internal group, strong partner with Colorado Natural Heritage Program, and Keystone Policy Center is a subcontractor leading our stakeholder engagement process. So we have the plan out. I want to say it's a 30-day public review and comment period, and we're hoping to have a final strategy available to the public in February. Key components of that really are the population and habitat status and monitoring. Harvest management has been a focus area, as well as the restoration opportunities, non-lethal conflict resolution, and a translocation policy and protocol. So we want to make sure that we're being really responsible with not transporting animals that might have ANS or other types of disease that would be complicated in new basins. So look forward to hearing from everybody about that initial draft. Hopefully you'll be surprised. I know I always hear rumors from people that hadn't read the draft of what's in the draft, but hopefully folks can take a look at that and see how comprehensive that initial draft is and help us perfect it when we move to finalizing. State Wildlife Action Plan, pretty excited that we have that shipped off to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Again, many thanks to our partners and stakeholders that helped CPW update that 10-year State Wildlife Action Plan. It's super important, not just for, again, all of us. It's our State Wildlife Action Plan, not a CPW plan, but it helps kind of guide where we need to invest in conservation actions and which conservation actions might have the biggest impact moving forward. And it's also a mechanism for Colorado to get federal funding through our state wildlife grants and tribal wildlife grants from the federal government. So anyone that's interested, you can find that on our CPW State Wildlife Action Plan webpage. We also tried to not have you print off a 1,000-page document, so it's online and you can search through that, and there's a lot of really cool tools that can help you understand better species of greatest conservation need, or in this latest one, species of greatest information need, because we have a lot of species we don't have a lot of information about. So thank you for that. And maybe in closing, I just want to express appreciation to you, Director Riss, for your leadership. I think sometimes it's not lost, if you're not in public service, what public service really means. And I think you and your CBW staff have done a phenomenal job in working on the other W word, right? And water is life, and that makes water really complicated with a whole lot of needs, desires, expectations, and sometimes those are at conflict with one another. And you guys, you and your staff do a phenomenal job in trying to help us find common ground, make sure we're maximizing those benefits. So I appreciate your public service. And finally, I want to express appreciation to my friend Becky. for your knowledge and patience and passion that rarely is shown by you, that lead to your, quite frankly, your excellence in representing Colorado and Colorado's interests in the Colorado River management. I know some days, you wake up in public service and you put your backpack on and it doesn't start with any rocks. And then as you go through your day or your weeks or your years, a lot of people put a lot of rocks in your backpack and you're carrying a lot of weight and you're doing it really well and you're not alone. So thank you for your leadership and please know that you're an inspiration to many of us. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Director-Riss?
Well, Director Davis, you're welcome back anytime. Thanks for your words of encouragement and your positive feedback. And I just want to appreciate the time you've taken to be here today. We know that you have such a tough job. When things are rough over here, I frequently say, well, at least I'm not Jeff Davis. So say that too. So we also appreciate, yeah, we all say that, Jeff, sorry. But we appreciate all the rocks you carry in your backpack too. So thank you.
I say that every night I go home and talk to my evil twin, Jake.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, we'll move on to Director McLaughlin.
Thank you, Keith McLaughlin with the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority. Happy to be here in person. I think I have negative 15 minutes. I'm not sure how to pull that off. My report is in your file. So if you've got any questions, but I'll just hit the highlights. I'm going to start on the drinking water side. We had a meeting in October, and I want to thank Director Wind at Northern's office. Not only were they kind enough to host us and have a board meeting there, but we got a tour of Chimney Hollow, a fantastic project, one that I had been hearing about for 20 plus years. And that many folks thought would never be built, and to be standing there at the top of Chimney Hollow looking at that project at completion was pretty rewarding. So I want to thank Director Wynn for their hospitality. At that board meeting, we approved one water application under our drinking water revolving fund for South Swink. South Swink Water Authority. We can fund governmental agencies, including authorities. That was a $1.5 million project, and they're having to upgrade their system to tie into the AVC. And as if you recall, there's a lot of projects, 39 entities there. Many of them have to do specific upgrades to be able to tie into the big main trunk line. And we're starting to see more and more of those projects come in, which is great. On the whole, the big source of funding is still our bill or IIJ money. We've spent $277 million of that money over the last 4 years. We've got another tranche of about $120 million coming, and about 66% of that money is grant, and that includes 31 projects, just on the water side. Staying there at our December meeting, we're expecting 2 applications, one from Cripple Creek. That's a distribution replacement project for about $3 million. And then Southeastern Water Conservancy District. We've been working with CWCB and its staff for a couple of years now. I want to thank Kirk Russell in particular for his work, literally years getting to this point. They've submitted a DAC business case. While all the entities along the Arkansas Valley Basin are really disadvantaged communities, when you combine them together in an application, it's too large from a population standpoint. So we've got a process with our board to go back to our board and revisit the numbers, and the board can approve individual applications for business cases. And that's what we're hoping to get here. They also submitted a $55 million application, the first application we've seen under AVC from Southeastern. We're excited to see that. Now, while 55 million is a big number, we've asked them to come back and look at how much they can fund over the next 2 to 3 years, because that's our spend down requirements under our federal sources. So they're sharpening their pencil. I'm hoping to see a number a little smaller than 55 million, but excited to do that. And I want to thank this board, Director Reese, for the support of the ABC project. As you guys know, the trunk line's being built by the Bureau. but that doesn't connect any of the communities. And so you've got all these lines that need to be built and these spur lines coming off the trunk line, and then the delivery lines need to be funded somewhere else. And so we're taking the first stab at that, and again, co-funding that with CWCB. We've got about $90 million available on the water side, we're estimating for this year. So a decent amount of money, although we're expecting maybe upwards of 15 or 16 projects coming in December that could take most of those water funds. On the wastewater side, in October, we just saw we saw no applications, but we saw one application coming in for December. That's Cripple Creek. The other thing, and that's for $2 million for a collection line replacement project. The other project we're looking at is Mountain View Villages. That's a project up just outside Leadville. It's a trailer home park, and like CWCB, our organization doesn't shy away from the tough projects. I funded that project, the original project, probably 10 years ago now, and I remember it very well going up there. That project, there was two things that stuck out for that project. The one was that they have a small park, and there's a trailer park community. They have a small park for children that was located about 50 feet from the wastewater treatment lagoons. The other thing that stood out was this was at a time when copper prices were at all-time highs. There were 3 or 4 trailers that had the sides of the trailers ripped off so that people could access and steal the copper out of those trailers. So again, we don't shy away from the tough projects. We fund them. We find ways to fund it. That particular project, I remember working on for 7 years before we put them in a position they could take on that project. Last thing I wanted to talk about was just our some legislative matters and our 2 director appointments that came in from the governor's office. The first one is a reappointment of Karen Wogslin. Karen Wogslin is a fantastic director and current treasurer of our board. She represents the Yampa White. She's been reappointed for 2nd term, although board members have to be confirmed through the Senate. So we'll be going through that process. And the other one is Lucas Hale, who's our representative in the Arkansas Valley Basin. That director is not serving a 2nd term, but Roy Heald, who is a district manager for security, has been appointed to serve that and represent that Arkansas Basin. And so as soon as we have him confirmed by the Senate, he'll serve. And I know you guys are short on time, so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions, comment? Dr. Phelps?
Just really quick, but Keith, I have to take every opportunity that I get to thank you for your help with the Arkansas Valley Conduit. As you mentioned, this board and the agency leadership has put an awful lot of work over an awful lot of time into this, but it's truly a statewide effort, and your help and your staff's work on it is really appreciated.
Thank you for those comments. It's a critically important project for the state, and we're at a very unique opportunity for us with the IIJ funds. If this project, isn't going to get funded now, how's it going to get funded? So thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Are there any more comments or questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we are going to go ahead and take our break, and I'm going to ask everybody to come back here at 11:05 so we can go ahead and get started for the next item. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we'll wait for the rest of our board members to take their seats. And we'll go ahead and move on to item number 5, the in-stream flow appropriations.
Good morning. For the record, I am Marielle Saito, CWCB staff, and I have the honor of kicking off this Stream and Lake Protection Section Day. This is going to be agenda item 5, final action on 2025 new appropriation on East Muddy Creek in Water Division 4. As the title indicates, this agenda item concerns the appropriation of a new in-stream flow water right on East Muddy Creek. And I presented on this stream's contested status at the July board meeting, and I'm happy to bring this resolved recommended appropriation for final action today. So this is going to be an agenda item, or this is going to be an action item, and a vote from the board is going to be required today. So I'm going to leave this pretty picture of East Muddy Creek up while I go through the dates and details of this appropriation. On March 19th, the board formed its intent to appropriate an in-stream flow water right on East Muddy Creek in Water Division 4. Following our Rule 5D of the rules concerning the in-stream flow and natural lake level program, notice of this action was sent to the in-stream flow subscription mailing list on March 25th. This notice provided parties with the deadline to file a notice to contest, which was due to the CWCB no later than June 2nd, 2025. During the notice and comment period, Jim Oster and Mary Lee Bliss filed a timely notice to contest the appropriation on East Muddy Creek. As required by Rule 5K, notice of this contested appropriation was sent to our mailing list on June 6th of 2025. And at that time, no additional entities filed for party status in the East Muddy Creek appropriation that was due by July 1st. So as a reminder, I presented on this recommendation at the July board meeting, and at that time, First Assistant Attorney General Jennifer Mealy was designated as the hearing officer, and the hearing date was set to be held in conjunction with this board meeting. So there is no East Muddy Creek hearing today. So I should let you know that over the last couple of months, staff, along with staff's counsel and the BLM, navigated the requirements of this hearing process and worked towards a resolution. The ISF team held several meetings with Mr. Oster regarding their concerns about the ISF appropriation on East Muddy Creek and offered acceptable options to address these concerns. Then on September 26, 2025, Jim Oster and Mary Lee Bliss, on behalf of Hummingbird Ranch, emailed CWCB Council requesting to withdraw their opposition. So on October 3rd of this year, an unopposed motion to vacate the hearing was granted, and this motion is included in your memo as attachment B. Oops, sorry. There we go. So in consideration of the vacated hearing and following our Rule 5H, today staff will be requesting that the board make the determinations that the 3 findings required for an appropriation are met. These are that a natural environment exists, that the natural environment will be preserved by the water available for appropriation, and finally, that this will cause no material injury to other water rights. The materials to support these findings can be found on our website. These materials include staff's executive summaries, supporting data which contain the recommendation letters, documentation submitted by the BLM who recommended this stream. So you can see East Muddy Creek here, situated upstream of Paonia Reservoir in Water Division 4, near the town of Paonia. East Muddy Creek, as well as all other recommended or decreed ISF reaches, can also be viewed on Map Viewer or Google Earth, both of which are linked on our website. The details of East Muddy Creek are lined out here, and they're identical to what staff provided in board's memo. Staff is also included in your packet as attachment A, the agreed upon terms and conditions for the East Muddy Creek appropriation with Ragged Mountain Water Users Association and the North Fork Water Conservancy District. So we're at staff's recommendation now. It's a little long, so while it's identical to that is found in your packet, I'm going to read it out because it is 2 slides. So staff recommends that the board make the following determinations and take the following actions on the in-stream flow water right listed in the previous table. The information necessary to support this determination is contained in board's memo, the recommendation letter and documentation submitted by the BLM, and in staff's memo and oral presentation provided on March 19th, 2025 board meeting. Staff requests that the board determine pursuant to section 3792-1023 of the Colorado Revised Statute that for the ISF appropriation identified in Table 1, that there is a natural environment that can be preserved to a reasonable degree with the recommended water right if granted, and that the natural environment will be preserved to a reasonable degree by the water available for the recommended appropriation. And finally, that such natural environment can exist without material injury to other water rights. Also pursuant to ISF Rule 5F, establish the appropriation date for East Muddy Creek appropriation as the date of the filing of the water court application, which will occur no sooner than December 1st, 2025, and no later than December 31st, 2025. Also include in the East Muddy Creek appropriation and in future water court application filings and decree the terms and conditions agreed upon between the CWCB, Ragged Mountain Water Users Association, and the North Fork Water Conservancy District. And finally, request staff to work with the Attorney General's office to file application for this water right in water court by the end of the calendar year. So that's our recommendation. I'm available for any questions on this issue, and thank you.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Director Hawes?
First of all, congratulations on working through this, and I would move staff recommendation.
Okay, motion made. Do I hear a second? Second by Director Vasquez. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next item.
It's still me. I will be here again with you for agenda item 5B. Again, for the record, Marielle Seidel, CWCB staff. This is an in-stream flow rate clarification on Middle Hubbard Creek in Water Division 4. This is an informational item. I'm not going to be asking for any board action for this one. So on January 27th, 2025, the board declared its intent to appropriate an in-stream flow water right on Middle Hubbard Creek in Water Division 4. You can see this reach here, located north of the town of Paonia in Delta County. Documents supporting this appropriation, including the executive summary title page, board memo, and presentation, erroneously described the flow rates with overlapping dates for the in-stream flow. So the erroneous base flow rate of a quarter CFS is described in these documents as beginning August 16th and continuing through March 31st, which overlapped with 2 additional rates also listed in these documents and presentations of 1 CFS beginning August 1st and continuing through August 31st, and a half a CFS beginning September 1st and terminating October 31st. So the correct and finalized base flow rate of 0.25 CFS for the ISF appropriation on Middle Hubbard Creek, as recommended by Colorado Parks and Wildlife and included as attachment, which is included as attachment A in your board memo, is described here in this table, and it commences November 1st and continues through March 31st. So this is just a clarification agenda item, and I am available for any questions that you may have on this one.
Questions, comments? Hearing none.
Yeah. There's some question as to whether or not I needed action. Staff memo was information. Okay, I think I'm all good. I believe this is an informational item.
Yes, thank you.
All right. All right, still me, but this is the last one for me. Again, for the record,
Chair, I could recuse myself from this agenda topic.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. For the record, Director Wind is recusing himself. And so we'll wait for him to exit the room and then you can continue.
Marvelous. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, again, my name is Marielle Seidel, CWCB staff, and I'm going to be presenting agenda item 5C, notice of 2026 in-stream flow recommended appropriations in water divisions 1, 2, 6, and 7. Once again, this is going to be an informational item with no board action being required. To begin, and pursuant to Rule 5C, staff has provided notice to the in-stream flow subscription mailing list on November 18th that at the January or March 2026 meeting, staff may recommend that the board form its intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights on up to 13 streams. You can see these streams here, all of which are recommended by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We have East Fork, Roaring Creek, and Platte Gulch in Division 1, Cottonwood Creek in Division 2. 8 streams are recommended in Division 6, and these are going to be Bear Creek, Picket Pin Creek, Houskins Creek, Lynx Creek, Mirror Creek, Paradise Creek, Big Fish Creek, and East Marvin Creek. Finally, last but not least, in Division 7, Mill Creek and Pando Creek are being recommended by Colorado Parks and Wildlife as well. So because we all love a table, these are the details of the recommendations as listed here. So while we believe that we can move these streams forward in 2026, I should note that this is not a comprehensive list, and you can find the full list of recommended streams that we are collecting and processing data on our website. So let's take a quick look at where we are in the ISF timeline. We are currently in this green block during staff analysis and public outreach. During this time, we have conducted field work, collected site-specific data. We have nearly completed our water availability analyses, and we'll be finalizing recommended flow rates with CPW shortly. On the outreach side of this time chunk, we have presented to county commissioner meetings as well as sent out landowners, had many conversations with stakeholders and land managers, and we'll send out newspaper notices by the end of the year. So this all leads up to this next time chunk, which is going to be the board decision phase, highlighted here in blue, wherein in the January 2026 meeting, staff may bring forward and request the board to form their intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights on these streams. This will begin the official notice and comment period as described in the in-stream flow rules and include public comment at the March board meeting. Any uncontested recommendations may be brought to the board for final action in May. If any notices to contest these recommendations are filed, a hearing may be scheduled at the September board meeting. And then also staff may bring these recommendations to the board in March. And in that case, we would follow a modified timeline where all of these dates are just simply pushed forward, hopefully by a meeting. So that's going to do it for agenda item 5C. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, are there any comments or questions? Director Combs?
This is probably a question bigger in scope than what you're thinking, but it seems like as we read through this on the in-stream flows and the number that comes, it seems like more and more and more and more of our time is being in-stream flows and the dedication, and there's everybody knows I'm an idiot, so I'll just say it out loud. Where's the throttle on this? We look at our water plan and we look at the development. We look at the necessity of water in this state and what's going to happen. And are we inadvertently binding our hands in too many areas where development is going to happen? And I'm all for the environment. I'm all for that. But at what point do we start throttling ourselves on some of these? Because the numbers that we're listing, and everybody has the right to bring these, that's not what I'm questioning, but I guess I'm questioning the intent of the in-stream flow program versus potentially the application of how we're doing it now. And are we getting ourselves in a bind? Right now, I don't see anything in the in-stream flow that gives us other than if it meets basically the nerd requirement, we're there. And I don't want inadvertent consequences in 15 years, 20 years, as we're working through our water plan, trying to close some of these gaps of areas where we could potentially and correctly develop some water for the development of populations versus what we've locked down and where we're forcing populations to exacerbate. This is not on your shoulders. I'm just saying you're up here talking about in-stream flows, so Nathan Combs is getting on his milk crate. I just want us to be very cautious, and I guess I'm speaking to us on the board, be very cautious of what we're doing, that we are not just running a little bit rampant on every water we can find, locking it down. I'm all for the environment, but I'm also recognizing we have to live here and we have to find ways of developing it. So anyway, that's all I got. So not really a question, just a verbal vomit.
Well, Director Combs, I appreciate your verbal vomit. And I do think that part of our program does work to assure the certainty of water users moving forward into the future. And I think that's sort of one of our statutory requirements to make sure that everything is cared for and held, both so that we can protect future development and fish. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate your comments.
Director Kemlin?
Yes. I couldn't have done that if I tried. I've just got to piggyback on Director Combs's comment, because I've been thinking about the same thing actually a little bit. And the reason I have been thinking about it a little bit is, as you know, I do a lot with Colorado Cattlemen's and the Colorado Cattlemen's Land Trust. And they've had several challenges on some of their easements. And I see these in-stream flows coming up with the same challenges really quick. And basically the land trust got run over. I mean, they, even though that property was in an easement, they lost. And so in my mind, I mean, the easement was put in there to keep development from happening, but money prevailed. And I see that happening. If we get too many in-stream flows, it takes the specialness out of it. And I think it's harder to fight in a court battle or whatever when you got so many in-stream flows across the state. It takes the specialness out of it a little bit. And so that's just my 2 cents. Because I just, it still comes back to money. Water, whatever, everything follows money, and that's a terrible thing to say, but it's true. And so I think we've really got to be careful to make sure that we do these right. And I'm not knocking you guys. I think you do. It's just, I just don't think we throw a stick in the water and say we need an in-stream flow in every spot. So.
Director Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree. Like looking forward and trying to balance the needs is, I think, critical. I would argue on the other side, if we're also not careful in that balance, what we get left with is extinct species, state or federally listed species that come with other consequences. And so I really think it's so important to have that conversation about what do we know about the future of water and in-stream flow and human needs and the environmental needs as part of that. And then how do we use our collective genius to kind of figure out that sweet spot in all of that so that we don't have unintended consequences in any of the needs, quite frankly. So I appreciate you bringing that point up.
Thank you. Director Phil?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just 2 things. One, I want to get on the record that Nathan's not an idiot. And the second thing is, we recently came through the 50th anniversary of the program. And it occurred to me at that time that I don't think there's anything sort of in place to periodically or ever maybe review the program like these gentlemen are discussing. And I have thought to myself that, we might be at kind of that point where it would be good to sort of, and I won't be part of the board to do this, but to sort of review like the goals of the program, and what the directives should be as we are increasing more and more. And I think it might be worth also providing some opportunity maybe for people to bring forward particular situations where, some of these appropriations were made basically 50 years ago, and they may, they could stand some scrutiny maybe, and just looking at whether they're performing their function or more than that, and that kind of thing. So I don't know, it seems like a reasonable thing to consider for some point here in the next several years, to just kind of go back to the basics on it and see how we're doing.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next item.
Well, next item is two more in-stream flow items. So I am sensing a little fatigue. Brandy Logan, CWCB staff, I'm presenting items 5D and 5E. And I totally recognize that this has been an exceptional year for in-stream flow, where we have an uncommon number of items in front of the board taking up time. And one of the reasons for that are our in-stream flow rules. So we have our brand new rules are out. They were promulgated. This is the printed copy, if anybody would like a printed copy. And a whole lot of the stuff that is in the rules is really making sure that this is a public process, that there's a lot of information, that there's opportunity for comments, so that we are getting that information and that feedback from the public when the board, when you all are making your decisions about in-stream flows. And so the next two items are required items from the rules. So I'm going to start with 5D, postponement of hearing of the contested in-stream flow appropriation on Milk Creek and Water Division 6. This is just an informational item. There's no board action required. And as I said, the purpose of this agenda is to provide notice to the public of the proposed appropriation pursuant to Rule 5E of the rules concerning the Colorado in-stream flow and natural lake level program. So as background, in March of 2025, this board formed intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rates on Milk Creek with a modified notice and hearing schedule. And this map is just showing the location of this proposed in-stream flow on Mill Creek, which is a tributary to the Yampa River. This is a joint recommendation by the Bureau of Land Management and Colorado Parks and Wildlife. This appropriation was contested within the June 2nd deadline, and the table shows the parties and the participants. And in July, the board appointed Council Jen Mealy as the hearing officer. This is the hearing schedule. So the current hearing schedule. So the hearing officer set deadlines for a hearing process, and pre-hearing conferences were held in September. An extension was requested and granted to delay the pre-hearing statement and deadline. And a second extension was requested and granted to postpone the hearing to January 2026. And that shifts the remaining deadlines for rebuttal and the second pre-hearing conference also to January. So over the last few months, staff in Colorado, along with staff from CBW and BLM, we have been working extensively in an effort to resolve concerns. We have developed a turn sheet, and we appear largely to be in alignment with a few details left to resolve. So our next steps are going to be working to develop a stipulation in the language. We hope to be able to bring this back to you in January 2026. Ideally, review the stipulation and take final action, but there is potential for a hearing. And I'll take any questions.
Any comments or questions? Okay, hearing none.
All right, moving on. Brandy Logan, CWCB staff. Last item, 5E, uncontested appropriation update for Vermilion Creek, Water Division 6 again. This is an informational item with no board action required, and is also a required item by the rules. So This is the location of Vermilion Creek. It's a tributary to the Green River, and the recommendation was again made by BLM. And at the March 2025 meeting, the board declared its intent to appropriate 2 in-stream flow water rates on Vermilion Creek. These were not contested by the June 2nd deadline. However, landowner later expressed concerns, and staff and BLM have been working to address those concerns. We recently were able to meet with this landowner's attorney, and we believe we have an agreement that will resolve their concerns. So we plan to ask the board to take final action on these uncontested appropriations at the January 2026 meeting. And that is all I have. Happy to take questions.
Any comments or questions? Okay, hearing none.
Thanks.
Thank
And
you.
if you would like a paper copy, come see me or Kaylee. Great, well, thank you.
Item 6, in-stream flow acquisitions.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Lisa Brightunger with CWCB staff. This is agenda item 6A. I'm going to give one presentation for the 2 memos I submitted for the town of Basalt and the Basalt Water Conservancy District. You have heard a lot about Ruedi Reservoir releases this year, so I think everyone is pretty familiar with the material. The town of Basalt has proposed a 5-year water use agreement to lease Ruedi Reservoir water during the winter for in-stream flow use to deter anchor ice on the Frying Pan River. The releases would be scheduled for January 2026. The Basalt Water Conservancy District has proposed a one-time water use agreement to lease Ruedi Reservoir water. Their releases would be scheduled for December 2025. I know the board has heard the new acquisition procedures before, but for the record, here are the requirements. Pursuant to ISF Rule 6B and the statute listed, the board will use a 2-board meeting process to review, consider public comment, and approve or reject the proposed water use agreements. The board first considered these proposals at the September 2025 board meeting, and no request for a hearing was made for either of them. At this second board meeting today, final action on both proposals is required. Here's the location map to see where the releases will happen. For summer releases, we focused on the 15-mile reach of the Colorado River, but for winter releases, we are focusing on the Frying Pan River in the upper right-hand corner of the map. More specifically, we are looking at the lower Frying Pan River that runs 13 miles from the outflow of Ruedi Reservoir to its confluence with the Roaring Fork River in Basalt. Here's a quick reminder about why we want to have winter releases. During the winter on the Frying Pan River, anchor ice forms below the surface of the water and attaches to the bottom of the river. Anchor ice obstructs water flow and occupies and disrupts fish communities and macroinvertebrate habitat. During breakup, ice can scour the channel bottom and transport macroinvertebrates downriver, which can impact the forage base for trout and other fish species. I think it's really important to point out that the Roaring Fork Conservancy, as one of CWCB's partners, made it a priority to try and find local solutions for preventing anchor ice formation on the Frying Pan River. Besides finding local entities to donate their own water, they also found an entity to donate some money as well. I will talk about the monetary donation in the next presentation. Here are the 2 proposals. The town of Basalt's proposal is for a 5-year water use agreement, which allows for up to 5 annual short-term leases. For the first lease, they are offering releases totaling 300 acre-feet during January 2026. And secondly, the Basalt Water Conservancy District's proposal is for a one-time water use agreement, allowing 1 short-term lease of 500 acre-feet for December 2025. The proposed use of the water is to maintain flows of the Frying Pan River at 65 CFS to prevent the formation of anchor ice at times when there is a combination of cold temperatures and low flows during the winter. The releases would be stacked or combined with existing in-stream flow water rights in the same reach of the lower Frying Pan River to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. And the best part of these proposals is that there will be no cost to the board to lease the water. Both the town of Basalt and the Basalt Water Conservancy District have offered their water as a donation. Staff recommends that the board, one, direct staff to execute the 5-year water use agreement for the town of Basalt and accept the donation of 300 acre-feet. And two, direct staff to execute the one-time water use agreement for the Basalt Water Conservancy District and accept the donation of 500 acre-feet. Thank you. Any questions?
Are there any questions? Okay. So I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Director Vasquez. Do I hear a second? Second. Thank you, Director Combs. Motion made in second. Are there any questions? Hearing no questions, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record again, I'm Lisa Bright-Unger, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 6B. We have moved to another agenda item, but we are still talking about winter releases from Ruedi Reservoir on the Frying Pan River. This item is for a funding request to lease Ruedi Reservoir water during the winter from a previously approved water use agreement with the Colorado River Water Conservation District's Colorado River Water Projects Enterprise to deter anchor ice on the Frying Pan River. The CWCB and the Colorado River Enterprise signed a 5-year water use agreement in 2022 for winter releases on the Frying Pan River. Therefore, this agenda item is to request the funding for the lease from the existing water use agreement. One of the CWCB's partners, the Roaring Fork Conservancy, determined the total amount of water needed to help curtail anchor ice for this 2025-26 winter season in the Frying Pan River to be 2,423 acre-feet of Ruedi water and created the schedule for the releases. This is the same map I just showed in the previous presentation, but for anyone just joining us, we are focusing on the Frying Pan River in the upper right-hand corner, more specifically the lower Frying Pan River that runs 13 miles from the outflow of the Ruedi Reservoir to its confluence with the Roaring Fork River in Basalt. The Colorado River Enterprise has leased Ruedi Reservoir water to the CWCB for winter releases for 4 times since 2019. The 2022 water use agreement allows for the implementation of up to 5 separate short-term annual leases. This would be the second lease of the 2022 water use agreement. The Colorado River Enterprise has water rights stored in Ruedi Reservoir through contracts with the Bureau of Reclamation, which allow for winter releases to be used on the Frying Pan River. The enterprise is offering 1,623 acre-feet at a lease price of $88.20 per acre-foot. The request is to use money from the construction fund. Since the board just approved the water use agreements with the town of Basalt and the Basalt Water Conservancy District, we can show donations in this table. A total of 825 acre-feet is needed in December 2025. The Basalt Water Conservancy is supplying 500 acre-feet. The CWCB now needs to only purchase 325 acre-feet for December releases from the Colorado River Enterprise. For January 2026, 1,598 acre-feet is needed, and the town of Basalt is providing 300 acre-feet. Therefore, 1,298 acre-feet will need to be purchased from the Colorado River Enterprise. The CWCB needs to purchase 325 acre-feet in December and 1,298 acre-feet in January for a total of 1,623 acre-feet from the Colorado River Enterprise. The price to lease Ruedi water from the Colorado River Enterprise is $88.20 per acre foot, which is based on the enterprise's marketing policy for in-channel use in the Frying Pan and Roaring Fork rivers. The overall cost for the Ruedi water needed to deter anchor ice formation has been reduced by the donated Ruedi water from the town of Basalt and the Basalt Water Conservancy District. Therefore, the cost of this transaction is estimated to be $143,148.60. However, a large donation of $100,000 is currently being processed and might be available to pay for the majority of this transaction. The final cost could only be $43,148.60. The request to approve funds is from the Construction Fund. CWCB's Financial Policy 19 governs spending from the Construction Fund and requires Colorado Parks and Wildlife to provide certain information regarding the in-stream flow reaches. When the water use agreement between the CWCB and the enterprise was approved in 2022, the requirements of Policy 19 were followed by CPW. As the end of September, we have spent about $578,000 of the $1 million construction fund. Staff recommends that the board authorize an expenditure of up to $143,148.60 of funds from the construction fund for a second lease under the 5-year water use agreement signed in 2022 with the Colorado River Water Projects Enterprise for 1,623 acre-feet of leased water from Ruedi Reservoir. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions, comments? Director Felt?
A question on this possible donation. It feels a little, I mean, I don't know who it is or where it's coming from, but it feels a little out of sequence that we would approve 143 and that then they would still want to sort of pay back 100. Can you say
Yes.
any more about the dynamic at work there?
Thank you for the question. This has been done in the past where the money wasn't ready at the time of the board meeting. So the board approves the amount and then we can wait for the money to be ready and then we'd only pay the remaining balance.
Well, okay, without prying, is this money sort of somewhat locally generated?
Yes, and I believe Heather from the Roaring Fork Conservancy is on the line right now. I didn't want to say who it was, but she might be able to. I'm not sure. Heather, are you there? You don't? Okay. Yes, it is a local organization and it's gone through most of the process, but it's a public process. And so there's a slight delay.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I really appreciate that. This is during my time on this board. I've felt supportive of tackling the challenge, but also acknowledge that it's not a unique challenge. Many of our smaller rivers have the same challenge, but I always was hopeful to see that local contribution because I just think that's important. So I appreciate the effort that's going into that.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay. I will go ahead and entertain a motion. Director Felt, do I hear a second? Thank you, Director Camblin. Any questions? No questions. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, on to another subject. For the record, I'm Lisa Bright-Unger with CWCB staff. This is agenda item 6C, a proposed dedication from the city of Fort Collins of protected mitigation releases from the new reservoir capacity of the Halligan Reservoir for use in the qualified stream reach on the North Fork of the Ketchlapooter River in Water Division 1. This Halligan Reservoir project will also be presented to you tomorrow by Zach Salin to include in the Project 2026 projects bill. I will first quickly review the board procedures for a new acquisition. Pursuant to ISF Rule 6B and the statute listed, the board uses a two-board meeting process to review, consider public comment, and approve or reject the proposed water use agreement. The board first considered this proposal at the September 2025 meeting, and no request for a hearing was made. Final action on this proposal is required today. This proposed acquisition is for protected mitigation releases for the Halligan project. This is only the second time bringing a proposal for protected mitigation releases to the board. The first proposal was from Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District for protected mitigation releases from Glade Reservoir into a segment of the Ketchlapooter River in 2018. Here's the location map of the Halligan project. At the top of this map is the Halligan Reservoir with the new reservoir capacity. In the middle of the map, the orange line shows the segment of the North Fork of the Ketchlapooter that is the qualifying stream reach, which begins at the Halligan Reservoir and stretches approximately 22 miles, ending in the Milton-Seaman Reservoir. Fort Collins is currently pursuing the enlargement of the existing Halligan Reservoir located on the North Fork. The Halligan project is a water supply project that primarily entails the enlargement of Halligan Reservoir by means of the construction of a replacement dam for the existing Halligan Reservoir Dam. As part of the Halligan project, Fort Collins will also rebuild the existing North Pooter Canal diversion structure located on the North Fork between Halligan Reservoir and Milton-Seaman Reservoir to allow for the bypass of water that is released from the Halligan new reservoir capacity past the North Pooter Canal diversion structure to the qualifying stream reach. This rebuild of the diversion structure will create a mechanism for keeping water in the North Fork at times when the North Pooter Irrigation Company is diverting water into the North Pooter Canal. Fort Collins was required to submit a fish and wildlife mitigation and enhancement plan for the new reservoir capacity. In the Halligan Fish and Wildlife Enhancement Plan, Fort Collins committed to making mitigation releases from the new reservoir capacity for delivery to and through the qualifying stream reach located on the North Fork to maintain stream flows at the determined rates and then redivert the water downstream of the qualified stream reach. As recommended in the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan, this table shows the amount of water being offered to the CWCB that needs to be deemed appropriate to preserve and improve the natural environment by the board. There is a permanent winter release plan which will alleviate the historical and current winter dry up below Halligan Dam with continuous releases of a minimum of 3 CFS from October through the end of April, and a permanent summer low flow plan, which will alleviate the historical and current summer and fall dry up below the North Pooter Canal, with releases to maintain at least 5 CFS from May 1st through the end of September. The Halligan project also includes a temporary environmental pool where Fort Collins's water that is not yet needed for municipal supply will be released for various environmental benefits, which will address both dry up locations and other needs. The temporary environmental pool releases can be made at any time of the year and will be used as additional flows to preserve and improve the environment up to the improved flow rates provided by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. This table shows Colorado Parks and Wildlife's recommended flow rates. The board needs to determine that the acquired protected mitigation releases would be best utilized by protecting the water through the qualified stream reach with CPW's recommended preserve and improve target flow rates. During the winter period of October through March, the preserved flow rate is 12 CFS and the improved target rate is between 12 and 13 CFS. In spring and summer, from April 1st through September 30th, the preserved flow rate is for up to 30 CFS and the improved flow rate is between 30 to 53 CFS. The benefits of the protected mitigation releases are they will eliminate almost all zero flow days on the North Fork, benefit small-bodied native fish, create additional wetted channel area that will benefit small-bodied native fish, trout, and macroinvertebrates. Reestablish basic habitat requirements for aquatic species through the reintroduction of perennial flow. The board has previously been involved in making decisions regarding the Halligan project. First, the Halligan FWMEP was adopted by the board as the official state position on mitigation of the Halligan new reservoir capacity of the Halligan Reservoir's impacts on fish and wildlife resources at its board meeting held in July 2023. Second, at the same board meeting, the board conditionally approved Fort Collins' request to partially inundate the upstream in-stream flow water right as part of the Halligan project, as long as the recommendations of the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan are followed. Fort Collins is donating some of their water storage rights for the protected mitigation releases. Therefore, there are no purchase costs. However, as part of the normal workload, CWCB staff will participate as co-applicant in water court. Okay, here's the staff recommendations. There's quite a few, and I'm going to read through all of them. Staff's recommendation to the board is to approve the following. 1, conclude that the use of the water under the proposed acquisition for the protected mitigation releases is appropriate to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree in the North Fork Ketch-Laputa River through the qualified stream reach. 2, determine that the acquired protected mitigation releases would be best utilized by protecting the water through the specified qualified stream reach up to CPW's recommended winter, spring, and summer preserve and improve flow rates. 3, accept the dedication of water from Fort Collins. And 4, determine that this proposal will accomplish the condition of the board's inundation approval dated July 19th, 2023, which was to follow the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan, which this proposal accomplishes. 5, authorize the director to execute the water dedication and delivery agreement in a form substantially similar to the draft provided with this memo. 6, direct staff to work with the Attorney General's office and Fort Collins to file a water court application in accordance with Section 3792-1028 CRS. That's everything. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Hearing none. Okay, I'll go ahead. I just want to make sure to announce that Director Nguyen did step out and he did recuse himself from this item.
Oh, okay.
And so I'll go ahead and entertain a motion at this time.
So moved.
Thank you, Director Johnson. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Director Hawes. Motion made and second. Are there any questions? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so at this time, we're going to go ahead and adjourn for lunch. I am going to go ahead and ask that CWCB board members get in line first so that we can get back here on time. And we will start our next session at 12:45. Thank you. We're going to ask my board members to take their seats.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I do want to make sure, I do state that Director Nguyen and Director Johnson have recused themselves and they are no longer in the room. And I'll go ahead and turn this over to Director Riss for a quick announcement.
I wanted to make sure that everyone in the room was aware that a new clarifying procedural order was issued by the hearing officer for this matter before the board. We've asked there be hard copies printed. The order just outlines the schedule of events for this afternoon to provide some additional clarity of who's speaking when and how much time everybody has. So if you are a party to the case, you should have received that. We will be posting it on our website as soon as we can get it up there, and also hopefully have hard copies in the room.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. So the board needs to move to appoint a new hearing officer because we do not have the same hearing officer from our last meeting. Attorney Colicchio. And so we have a new attorney that is going to potentially be taking her place is Kyle Whitaker. Davenport.
Yeah, Kyle.
Sorry.
That would seem a little biased.
I did some quick research in the last minute and we were wrong.
Laura, sorry, that was my fault.
It's all good. So now everybody's had a good laugh. We're going to go ahead and move on to some, way to break the ice. So we're going to go ahead and I am going to ask the board to move. I need a motion and we're going to vote on appointing Kyle Davenport as our new hearing officer for the rest of this Shoshone hearing and deliberations. So I'll go ahead and entertain that motion.
I move that we appoint Kyle Davenport as our hearing officer.
Thank you, Director Vasquez. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Director Gibbs. Is there any questions, comments? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Davenport. I gotta change my notes, sorry. Okay, and now I will entertain a motion to reopen the administrative records for the Shoshone hearing.
So moved.
Thank you, Director Hawes. Thank you, Director Felt. Motion made in second. Is there any questions? Comments? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion passes, so the record is now open. And so we'll go ahead and move on to public comment. And we have we also have some written public comments, but we do have 3 individuals that are going to be making public comment. The first one is Representative McCluskey, and you do have 3 minutes. Thank you. And we do have an official timekeeper, so we will be keeping time. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board, and thank you, Chair Cloud, and to your staff. My gratitude for having a moment to share my perspective and hopes for your decision today. I particularly want to highlight your commitment to transparency, your in-depth analysis, and your commitment to working with our public and engaging with the public on such an important issue before this state. Colorado almost never has an opportunity to secure a durable, permanent solution for the Colorado River, and certainly not with a water right as senior, as foundational, and iconic as the Shoshone. What is before you is more than a transaction. It is a chance to protect a defining piece of our river system permanently for the betterment of our entire state. This opportunity exists because of exceptional collaboration. The River District, Xcel Energy Public Service have worked hand in hand with CWCB staff to design an agreement that pairs ecological benefits with long-term certainty for local economies and water users on both sides of the divide. And remarkably, that effort has brought together the most unlikely of coalitions that include ranchers and kayakers, conservation groups and chambers of commerce, anglers and municipal water providers. Communities that often disagree have been united in the shared truth that now is the moment to do something important for our state. The General Assembly recognizes this as well, and following the CWCB's unanimous recommendation, legislators approved a bipartisan, near unanimous $20 million appropriation to the River District to purchase the Shoshone water rights. That vote reflected a clear understanding across regions, divides, and political parties that this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the state of Colorado. A key strength of the agreement before you is co-management. This approach is grounded firmly in statute and precedent, and it is essential to ensuring the Shoshone right is exercised exactly as intended in perpetuity. Co-management provides certainty for the entire state. It strengthens protections for both Western Slope and Front Range water users, and ensures that future generations inherit a Colorado River that still functions as a river. Your decision today carries generational weight, and by accepting the interest in these rights, moving into the next phase being the rigorous protections of water court, the CWCB will take a decisive step towards safeguarding the historic flows in the Colorado River and establishing a durable partnership between the state and the Western Slope. On behalf of the General Assembly, thank you again for your dedication, your expertise, your partnership. I urge you to recognize this important and historic moment and adopt the staff recommendation and help deliver a lasting legacy for the Colorado River. Time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next, we have Anna Stout.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for your time and your deliberate work and your service on this board. I am Anna Stout, former mayor of the city of Grand Junction and current Grand Junction city council member. And I want to open with the first reference that was ever made to the land that would become Grand Junction that was made in a national newspaper. And that was during the Hayden expedition. This is Camp 30 on the Dolores, West Colorado, Friday, August 6th, 1875. Cutting a bunch of it out, but this is after the expedition crosses a lofty tableland. We saw a land which might truly be called the abomination of desolation, utter desolation, sterility, and barrenness were its only features. It was a magnificent but depressing sight. In its present state, it is unfit for human habitation. But the river, from where we had seen it 15 miles back, high up on the face of the ridge, it seemed a mere streamlet, and here it was, broad, deep stream flowing onto its junction with the Grand, with a smooth current. A great river, oceans of water, a wealth of it, precious as gold in this desert land. That's the river that we're talking about, and that is the river that made Grand Junction in Western Colorado what it is today. And it's in Western Colorado, we are a significant part of the state's economy and of the nation's survival when it comes to our agriculture, when it comes to our water users. This river for us it's not just about the environment, but it's also about the economy. This is an existential question for Western Colorado. And what you have before you today, this proposal from the Colorado River District, the Public Service Company of Colorado, and staff, this will create the permanent collaborative solution between the state of Colorado and the Western Slope, which will protect the health of the Colorado River for generations to come. Grand Junction was one of the first municipalities to come to the table with money to support this. The city of Grand Junction committed $1 million out of our reserves. And that was the beginning, and many communities followed because this is so important to Western Colorado. And we would ask you to keep that in mind. You have a proposal before you this morning that would codify a multi-benefit balanced solution, and that we believe the collaboration that's before you is exactly what we need for the protection of this river, for the protection of the water rights, and for the protection of the way of life and the existence of Western Colorado. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Paul Boucher.
Thank you, Chair Cloud, Board of Directors. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing my comments. As most of you know, my family ranches in Grand County and have diversion rights out of the main stem Colorado River. I served a 3-year term on this board expiring in March of this year. I have tracked the Shoshone acquisition closely for a long time and continue after my time on the board. Given that I made the motion on January 29th, 2024, approving staff recommendation that the CWCB authorize $20 million from the severance tax perpetual base fund to partially fund the Colorado River Conservation District's purchase of the Shoshone hydro plant water right, I felt inclined to comment today. Over the past couple of days, I did a robust trip down memory lane, reviewing documents and watching past board meetings regarding the Shoshone conversation. Most importantly, the River District's update in November of 2023 and January of 2024, where the vote was made. With the amount of money requested and potential impacts to the system as a whole, there was a lot asked of the River District and the CWCB staff. There are 2 takeaways from my review that stand above the rest. First, the monumental achievement this would be for our state if done properly. Second, we asked the River District for transparency, openness for conversations, and most importantly, partnership. In my opinion, the River District and CWCB staff have achieved all that has been requested of them to this point. My hat is off to the River District and CWCB staff for working so diligently to make this happen. Co-management of the water right between the River District and CWCB creates a number of protections for the West Slope, the Front Range, the river, and our entire state. The partnership it creates is historic and necessary for this monumental achievement. As many of you know, I do not take lightly the importance of relationships and partnerships with our Front Range friends. Those relationships and partnerships are more important statewide now than ever with ongoing interstate negotiations. We must find ways to stay united. In my eyes, the conversations of historical use of the water right, non-injury of the water right belong in water court. We all know there's still a lot of process left to be had. It is there where robust analysis can be done and proper review will occur to ensure non-injury to statewide interests and that we can work together as a unified state. In conclusion, I encourage the board to approve staff recommendation on this agenda item. Thank you to the River District for your effort and flexibility during this journey. I give you great credit for navigating this process. Thank you to CWCB staff, Rob and team. I am not surprised at the great work you have done, further proving that the CWCB is not only the best water agency in the state, but that is the best agency in the state of Colorado, period. Thank you for your time. I miss you all. And with that, I conclude my comments.
Thank you. DS? Okay. Is there anybody in the room that would like to make a public comment? Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to staff and CDR joint presentation.
Good afternoon. For the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. There's limited time for this presentation, so I'm just going to jump right in. After the September CWCB meeting, Hearing Officer Caliglio issued an order on October 14th, 2025, identifying 4 directives from the board that need clarification or additional information for the November 2025 deliberations. I will present along with the River District on these directives and how they have been incorporated into the current version of the ISF agreement submitted by staff. So during deliberations at the September hearing, the board indicated their desire to have all parties reach an agreement. Since the September meeting, staff from the CWCB and the River District continued efforts to reach a settlement, participating weekly and semi-weekly meetings, including over a half dozen meetings with the various objecting parties, which were mediated by the Colorado Forum. Despite considerable effort, a final settlement was not reached. CWCB staff and the River District revised the in-stream flow agreement to address the board's 4 directives, and related matters raised by the numerous parties was considered, and many of their requests have been incorporated into the revised ISF agreement. Changes made since the May 2025 version submitted for the September 2025 hearing were attached to staff's memo that you should have received. So now I'm going to go through each one of the directives individually and just highlight the actions that were taken. So Directive 1A, CWCB staff will provide revised ISF agreement in November to address relevant external agreements. And so the ISF agreement submitted by staff has been modified to include a new paragraph 23 that acknowledges the existence of those external agreements, but does not incorporate them into the ISF agreement, and that the ISF agreement is not intended to modify those agreements in any way. Second one was 1B, CWCB staff will work with the River District to clarify that the River District will pay the cost for any future measurement infrastructure. So new language was added to paragraph 6 to clarify that the River District will be responsible for the costs associated with any infrastructure reasonably determined to be necessary by the Division 5 engineer to measure and administer water available for in-stream flow use, including the cost to construct, maintain, and operate any measuring devices. Along with that, language is also contained in paragraph 22 that makes clear that CWCB and Public Service Company of Colorado are not responsible for the construction or modification of any structures for use of the Shoshone water rights for ISF use. 1C, the River District and CWCB staff should provide any additional analysis as to where this measurement infrastructure should be located. And the Shoshone water rights are currently and have since 1940 been administered using the Colorado River at .0 gauge. Adding ISF use to the Shoshone water rights may not require any change to the location of where these rights are administered. Measurement infrastructure is usually addressed in water court process as required by the division engineer for administration. And attempting to address measurement infrastructure during the CWCB administrative process could unnecessarily and inadvertently bind or restrict later needs for project operation. If other requirements are imposed, such as differentiation between the measured portion of flow used for ISF versus hydropower, then a measurement structure would be analyzed and designed at that time. Moreover, the Division of Water Resources, as you heard this morning, is currently in the process of conducting a formal process to develop measurement rules in Water Division 5. And for those reasons, staff believes it is premature to conduct additional analysis regarding the location of potential measurement structures, but are confident that if a new measurement infrastructure is ultimately needed, that this is a technical issue that can be effectively solved at a later time, potentially during the water court process. On to number 2, CWCB staff will be objective regarding the average consumptive use and average historical use calculation to assess what is the best methodology during any additional negotiations leading up to November. Staff will not endorse any proposed analysis provided to date. So paragraph 14A of the in-stream flow agreement has been modified to indicate that CWCB staff will provide objective expertise and input consistent with CWCB's statutory authority and obligations. And also in paragraph 15 was added indicating that the ISF agreement should not be construed as an endorsement by the CWCB of the draft report from BBA Water Consultants from November 2024 or the preliminary historical use analysis contained here within. The third one was the board requests an analysis of whether there is a need to be explicit in the ISF agreement regarding when it is referring to the board or staff. If this is clear to staff, no further action is needed. So the ISF agreement has been clarified in a few small areas, and staff believes that no further action is needed for correction, that it is clear. Related to this is the final directive. The board requests clarification from CWCB staff on the various and related roles of the board, CWCB staff, and the River District in requesting administration of this ISF water right. And so paragraph 7 of the ISF agreement has been substantially modified to address concerns discussed at the September hearing regarding the roles of the board, CWCB staff, and the River District in requesting administration. And the River District will delve more into these changes in a few moments. So before I turn over to the River District to go through item 7, I wanted to provide you with staff recommendation, which is here in 4 parts. It should be noted that these fulfill the requirements needed for initial flow acquisition, which are different from those of an in-stream flow appropriation, which you may be more familiar with and already moved on earlier today. So the first is to accept a perpetual interest in the junior and senior Shoshone water rights for ISF use up to the full decreed amounts, and to determine that this use will preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. Direct the CWCB director to sign the proposed ISF agreement. Determine that protecting the Shoshone water rights in the Shoshone Reach, subject to the terms and conditions in the final water court decree, and amounts up to the stream flow rates recommended by CPW to preserve and improve the natural environment, is the best utilization of the acquired interest in water to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. And finally, direct staff to work with the Attorney General's office and the River District and Public Service Company as co-applicants to file a water court application requesting to add in-stream flow use to the Shoshone water rights in accordance with section 3792-1023. And with that, I will yield to the River District.
Well, thank you, Rob. Thank you, members of the board and staff. My name is Andy Mueller. I am the general manager at the Colorado River District. With me is Peter Fleming. Can I get a time check real quick? 12:26. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the time and a bit. Is that remaining? Just to make sure. Okay, perfect. I can be verbose, so I need to be careful. I do want to introduce very quickly coalition members who are here and have traveled over from the West Slope because of the importance of this issue. If I could ask you all to stand up. What we have today are folks who've traveled from 11 different local governments, 9 different ditch companies. We have over 17 elected and appointed officials in the room. And they aren't here because we've asked them to be here. They're here because they volunteered to come. They wanted to be here for this historic moment. If you have questions or concerns, I would ask you to call them as well as us to the stand if you are curious. I want to talk about paragraph 4. I think Rob did a great job covering the first 3 directives from this board. The fourth one, paragraph 7A, B, and C is what we've broken it into. You know, as it was discussed in September, we at the CWCB staff and CRD staff recognized that we had a pretty incomplete paragraph. It was our intention that we would work collaboratively together to in times of need when there were needs for reducing the call. We didn't do a great job of explaining that. So we've spent a lot of time, a lot of effort to come up with the language and the provisions that will do that. We've spent a lot of time talking to the Front Range about this and through our mediators. I want you to see this. This is kind of the limitations on this water right. So the water right is decreed for 1,408 CFS, the 2 water rights together. But as we go through that change of use case, the first limitation will be those terms and conditions designed to protect all parties from injury and to make sure that we're not expanding that right. So that's that kind of first squeeze on the water rights, to make sure that we are mimicking the historic flow, not just and use, not just the decreed amount. So it will be shrunk down. The next is found in paragraph 7A. I'm going to get into the details of this in a minute, but it is initiated at Denver Water's request during certain periods of very clearly defined drought. It is an agreement called the 2007 Call Relaxation Agreement. There was a placeholder in it in our original in-stream flow agreement that we submitted. We've flushed that out. We have the terms and conditions. It is exercised anytime those conditions exist on the river when Denver requests it. So it is solely at the election of Denver, the discretion on that issue. The next is a co-management provision, right? That's the provision that's kind of causing all the hassle here today and concern from our Front Range friends. It is designed to create a process that is responsive to anyone's needs on the river. It could be Front Range, it could be a West Slope water user, it could be a large city, it could be a small city, it could be an irrigation district that's running into trouble. They can trigger that effect, and I'll walk you through that process in a minute. The next is something that we came up with to try to help folks allay their concerns about the river district's involvement. And that is with the junior right, under certain defined terms and conditions, certain times, the CWCB has the sole discretion to reduce the junior call under certain times and conditions. And we'll talk about that as well. Let's first turn to the mandatory call relaxation, right? This is the 2007 call relaxation. When storage in Denver system is at 80% and the stream flow at Kremling is predicted to be 85% or less, Denver Water has the right to bring the Shoshone call down to half, down to 708 CFS for a period between March 14th and May 20th. That's the rising limit of the hydrograph. It is something that when the call goes down, it benefits all people above the call, right? It's very important to understand that it's not a selective subordination. In severe times of drought, that shortage kicks in. We've had that kick in since it was signed in 2007. And Aurora, Colorado Springs, Denver, even to some extent the municipal subdistrict of Northern have all benefited from that. And I want to say so has the River District with our Wolford Mountain Reservoir. In that, Denver is obligated to take 10% of their saved water and provide it to the west slope for in-stream uses on the west slope. We're translating that and keeping that commitment from Denver as it goes forward in perpetuity in this in-stream flow agreement. We're asking, as Denver agreed to in the original document, to work with us to get that same 10% agreement of saved water from the other Front Range entities so that we can mitigate the impacts on the natural environment, particularly in the in-stream flow reach. And so we're focused on that. We're hopeful that that will happen. We're not asking you to approve that or require that of the Front Range entities. We're saying we, the staff, Denver Water, will work with those other entities to get their agreement on that. I want to turn to the next one, and this is that voluntary call. So today, Lauren and I are two of the key players in this situation. There would be a call for a request that we reduce this call. There would be a written communication, email in today's world would come into us. We would promptly call a broad-based meeting of stakeholders, most likely virtually if it's a timely manner. And we've identified in that paragraph all of the parties that will receive the invitation, but others are welcome to attend. It is an open meeting. It is not a closed group of folks. Anybody with a stake in the river is welcome to be in those meetings and to provide input to the CWCB director and the River District General Manager. We've also listed a set of factors under 7B3 in that paragraph. Those factors guide the collaborative process and discussion. We created this, and it's a suggestive list. It's not an exclusive list. There are other factors that can be considered. I'd be happy to discuss those factors in detail, but unfortunately, we don't have time to walk through them. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer those questions about those. I will focus a little bit on the compact collaboration factor in a minute. But after that process, it's the CWCB and the River District that make the decision either to reduce the call or not to reduce the call. If the decision is not a joint decision to reduce the call, we have added a provision for 3 members of the CWCB Board and the Colorado River District Board to call a public meeting, a joint public meeting, where they would receive public comment and input, and then give direction to each of their respective directors or general managers. The decision would still be requiring a joint management decision. This is in there largely because there's some concerns that certain River District general managers might be unreasonable, right? So maybe my board will tell me to be reasonable. That's what we're hoping, right? I also want to point out that in the factors in that list, there is a requirement that we be reasonable, that we not unreasonably deny a call reduction. There were some concerns and comments about that in September. We are truly being responsive to those requests. The other thing I would point out is that the intention there is to have one main STEM director from the CWCB, one from the requesting basin, and another director at the discretion of the chair. But all CWCB members are welcome to attend, just as all River District Board members are welcome to attend that meeting. We have 3 of the Colorado River District members are from the main stem. Want to turn to the compact collaboration. This is something that was in an agreement with both Aurora and Colorado Springs. They were worried that if we put this in-stream flow in place and we were involved in when that call gets reduced, that we wouldn't actually consider their needs. And we said, look, we will agree to get together and collaborate with you and work in a way to make sure there are not disparate impacts on either side of the divide during the times of compact curtailment. This caused some consternation among the interstate unit here in the state. I want to thank State Engineer Ullman and Director Riss for putting together a collaborative group and speaking and talking about this and finding the language that is now in here. State Engineer Ullman provided it. We have included it. We think it is really important to be in there. There is a clarifying paragraph that says that nothing in this document supplants the authority that the state engineer has. That was never the intent of the parties, and we're happy to make sure that that language is in this agreement. So want to again thank your staff and State Engineer Ullman. The next one is the new CWCB discretionary in-stream call reduction on the junior right? So if we don't reach an agreement, if the River District says, hey, we're just not able to agree to reduce that call, the requesting party has the ability, and the CWCB has the ability to make a decision to reduce the junior call up to 20 days, and 1 out of every 20 years. So this is a really extreme drought situation. This is one that would kick in. I will just say, by the way, 20 days is longer. The average, or excuse me, median time the junior right is on is only 11 days since 1985. So at a 20-day, that's well above the median. That's but under very strict conditions, the requesting party in that instance has to have their lawn watering, outdoor watering, down to 1 day a week. And the reason we're asking for that is that we do not want the Colorado River or the senior water right holders who are entitled to the condition on the river below Shoshone to suffer unless everybody is doing their part. I want to leave you with the staff's recommendation again, just so you have it up. I know we are happy to take questions at this point, as are the CWCB staff members and Attorney General. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So right now we have the opportunity to ask questions, the board members, of either the CWCB staff or the Colorado River District. And I just want to remind you that these are, this is unlimited amount of time for us to ask these questions. So does anybody have any questions to ask? Director McLeod?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I apologize for not noticing this in September, but this is one of the risks of having a lawyer on the Water Conservation Board. In paragraph A of the recitals, it says the CWCB was granted exclusive authority in 1973. That's not correct. Exclusive authority wasn't granted until 1987, even though the program was initiated in 1973. So, Rob, I have some questions.
Director McLeod, can you use the other mic? I think your mic is not working.
Oh, that one works. So, Rob, with paragraph 14 in the agreement where you talk about the staff participating in the water court process, I'm wondering if it should say may participate rather than shall participate. I mean, are you compelled to participate, or you just want the authority to participate if it's appropriate?
I think the latter, that we'd want the ability to participate if needed.
So I think the language should be may and not shall. Would you agree?
We could change that.
I would like that. I hope the board would support me in that. And in 23, we have the language that talks about The final sentence says this ISF agreement is not intended to and does not modify those agreements in any way. Should we say modify or supersede those agreements in any way? I think that's a more accurate depiction of what we're trying to do here. That work for you?
Yes.
River District okay with that?
Yeah.
Now, finally, with the distinction between staff and board in terms of CWCB actions here, in some parts of the agreement, you've been specific and say CWCB staff. In other places, it continues just to say CWCB. So does that mean where it doesn't designate staff, that it includes the board? Or do we just have to decide ad hoc when the board is involved in these decisions? Because some of them clearly are policy level choices in this agreement. So
I guess, yeah.
Hi, for the record, Jen Mealy. My thoughts in the agreement are that when there is an action that needs to be taken by CWCB staff, we've designated CWCB staff. When there's a concept that binds the agency, then we refer to the agency as a whole, which would be staff and the board. If you see instances where you don't think that holds true, then we might need to look at that.
well, I think there are some places where it's not clear whether it's staff or board. Well, for example, when we go through the things to be considered in this voluntary call reduction, the collaborative reduction, it says in deciding whether to implement a voluntary ISF call reduction, the CWCB and the River District shall consider. Well, does that mean the staff or the board?
Well, I think in that process, it involves the director, it involves staff, and so it is the agency as a whole, and folks have various roles as spelled out later. I believe in that provision.
Well, but in the preceding paragraph, we specifically say CWCB staff. So yeah, I assume that the staff is involved in this process of going through the collaborative effort. So shouldn't it say that the staff will consider those things? I mean, I'm just worried about it at some time in the future when none of the rest of us none of us are in the room. The question could come up is who gets to make this decision? Could we have a clarifying sentence or?
Yes, we can go through it, and where it needs to be, if we're seeing locations like this one you mentioned, 3, we can make those clarifications before it's signed. And I'm just trying to think, in this instance, you mentioned if we reduce it to staff, I think that is okay, but then there's a role for the board later on. So I'm just trying to think through how that clarification would be made. What's the sentence you're proposing?
Well, that we specify that if it doesn't say staff specifically, it means that it's a
Includes the board.
board decision.
Okay.
And I think there are several places, not only in the paragraph 7, but further on in the agreement where CWCB has to do this or do that or implement this or that. And I think most of those are board decisions, not staff. So, and I think you'll see them if you go through. I don't want to iterate every single one that I've marked in the agreement, but I think it's necessary to be very clear about who's in charge of making those decisions.
Okay, great.
Can I make a suggestion, Jen? Would it help to have a definition section wherever it doesn't say CWCB board, it assumes CWCB staff
Yes.
or the agency?
Yeah.
And that would simplify it for you, I think.
Okay, thank you. We'll look at a potential definition or any alternative sentence that says what Director McLeod stated, which if not staff, it means it includes the board.
That would help.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any more questions? Director Cause?
Microphone, is it working? Oops, okay. Special. I feel special. Thank you. So my question is on the collaborative process for voluntary in-stream flow call reduction. This feels like it could be abused. I mean, can anybody request this at any time? Or will there be some criteria to kind of weed out, like some standard of proof? So so that we're not in a situation where you're getting 10 requests per season. So is there any way to kind of limit the potential for abuse?
Director Hawes, if I can try to answer that, at least from the River District's perspective, limiting it to a certain number, a group or a certain time of the season or a certain class of water users, to me is what we don't want. I really don't believe that that people will enact this paragraph willy-nilly. What I think is important is that anybody with a stake in the river can raise an issue to the CWCB and the River District and ask us to take it seriously and evaluate it. If it's a frivolous request, it will be dealt with accordingly, right? But just think about the various interests that this board represents, that we all have to work with and do work with, whether they're cities or agriculture or environmental or recreation interests. If we limit it to water users, if we limit it to cities, it becomes a very exclusionary process. And so my intent, at least with suggesting this language, is really that it be open to anyone with a stake in the river. So.
I would just add that we would agree too. And we didn't want to get into a situation where there's something we didn't contemplate in the future and there's restrictions in place that someone couldn't legitimately go to those entities and make a request that would be limited for some reason. That would be the worst case scenario. So I think that we erred on the side of the opposite way.
Okay, any more questions? Director McClellan?
Well, just to follow up on that, either for Rob or Andy, it says in 7B that in limited circumstances, an ISF call reduction may be implemented. Are the limited circumstances defined by the criteria that are in the paragraph? Is that what defines the limited circumstances?
Yes, Director McLeod, we believe that those limited circumstances will be defined by the criteria. And I want to stress that we believe we heard this board say very clearly, you would like to see a process, and we understood in a process that everybody could look at and say, okay, I understand how to initiate this. I understand what will happen when I initiate it. And we also heard that you would like to see some factors listed that we are required to evaluate. And that's the purpose of those factors. And if you look through those factors, I believe that it really does create some limitations on when that will that call reduction will occur. It's a balancing test of interests, right? And so making sure that we have all of those factors listed and that they're considered, it truly are important. I want to say we didn't list them in order of importance, and we specifically said they're not, because every situation is going to be different. And therefore, you're going to have to look and weigh different factors differently on a fact-specific basis.
Oh, I'm fine with all that. My question though is, could we make it clear that those conditions do represent the limited circumstances? Because this just general statement, it says in limited circumstances, could we say that the limited circumstances are defined by these criteria?
We could. Yeah, we could do that, but our overall intent in listing those factors, and we call them factors instead of criteria, because as Andy pointed out, it's intended to be a balancing test. It's not a pass-fail on, factor X versus factor Y, but it's an overall balancing test. I think the prefatory language of in limited circumstances is just intended to indicate that this is not run-of-the-mill drought. This is not, it was a dry year and everybody should reduce the call. It was intended as a prefatory statement, as this is not to be, as Andy's said, implemented willy-nilly. And hopefully we can weed those out pretty quickly to address Director Hawes's comment. But those factors are not intended to be specific standards by which a request is judged positively or negatively. I hope that's clarifying.
I understand that, but I'm still trying to figure out what the circumstances are, what the limited circumstances are. I mean, that's just kind of a broad general. And so if someone comes in and the two directors say, well, that's not a limited circumstance. I mean, because there's no definition of what a limited circumstance is.
And it might vary from one year to the next. Because you could have a drought situation where the river flows were particularly low in one year, affected one water user, but didn't affect other water users because the previous year, the storage and the runoff was really good, but maybe X water user doesn't have that storage capacity in the current dry year. That's why we didn't want to define specific criteria. So maybe I'm not answering the question accurately, Director McLeod, but I mean, the bottom line was that we didn't want there to be a specific criteria to define what those limited circumstances are. We could say if, a drought of, 50% projected runoff or whatever, but that wasn't the intent.
Well, and if I can say, I mean, this is really, if you think back to the funnel diagram that we provided, this is a rare event, right? So multi-year droughts most often will be taken care of by the 2007 call relaxation agreement. That's when Denver's system gets hammered one year and doesn't refill the next, and that's when we've seen it. These are the circumstances where someone's had a cybersecurity attack, an infrastructure failure. We've talked before about the Green Mountain Historic User Pool being predicted not to fill. There are a number of things that would trigger requests under this. And our concern is if you start defining them based on drought criteria or water user specific actions or systems actions, that the list grows far too long and you'll forget something if it's a limiting list. And then 20 years down the road, the director of the CWCB and whoever's in my place may say, God, I wish we could do it, but it's not listed under this agreement. And so we're trying to make it broad enough to incorporate the unforeseeable, which is really what this provision is about, it's about adapting to the future as it comes at us and not knowing what it's going to look like.
Okay. Final question on that paragraph. If a party comes before the directors, River District and CWCB and says, we'd like a call reduction, can those directors say yes without going through this process, or is the process required?
The way I read this, the process is required.
Okay, thank you.
Director Hawes?
Yes, thank you. So I apologize in advance. We got a lot of material on Monday and there's other things going on in life where we're trying to catch up with all this stuff. Am I right in reading what's in the agreement by staff and the River District related to the mandatory call reduction? Is it different than what the Denver Water and the Front Range entities are proposing? And if so, can you explain how that's different?
It is different in a number of ways, and a little background might help explain that difference. Under the paragraph 7A mandatory call relaxation that we have proposed, we are trying to mirror the circumstances under which Denver Water is able to trigger a relaxation of the Shoshone water rights when they are being used for hydropower purposes by public service company. There's an agreement in place called the 2007 Call Reduction Agreement, Shoshone Call Relaxation. It's called a couple different things, but just say the 2007 Call Reduction Agreement should suffice. Now, coincidentally, it was entered into between Denver and Public Service Company. Those are the only two parties to that agreement in 2007, and it expires in the year 2032, not too far off. under that agreement, when two specific drought criteria exist at the same time, and those are the exact same criteria that we have listed in our paragraph 7A, the Denver can trigger a relaxation of the call by paying public service company power interference, because it won't be generating as much hydropower when the call is relaxed, for this limited window that Mr. Andy talked about, March 14 to May 20 of any given year. When that happens, when the call is relaxed, water becomes available in priority to upstream junior water rights. It's not a selective subordination. It doesn't benefit only Denver. Anybody who is made to be in priority, who's upstream of Shoshone at that time, can benefit. And as Andy said, sometimes that includes the river districts, Wolford Mountain Reservoir. But simply because of geography, the priority system, and the location of Denver's major and substantial infrastructure, Roberts Tunnel, Dillon Reservoir, the way it benefits by diverting out priority against Green Mountain Reservoir, and the Gross Reservoir Moffett collection system that it has. Simply because of the way our system works, Denver is normally the primary beneficiary of a relaxation of the call. Now, in the 2007 call relaxation agreement between Denver and Public Service Company, Denver gets to keep 75% of the water that it saves when the call is relaxed. So if water accrues to Dillon Reservoir because of that call relaxation, it gets to keep 75% of that water. 15% of the water saved by Denver goes to Public Service Company. And Public Service Company uses that water for its coal-fired, gas-fired power plants for cooling. 10% of the water that Denver saves is kept in an account and made available for release to the West Slope to offset the impacts of the reduction of the Shoshone call to the West Slope, or to provide other West Slope benefits. So think about it this way. Under the 2007 agreement, Denver gets 75% of the saved water. Under the River District's proposal, we said, well, to mirror that, we're not getting the 15% that Public Service Company gets. We'd love to get that. We'd love it if Denver would offer that up, but they haven't. But we have gotten 10%. And so we built into our agreement that when the call relaxation is made under those two defined drought criteria that are exactly the same as the 2007 agreement, that when there's a relaxation of the call, Denver will provide 10% of the water that it gets, the saved water, to the West Slope to be used to offset the impacts first to the Shoshone in-stream flow. Because by definition, if the Shoshone in-stream flow is calling for water, it's water short, right? But if a relaxation of the call is made pursuant to this mandatory paragraph 7A, then the in-stream flow is impacted adversely, as well as other West Slope interests. All of the CWCB's in-stream flow rights upstream of Shoshone rely to some extent on the Shoshone call pulling water through those in-stream flows that exist upstream of Shoshone. Downstream of Shoshone, there are West Slope water rights that rely on the historical return flows of the exercise of the Shoshone water rights. And if the Shoshone call is reduced, then those return flows no longer exist, or are diminished at least. And so that 10% water, it's not a lot, but hey, it's something, and it can go to help to mitigate those impacts. That's what our proposal provides. We'd love to have the 25%. We'd love to have a little bump to sort of offset or replicate what Denver has to pay in terms of money to excel in terms of power interference, but we didn't ask for it here. We just said, if this is going to be mandatory, let's put it out what What we're entitled to under the existing agreement, we'll put that out as it is today. Now, as with the 2007 agreement for hydropower use, our proposal is triggered only when those drought criteria exist and only when Denver makes the request for a call relaxation. Under the opposer's proposal, as I understand it, the call relaxation would occur automatically. It would not require the request of Denver to be triggered. It would automatically occur no matter what when those two drought criteria exist. And there is no provision at all in the opposer's proposal to provide any of the saved water to the west slope, not from water that Denver saves, not from water that Northern and its municipal subdistrict save when there's a call relaxation, not from water that Aurora saves when there's a call relaxation, and not from water that Colorado Springs or the home state partners save when there's a call relaxation. There's zero for the west slope. There's zero to offset the impacts of a call relaxation agreement. Those are the primary differences. There might be others.
Director Haas? Yeah, thank you for that explanation. I guess the other thing I was seeing in there that I just wasn't fully understanding, and I can wait till Denver comes up, was the dates. It looked like there were different dates.
Well, that's a related but different issue.
Oh.
And that issue goes to the respect to Denver's interpretation of the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement and the provisions in that agreement regarding what we call the Shoshone Outage Protocol. Remember, we have two separate agreements, that are in place today, at least, but two main ones regarding Shoshone. There's the 2007 Call Relaxation Agreement that I just explained, and there's the 2016 Shoshone Outage Protocol, or SHOP. There is also language in the 2013 Colorado River Cooperative Agreement regarding SHOP as between Denver and the River District. But none of the other parties, I think maybe Middle Park might be a party to that as well. But the language that you saw in their proposal regarding extending the dates of a relaxation of a call goes to the very significantly contested dispute about our respective interpretations of the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement. Our proposal just kind of leaves that blank. As you heard from Rob Veal, we listed the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement. That's if we're wrong about our interpretation, the water court will tell us. Denver's, what they've done, what the opposers have done in their proposal is to tip the scale by inserting that language, as I understand their proposal, to reduce, for Denver to have the ability to reduce the call beyond the May 20 date if those drought criteria persist. And that was never the intent in our, we're obviously in disagreement with them on that point. And frankly, if that were to be implemented into the in-stream flow agreement as a condition, that there is no agreement. We don't, we're not going to make the proposal in that circumstance.
Director Feld?
Just in the first 10 minutes, or that first presentation that both parties here provided, there was a lot of reference to the uncertainties that we're operating under. If you sat through our morning session, you heard reference to compact uncertainties, climate uncertainties, groundwater uncertainties, just, myriad factors that we're not sure about right now, much less how they may affect the future. When I look at this in-stream flow agreement here that we're discussing, I see an opportunity, I think it's paragraph 21, where it talks about termination. There's some specific things regarding the deal, and then there's also reference to, this document can be amended by the agreement of all parties. I didn't see, though, really provision for working on sort of specific challenges that can arise or probably will arise along the way. I didn't see any reference to maybe a periodic review or, sort of not a sunset, but kind of like a inflection point where the parties would get together and just have a formal required sit down public meeting to talk about how well is this working, or are there things we should look at? Maybe, opportunity for the parties to bring up issues and ways to improve this. By my read, this is meant to be in perpetuity or permanency. I guess I would call that perpetuity. So I just wonder, am I missing that, or is that the case, that there really isn't anything in the agreement that would assist the parties in ensuring that it doesn't get terminated, but that it is, truly a living document that responds to, I think, the uncertainties that we could all list?
Yeah. Director Pelt, that's a great question. I would say that goes back to paragraph 7B. In large part, that's the voluntary call relaxation. That's why we, again, didn't list very specific instances as to when those requests could be made, because we felt that may change over time. There may be things that we're not anticipating. But I would also, to your point, there is not a provision in this agreement that says 10 years, 5 years, 20 years out that we're going to sit down and talk among the agencies that are signing this. I don't believe that's needed. I believe that if you all called a meeting with my board, they would show up and they would be more than happy to talk to you about it. My board, if they asked the Colorado Water Conservation Board to have a joint meeting to talk about it, I believe that you would show up and talk about it. I think that it's important that there be certainty under the provisions that we provided, because it's a huge public investment. It's of huge importance for all water users, whatever side of the divide you're on, to have some certainty as to how these things operate. So one, we can amend it in the future if the board parties agree. We can always initiate a conversation. I don't believe that that's needed to be in here in a formal manner. I don't know that we would object either to putting it in there if that's important to this board. And during your deliberations, if you would like a periodic consultation, the River District would not object to that. But I also would say we can do that at any time we want. I don't think you want to talk to us every year about it, but
Well, and my point, I agree with what you've said, but I have found too that when you do sort of formalize those conversations or schedule them, maybe is a better way to put it, it gives you a real opportunity to nip things in the bud rather than waiting till someone's pounding the table to have, a formal meeting. So I don't know, we can think about it, but I just wasn't sure if it was maybe embedded somewhere else and I wasn't really seeing it.
if it is, I'd have to ask the lawyers. I didn't see it. It's not, to my knowledge, it's not in there. No.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, both staff and the River District, for the time that you spent on this. We really appreciate you guys trying to work on improving this document, and I appreciate that. I have two questions, and I'm not an attorney, and I did not stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. So these may be just above my knowledge level, so I apologize for that. One is kind of to follow up with Commissioner Clow's question, but more for the River District. Is sometimes it says River District Manager, and sometimes it says River District, and sometimes it says staff. Maybe just take a look at that on your own and see if we could have some clarification there too, because it's like the letter goes to the manager, but then the river district does some things. And I just want to make sure that you as a manager have the authority for that, or if it should be just directed to the river district. And the second question is just gone totally away. So I'll think about it and come back.
If I can speak to that, I specifically to 7B, DW and the River District, and it doesn't talk to staff. And I can tell you, at least from the River District's intent, is that initially it's the director and the general manager, but if we're unable to agree, it goes to a joint board, 3 of 3, and at that point, it's the board and evaluating those same criteria, and that's why we didn't insert staff and or board in that location. Our board is very interested in the outcome of this. They have historically been a policy level board, and so they set policy and they expect me and our general counsel to enact it. If I don't do it the way they want, I guarantee you I'll be looking for a job. So it's one of those implied conditions of my continued employment or my successor's continued employment. So.
Thank you. And yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, thank you. I appreciate that. And like I said, to Commissioner McLeod's point, it's just to the next general manager, how we put things in place that we feel comfortable with it. And I did think of my second question. I know it's probably really simplistic, but the relaxation, it's not an all or none, right? It can be a partial amount.
Absolutely. It can be limited by flow rate. It can be limited by number of days, even by volume of acre feet recovered by the entity, all sorts of ways to slice that.
Thank you very much.
Director Vasquez?
Yeah, I want to go back to our last meeting, and this board in various ways challenged both sides of this hearing to bring their best selves to find a negotiated settlement. Although that didn't happen, it's very clear from the language in the revised in-stream flow agreement that you and our staff worked very, very hard to try and implement some of the elements that were of concern to the front slope. And so I just want to congratulate you on at least working hard to meet them somewhere in the middle. So thank you for that.
Okay. Are there any more comments or questions? Okay, we will go ahead and call the Front Range entities. And you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Director Cloud. Out of respect for everyone's time, we're going to defer and not take 15 minutes now. We'll just speak in our second opportunity where we have a 25-minute block, and we'll cover all issues then.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to additional directives. Glenwood Springs, City Rifle. And you have 5 minutes.
Probably won't need 5 minutes. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come and speak with you before you today. My name is Erin Zielinski. I am currently serving as Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Glenwood Springs, which is situated at the confluence of 2 rivers, one of those being the mighty Colorado. Colorado significantly supports our regional and local economy. I was part of the City Council, which voted unanimously to contribute $2 million towards the acquisition to this proposed acquisition. This amount is not insignificant, especially in relationship to our budget. But when the opportunity to invest in the future health and vitality of the Colorado River presented itself, it made it an easy decision. I also cannot overstate how essential co-management is to the ISF agreement to this offer. With that collaboration, Western Colorado will continue to have a meaningful voice in the management of our water resources. I agree with all of the statements that were made during public comment today. much more eloquently than I could. And I encourage you to support the staff decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Mesa County?
Bobby Daniel, Mesa County Commissioner. Chair, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. Mesa County comes to this moment with deep respect for the long arc of Colorado water law and a reverence for the way this river has shaped our communities for more than a century. We are not newcomers to the table, and we do not take this lightly, nor do we take lightly the decisions that define the future of the Colorado River. The Shoshone Call is one of the great stabilizing forces on the river, a heartbeat that has kept our valley farms alive, our communities whole, and our economies steady, even in lean years. The acquisition of the Shoshone rights and their dedication as an in-stream flow is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to protect that heartbeat forever. Mesa County supports that vision, but protections without practical management is a paper shield. And that brings to me our central point today. The joint management proposal is a safeguard that ensures Western Slope interests are not pushed aside. The River District has earned its seat through decades of stewardship, deep technical capacity, and a lived understanding of Western Slope hydrology that no distant utility can replicate. Joint management, it's not a luxury. It's the only arrangement that respects the communities who live with the consequences of these decisions every single day. We understand that some Front Range entities may oppose this structure, and we're not indifferent to their perspectives, but their concerns do not outweigh the reality on our side of the divide. The Colorado River District and the communities it represents must remain at the helm of managing the Shoshone flow. Without that, the Western Slope becomes a spectator on the fate of its own river. So let me speak plainly to you. If a joint management is not adopted, Mesa County will withdraw its support for this acquisition. It's not out of anger or politics, but because anything less would fail the people that we serve. A single entity management is not acceptable, and there is no viable substitute waiting in the wings. This is not a choice between Denver interest and Western Colorado interest. This is a yes to preserving the system that has served all of Colorado for more than a century. Joint management protects the existing hydraulic reality, the compact commitments we have never failed to meet, and the downstream flows that keep the entire system stable. In a moment when every state is scrutinized for reliability, honoring those flows is essential to maintaining Colorado's credibility. And it also helps us unlock funding potential that we greatly depend on. This is responsible stewardship. Shared management of the Shoshone in-stream flow is a yes for the compact. It's a yes for federal investment, a yes for the 15-mile reach, a yes for certainty, and a yes for every Coloradoan who depends on this river. Mesa County, we stand ready, eager to partner with you, this board. We want the acquisition to succeed. We want the Shoshone Call protected for generations, and we want a governance structure that's strong enough and wise enough to last. We also recognize the weight of the decisions before you, balancing competing interests, safeguarding Colorado's future, and honoring both hydrology and history is no small task. I want to express my sincere appreciation for the work this board has done holding the state's water security and trust, and I have great confidence in your ability to protect what is working while unlocking new opportunities for the future. With that in mind, we respectfully ask the CWCB to affirm joint management, recognize the River District's essential role, and adopt a governance structure that's worthy of the river it protects. With your support, we can meet compact obligations, preserve long-standing stability, and position the state to succeed in negotiations ahead. The Western Slope has spoken with one voice, and we offer our partnership in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kobe Water Authority.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ryan Jarvis, and I'm counsel for the Kobe Water Authority, and thank you for taking are giving us a little bit more time to talk today. As a reminder, the Kobe Water Authority is a governmental entity that develops, maintains, controls, and preserves water rights on the Colorado River and its tributaries in the vicinity of Quebec, called the Kobe Project. Now, as an initial matter, the Kobe Water Authority unequivocally affirms and supports the CWCB staff's recommendation and the CWCB staff and River District's proposed revised ISF agreement. That revised ISF agreement directly and adequately addresses each of the 4 directives that this board left them with at the September hearing. As previously discussed a little bit today, that the revised ISF agreement contains a very thorough, well thought out statewide collaborative process that comprehensively addresses management of the ISF and implementation of any voluntary ISF call reduction. Now, this is the exact type of process that should be included in the ISF agreement to make sure that all parties across the state are fully heard anytime a voluntary ISF call reduction is requested. The CWCB staff and the River District should be truly commended for their hard work in crafting such a thoughtful statewide collaborative process. I also want to emphasize that co-management of the in-stream flow between the CWCB and the River District is an essential and vital element of the acquisition offer. The Kobe Water Authority would find any further reduction of the in-stream flow call beyond what is identified in the revised ISF agreement as unacceptable and truly a deal killer. This would include providing a future CWCB board sole discretion to reduce the call. Now, I want to be unambiguous on this point. If that were to happen, the Kobe Water Authority will no longer support the acquisition and will retract its offer to assist with funding of the purchase of the Shoshone water right. Now, the reason for this, which was briefly talked about a little bit earlier, is that part of this upcoming water rights change case will be that the water court will, and it is actually legally required, to include terms and conditions in the decree to protect all water rights, including those that are oppose the current revised ISF agreement terms. In other words, the result of the water court process will be a decree that prevents the opposers from suffering injury as a result of the change of the water to in-stream flow purposes. That means that any voluntary call reduction is not necessary to protect them from injury. And in fact, not only is a voluntary call reduction not necessary to prevent injury to opposers, it would actually cause injury to downstream water users like the Kobe Water Authority that rely on return flows from the exercise of the Shoshone water rights. A regime whereby the Kobe Water Authority and other downstream water users are subject to injury as a result of the subjective leanings and whims of a future CWC board is simply unacceptable. Therefore, the Kobe Water Authority cannot and will not support an in-stream flow agreement where the operation of the in-stream flow and any potential voluntary call reduction are not the result of co-management between the CWCB and the River District. With that, I respectfully request that the CWCB adopt its staff's recommendation and the revised ISF agreement as presented by staff and the River District. And thank you again for your hard work on this very important matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have WRA.
Good afternoon, board members, staff, and hearing officer. My name is Orla Bannon, and I'm the policy manager for state policy and engagement for Western Resource Advocates. I am speaking today on behalf of Western Resource Advocates, Conservation Colorado, American Rivers, the National Audubon Society, and Trout Unlimited. Thank you for this opportunity. We support the revisions to the in-stream flow agreement proposed by CWCB staff, the River District, and Public Service Company of Colorado. This revised draft responds to the 4 directives from the board reflected in the order issued by the hearing officer and represents the collective agreement of the parties signing the in-stream flow agreement. The new process outlined in paragraph 7B, the voluntary call reduction process, is collaborative, and we are hopeful that it will yield a result that considers all Colorado River water users, including considerations of environmental impacts. If the provisions of paragraph 7B are triggered, drought and dry conditions will likely be having significant impacts all across the state, including adding stress to fish and wildlife struggling in low river conditions. The new collaborative process outlines a mechanism for statewide engagement to consider the needs of our communities, agriculture, and the environment, and how to work collaboratively to support all those values when all sectors will be dealing with shortages. The very purpose of this in-stream flow water right is to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. So considerations of environmental impacts are of critical importance during any collaborative process that is contemplating a voluntary call reduction. Along with our 70,000 plus members, supporters, and employees from all across Colorado on both sides of the divide, we support the recommendation outlined by CWCB staff in their memo to this board, including acceptance of the draft in-stream flow agreement provided by the CWCB staff and the CWCB's acquisition of an interest in the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flow purposes. The recommendations from CWCB staff are supported by extensive evidence in the record that water up to and exceeding the full decreed amount of the Shoshone water rights helps to address environmental needs within the Shoshone Reach and up and down the Colorado River corridor. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. So next we have Grand Valley entities.
I've got a shorter podium. Madam Chair, Board of Directors, my name is Kirsten Croth, and I'm honored and excited to be in front of you again in support of the River District's donation of the Shoshone water rights for your in-stream flow program. In respect of your time, I've been authorized to speak on behalf of all 6 of the Grand Valley entities that previously submitted their joint hearing statement. These 6 entities are the Clifton Water District, the Grand Valley Water Users Association, Orchard Mesa Irrigation District, Mesa County Irrigation District, Palisade Irrigation District, and the Ute Water Conservancy District. I was anticipating introducing you to the hardworking people that joined me here today, but we decided to save your time. We have over 14 staff and board members and council and engineer support here at this historic hearing. These hardworking folks represent just a fraction of the people that have been involved in the Grand Valley working for decades to protect the Shoshone return flows. These entities support the donation and urge you to accept the revised in-stream flow agreement that has been presented to you today by your staff and the River District. You may recall that Director Felt questioned me on the issue of the River District having a say in when the Shoshone in-stream flow call is on or reduced. Well, now I have my backup. I have been authorized to confirm that the Grand Valley entities, that their financial commitments to the purchase of the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flow purposes cannot occur if the co-management process set forth in the in-stream flow agreement that's been offered to you is not accepted as is. The Grand Valley entities cannot continue to commit, right now it's on the order of $2,550,000 to the purchase of the Shoshone water rights unless they have the certainty that the in-stream flow will be operated to protect the historical return flows on the west slope. Keep in mind that the Grand Valley entity's monetary investment and time investment exceeds what they have committed to this purchase price and what they have committed to these hearings, as they've been supporting this effort literally for decades. Board after board have been supporting this effort. In order to have the certainty that the Grand Valley's entities are investing in, the co-management process is absolutely essential. And in response to a question by Director Felt, certainty has to mean permanency. We're not particularly interested in revisiting this agreement every 10 or 20 years. My clients and my cohorts are investing in certainty. Remember that the Water Corp process will determine the historical use of the Shoshone water rights and the call regime. Any request to reduce the call as decreed in that process is to ignore the prior appropriation doctrine and could result in injury to the invested water rights downstream of Shoshone. Frankly, in its effort to meet the charge that you gave them in Durango to negotiate with the Front Range, the River District has already compromised by providing you, the board, the ability to reduce the call of the junior Shoshone water right under certain circumstances, even if the River District disagrees. That is the fourth and final squeeze that Andy Mueller described to you in his presentation. This was not on the table when the Grand Valley entities stepped up and made their financial commitments, but they are willing to accept this compromise for the larger benefit of the state of Colorado. But they simply are not in the position to accept the broad revisions that have been submitted to you by the Front Range entities. Co-management is legal by statute. I believe your Attorney General has agreed with that opinion, and the CWCB in-stream flow rules has been recommended by your staff, and it is essential to the success of these efforts. We are happy to take any of your questions, and again, we urge you to accept this historical donation. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Headwater Parties.
I always get the short microphone. Thank you, Water Conservation Board, for the time today to give you some comments regarding this. I'm Merritt Linke, Grand County Commissioner. And on behalf of the 13 Headwaters entities, I will present first, and I think Nina Waters, my fellow commissioner from Summit County, is going to follow me. To refresh your memory, maybe y'all know this, but Grand County is the headwaters of the Colorado River. As the furthest east county on the western slope, we're ground zero for transmountain diversions, with the majority of the water diverted from the Colorado Basin coming from Grand County. Flows created by the Shoshone Call are essential to the stream health and economy of the county, because when the Shoshone Call is on, water is released from Grand County's reservoirs and flows all the way through Grand County to the middle of Glenwood Canyon and meet the Shoshone Call. Regarding the directive number 4 on administration, Grand County's support of the Shoshone acquisition has always been contingent upon the River District maintaining control on managing the water rights in conjunction with the CWCB. This co-management of this water right, as others have said, is critically important. I won't go over into some of what other people have said, but it is critical that we have this co-management in there. The principle of the water user maintaining control over management stems from Grand County's own experience working with the CWCB. Grand County specifically entered into a stream flow improvement and management agreement with the CWCB and Denver Water on November 23rd of 2011. Under that agreement, parties would manage the water provided by Denver under the CRCA. Grand County, through learning by doing, but if there is a disagreement on how that water is used, Grand County then would decide on how that water is managed and controlled. This cooperative and co-management approach from Grand County's agreement with the CWCB and Denver Water is consistent with the revised Shoshone ISF agreement. It is a process to work through the administration, which ultimately comes down to what the CWCB and the River District can agree on, but keeping control of the water with the water users and owner of that water. In summary, we support the administration and management of the call reduction laid out in paragraph 7 of the ISF agreement and ask the board to adopt staff's recommendation and sign this ISF agreement. Thank you for your time. I kept it short, and I would take any questions if you have any. Again, thank you. She has the very appropriate last name. This is Nina Waters.
I didn't choose it. My mom gave it to me. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. And I recognize our time is short, so I'll be be very brief. My name is Nina Waters. I'm a Summit County Commissioner based in Summit County. And although I am a fairly new commissioner and new to a lot of the water proceedings that happen in this state, I want to iterate that we in Summit County, are, as a local community, have been deeply involved in the Shoshone discussions and the donation of the in-stream flow for many years now. From our community's perspective, that involvement has always envisioned a partnership with the CWCB and not simply a donation where we will walk away and ignore thank you. Future stewardship of an in-stream flow that is critical to all of us who work and play on the Western Slope. And so for that reason, co-management of the water rights included in the donation is a fundamental element of our county's political and financial support. The proposal by your staff in the River District accomplishes that co-management in a meaningful way, while also providing for collaboration with other water users on possible voluntary call reductions when those reductions may be appropriate. I also feel it essentially necessary to reiterate that this collaboration represents one of the rare spaces where incredibly diverse communities and leaders across the Western Slope come together around a quintessential resource that underpins our economies, our recreation, and our ability to thrive. So in short, we encourage the board to accept the full donation and look forward to implementation of this partnership with the CWCB moving forward. Thank you so much.
No, you're at your limit. Sorry. No, no questions yet. We have
questions during
we still have two more. Correct? Not yet. Can we? After. I think we need to allow the other ones to come forward for their comments, and then we can ask our questions. Because we didn't allow questions for the other presentations or the other comments. Correct.
Sorry, Madam Chair, you're asking me a question. This is Attorney General Kyle Davenport for the record. It's frankly up to you if you want to allow questions or additional time. No one asked questions of the prior presentations, but I believe that the process was after each presentation, the board wasn't allowed to ask questions.
I'm gonna, because I didn't, I guess, have the opportunity, give the board opportunity to ask questions of the other groups. I want to allow the other two to make their comments, and then we can ask the questions, because I want to be fair to everybody. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and have Garfield County come up.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair Cloud and the board and staff for the opportunity to speak today. This decision marks a historic moment for Colorado water policy and the future of the Western Slope. I'm Perry Will, Garfield County Commissioner, and I'm going to speak on behalf of Garfield County. Garfield County fully supports the River District's current in-stream flow agreement. Co-management is an essential term of our support for the River District's dedication of the in-stream flow rights to the CWCB. Garfield County cannot commit $3 million to support the acquisition and the donation without the assurance that the River District will retain co-management with the CWCB. My constituents need meaningful input into decisions regarding the potential relaxation of the call. These decisions you make today will shape Colorado's economy, quality of life of our residents for generations. I'm very optimistic that the board here will accept the historic offer of collaborative partnerships from the Western Slope. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Clinton County and Reservoir Company.
Clinton Ditch. My name is Glenn Porzak, and I'm here on behalf of the Clinton Ditch and Reservoir Company as its general counsel. And with me is Tom Dougherty, who's the chairman of the Clinton board, and he's also the Silverthorne Public Works Director. The Clinton Ditch and Reservoir Company consists of the towns of Breckenridge, Dillon, Silverthorne, and Frisco. And then also Summit County itself and the Copper Mountain Consolidated Metropolitan District, and then the Arapahoe Basin, Breckenridge, Copper Mountain, Keystone, and Winter Park ski areas. So it's virtually every major water user in Summit County and one of the largest water users in Grand County. They strongly support your staff recommendation and the CWCB staff and the Colorado River District revised in-stream flow agreement. They want to stress how important they feel that agreement is. The Clinton Ditch and Reservoir Company owns Clinton Reservoir, and it's one of the major augmentation sources for all of its members. Just my final point is that the Reservoir Company was a signatory to the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement, and we believe that this revised in-stream flow agreement that's before you would further one of the main elements of the cooperative agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now the board has opportunities to call anybody back and ask those questions. Director Felt?
So I have a question for the headwaters parties. And I'll just ask my question and then whoever of them wants to can answer it. But my question is, what was Commissioner Tom Boyd going to say?
I think I can answer that one. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. On behalf of, I'm Tom Boyd, Eagle County Commissioner, on behalf of everyone in Eagle County, the Eagle County government, and the other boards of commissioners. Number one, we wanted to thank you all for your service and your time and your focus and concentration on that. So we wanted to be here in person to represent what we feel is very strongly held opinion throughout Eagle County and the Headwaters area. And I appreciate the time and ability to speak. Thank you so much. I'll keep it very short. Exercise of the Shoshone water right is critical to Eagle County's economy. I think we've expressed that to you all before. It's very important to our agriculture, to our ecological well-being, to really what it means to be a citizen of Eagle County. It's important enough to us that we have committed $2 million to support the Colorado River District's acquisition of the Shoshone rights. Permanently protecting the Shoshone water rights is a strategic investment in the future of Eagle County and really all of Colorado. It ensures that our ranchers can keep ranching, our economy can continue to thrive, and our ecosystems can remain vibrant and resilient. So Eagle County firmly and strongly supports the CWCB staff recommendation and the CWCB staff and CRD proposed revised ISF agreement. And that is what I wanted to say. So thank you for that time and opportunity. I appreciate that. Nina, would you like to add to what I said? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that extra time.
Thank you. Director Gibbs?
I had a similar question.
Okay. Are there any more questions? Director Combs?
Sorry, we're kind of been a bit of chocolate. Thank you, Director Cloud. So I was looking at this list of the parties that would withdraw their support financially. I find it interesting that we put an ultimatum, but we don't call it a threat. And Andy, I don't know how you don't have ulcers and a nervous tick. I mean, trying to keep this all together, just we respect what you're doing here. Are we supposed to interpret that as saying that as we are now, these entities feel that the West Slope has gone as far as it's going to go? And I don't mean that to paint you into a corner, but is that what the intent of those statements were from Mesa and Kobe, and then of course the Grand Valley entities? Whoever wants to answer that, and I'll tell you, preface that is like that makes it I just want to know, are we at a stopping point then on that? Because I think you guys have done an exceptional job reiterating what the other directors have said is negotiating, but where are we supposed to take those non-threat threats? Please, Andy.
Thank you, Director Coombs. I don't think those are threats. Those are calls that I get. Those are discussions that I get. I usually don't think of them as threats, but maybe you're right. I think what they're saying is, look, and I think you even heard it from the Grand Valley parties, that we put things on the table that have made our constituents uncomfortable. And frankly, that's what happens when you compromise, right? And we have stepped beyond the line for some of them, but they're sticking with us because we really believe that this is the best thing for the Colorado River. And I don't think they're threatening as much as saying, please join us, accept this offer, and let's go forward. So, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Director Camblin?
Andy, don't sit down. Sorry. You brought it up, and so, I read it and I can go back and try to find it, but by the time I did, the question thing would be over with. So, you had mentioned that could you fill into me the three directors from the CWCB board that would be part of that coalition, and the three directors? Give us that definition again.
Sure. It's in 7B, and I don't have exactly the paragraph, but it is three directors from the CWCB. One would be from the Colorado main stem. One would be from the requesting basin, so likely the South Platte or the Arkansas. And then the third would be whomever the board chose, or the board chair, her or himself. The other board members would be able to attend the meeting and participate in it as well, but the idea would be three there. From the River District Board, because we have 6 counties along or involved in the main stem, Grand, Eagle, Summit, Garfield, Mesa, and Pitkin, we said 3 of them would be from the main stem. So if you're asking if we're including a Yampa person, Director Camblin, not expressly, but the Yampa director from the River District could attend that meeting, as could the Yampa director from the CWCB.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and you want to make an additional comment?
Yeah, I wanted to respond to the director's question, because I know Andy doesn't like you all to think it's just about the River District. And I mean, that's what we're talking about here. This is an investment that the Grand Valley entities are making. And they went into it understanding certain terms in their investment. It's like if you were getting ready to invest in Vanguard and they switched out their wealth manager and you really didn't like the direction you were going, you would consider investing your funds elsewhere. I mean, this permanency is about protecting return flows to the Grand Valley. And so we do feel like from the very beginning, I mean, every process that the Grand Valley entities have been involved with, from the CRCA, from negotiations with Aurora, from negotiations with Colorado Spring, compromises were made each step along the way. And, we continue to agree to compromises that the River District felt were important to put in front of you. But at some point, this is no longer the investment that they convince their constituents to go ahead and put money on the table for. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Todd Starr, Mesa County Attorney, responding to Commissioner Combs. For Mesa County, I'm sorry if it was perceived as a threat. It certainly was not the intent, but to be a bright line that for our taxpayers, we must have the River District have joint control with this board. And it's just public money, and that's what our constituents demand.
Merritt Linky again, response to that same question. Grand County didn't make a threat, but I'm saying to you all that if there's not that co-management agreement with this, there won't be an agreement. So there won't have to be a withdrawal of money because there just won't be anywhere to spend it. So thank you.
Any other questions? You can also call back the Colorado River District or CWCB staff for any additional questions. Does CWCB or Colorado River District want to make additional comments at this time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I ask for a point of clarification from the chair and the hearing officer as to what stage of the proceeding are we in? I'm happy, I do want to respond to just sort of to put into context the work that has gone into the draft that you see, and you've heard a lot from our constituents, and I just want to let you know that I love working with our constituents, but I look back on the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement and those negotiations that took almost 10 plus years. Our meetings with our constituents before we met with Denver on the CRCA were every bit as difficult and sometimes more difficult. Some folks, I know Glenn Porzak's in the room, others, Dave Tossig, they can probably attest to that as well. It's a great role to be in, but it's a challenge. We have differing constituencies that have different strong views, and we're constantly trying to get a balance on the west slope. I think we've done it with the current proposal. So I just wanted to reiterate that, but if we could get clarification, if we are at the stage where we are responding to the in-stream flow stipulations that have been filed by other parties, I believe, and in my mind, at least, the presentation order would be for the CWCB staff to proceed, and then followed by the River District for a 15-minute period each.
If I can interject just quickly, this board isn't used to being in a hearing process, so we're trying to stick as closely as possible to the procedural orders that were issued. And we do have hard copies of that new procedural order that outlines the schedule there in the back, right, Viola? Okay, so if you're looking at that order, we're trying to stick to item 3, which is that the board may call the River District or CWCB staff up for any additional questions related to the responses to the directives presentation. So following this, we'll go into the stipulation presentations.
Okay, so then I did have, if I may, Madam Chair, I did have one additional response, and I think, Jen, you may have some on behalf of the CWCB as co-partners in the proposal. We've thought amongst ourselves very quickly about Director Felt's question for a periodic check-in, if you will. And I think that we could include some language to that effect, that although I fully agree with Andy that, hey, if the River District comes to you, you're going to listen. If you come to the River District, we're going to listen. But we can build that into the agreement and say maybe every 5 years, the staff checks in with each other. Are things going as they should? Is something out of whack? One entity, whether it's the River District staff or the CWCB staff, can say, hey, we need to bring this back up to the board and see. And if there is agreement amongst the parties, we wouldn't want there to be sort of a, unilateral change, obviously. As you've heard from Kirsten Karath, they're not interested in revisiting this every once in a while. But if there is, joint unanimous agreement following a public process that warrants revision, we would consider that, adding language to that effect.
So Peter, won't the water court decree limit our ability to modify this agreement?
It will, and that might be one of the considerations as to whether you can make a change or not. It's possible that you could make changes.
But you'd have to go back to the water court, wouldn't you, and to amend the decree?
You might. If you had to amend the decree to effectuate the change, yes, you would. And that might be reason not to make the change. But you could, in theory, and I can't think of what they might be off the top of my head, but there might be changes that could be implemented with agreement of all the constituents and parties and folks on both sides of the divide
that you could implement that would not require a change to the water court decree. I don't know if that's possible or not, but in theory, it's possible.
Director Vasquez?
Yeah, just for all of our benefit, I want to go back to 2 months ago. And at one point, will you remind me, I think I heard you say that co-management was the bright line that would cause you to withdraw?
What we've proposed, and I think what you have heard from the constituents, is that an element of co-management where the ultimate decision, except for the limited circumstances that we've put forth in the proposal, of if and when to reduce the call. Remember, there's going to be a reduction of the exercise of the water right based on the change decree. There's going to be a mandatory call reduction, by the way, in which neither the CWCB or the River District get a say. Then there's going to be this voluntary process. And that's the one that we're saying, at the end of the day, we need to have a co-management as to if, when, the extent, the scope of a call relaxation in those circumstances, and they vary by year or whenever. And then if the CWCB staff and the River District, if the River District and the CWCB, whether it's the staff or the boards, don't agree, then we have this discretionary provision under paragraph 7C, where the owner of the water right, contract owner of the water right, the River District would agree, CWCB, you can reduce the junior right in these limited circumstances. So those are the provisions that our constituents have said, we're okay, we're comfortable with that. Are there minor tweaks to that might occur? We're certainly not authorized to agree to any today.
Sure.
I think you've heard from them that,
We've heard loud and clear, and I just am asking the question to remind us all that you were very clear 2 months ago. So.
Right, and the reason really, and I'll just put this simply, is that to the West Slope as a whole, I think that if it were complete discretion of the CWCB as to if and when and to what extent to reduce the call, as the opposers have proposed, to us, there is less certainty in the protection of the Shoshone flows under that circumstance than there is today. That's why it doesn't work.
Thank you.
Director Phil?
I got a lot of different cross currents of thought here around this, but because it seems like, I don't know, as I try, from over in Salida, try to get my mind around this whole ecosystem of water rights and agreements and, clearly, I think, overthink this, what we're actually being asked to decide. I do keep running into these situations like, well, yeah, we can put it in the agreement, but the water court may likely say that, no, this is set. That doesn't matter anymore. We talk in my basin, we talk about like the difference between the Shoshone call and the Cameo call. And, there's like this huge foundation under the Shoshone call that it's really hard to get your mind around what that all means. I keep struggling with these different endless rabbit holes, I guess, in trying to make sure that, we are looked at by our descendants, all of us, as having done a really good job of this. It does seem to me that under most circumstances with water court applications, it is very much kind of an adversarial process, and it relies on everybody just looking out for themselves. And that in doing that, hopefully the judge is able to ultimately arrive at the truth and keep the river whole and keep everybody, protect water rights and all that. But it does seem to me that this case will be a little bit different, or it ought to be a little bit different, in that the amount of work that's gone into trying to come with something truly fair and equitable, and, you know, put it on a platter for a judge to affirm, right? Make their job easier. And so I don't know, I truly don't know if it's possible to put language in that would allow for periodic adjustment if needed. And I don't mean it necessarily adjustment to the numbers, but maybe it's adjustment to how these things are figured out. Maybe it's accounting for factors that we have not even considered yet, because they haven't started happening yet. Without having necessarily to reopen the whole case. I don't know if that's possible. You probably do, Peter. You probably do, Andy. You probably do, Kirsten. But I would just encourage you to put something in the agreement that allows for that. And it's not putting a, Kirsten, just to be clear, I'm not asking to put a 20-year time limit or a mandatory renegotiation or anything like that. I just really want to make sure that, given the dynamic future facing us, that we have given ourselves, rather than a judge, every opportunity possible to adapt to those circumstances collaboratively, and to be able to consider changes, or frankly, consider what's working really well. I mean, maybe there's lessons there too that would underscore why you'd want to have a formal meeting once in a while, rather than just rely on people getting agitated or euphoric enough to actually say something or push a button. So I'm not a lawyer, but that would really be my suggestion, is we try and build something in there, get it through the court too. I think it could potentially save a lot of time and effort in the future on things that, not just that situations where everybody's an obvious agreement and we just do it, right? Because maybe you have that authority within the decree, but also to be able to raise these issues and think through in good faith, and hopefully based on 5, 10, 20 years of great results, that we wouldn't want to put this at hazard somehow, but nor hazard the future of the state or parts of the state, but formalize some of the great collaboration that we've experienced this year.
Thank you, Director Felt. We can try to do that as to the best of our abilities. As you hinted, there's a balance in there. There's difficulties, as Director McLeod pointed out, with the water court, and there's obvious difficulties with allowing too much flexibility to the extent that that our constituents who owns pretty senior water rights in the basin, very senior in some circumstances, that are downstream but have relied on the return flows of the even more senior Shoshone rights, would be adversely impacted. And so, how do you balance all of that? How do you provide for that flexibility that I think you're seeking? We think we tried to ingrain some of that in the collaborative process. I know that might not satisfy some folks, but I know from my history at the Colorado River District and my history coming before this board for quite a number of years, that both of those entities are committed to those processes, whether they're on paper or not. But we'll look about how to put it on paper.
Okay, any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Hearing Officer Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Assistant Attorney General Kyle Davenport. I believe that we're getting close to decision time, and so I thought if, with the board's pleasure, I could maybe suggest a process for getting through the rest of the day today and making a decision. Is that all right?
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So before the board closes the administrative record and goes into deliberations, we still have to consider all of the stipulation presentations. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Right, yeah,
Okay,
that's,
great.
that's what I wanted to talk about, if that's all right.
Perfect. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So based on where I think we are, we just finished up asking any additional questions of CRD and staff on responses to directives, and then we have stipulation presentations coming up. My thought is at some point, we're going to reach a point where the board is going to have to say, specifically in regard to the ISF agreement, I want to see this change in the agreement and perhaps suggest language or try to work through some language. And then we'll need to check in with the rest of the board members on how they react to that, as well as the parties, the signatories to that ISF agreement. And so what my suggestion is that perhaps following the stipulation presentations and any questions that you have on those stipulation presentations, but before you close the record, we take that opportunity for each one of you board members to say, here are the things that I would like to see change in the proposed ISF agreement. Perhaps you have very specific language. There's already been a discussion, I believe, by Director McLeod. You'd like to see a shall change to may, I think it was. And if you've got very specific language, great. Maybe we even have to work through that language. But after we do that, we can check in with the remaining board members to see if anybody has a problem with that. Then we can check in with the signatories to the ISF agreement, with the goal being that by the time you finish that process, you have an ISF agreement that when you get to deliberations, you are ready to make a motion that says, I move that we, accept this ISF agreement, instruct the director to sign it, and the version is what was presented to you by staff and the River District, subject to modifications made on the record today. Do I recognize you? I don't think so.
Go ahead, Director Mimi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have staff of the CWCB and the River District have taken a couple minutes to address concerns raised by Director McLeod, and I think we're working on revisions to the ISF agreement to address Director Felt's concerns. And I was going to present those during my, the rebuttal provision, but if it would be more appropriate, I could redline a Word version and we could project that maybe after this rebuttal portion, assuming that there's a break between the two.
Would you like me to respond, Madam Chair? That whatever the board's pleasure is in terms of seeing a red line could be helpful to see the actual words on a page or projected. But yeah, I think that's the board's pleasure. And also I personally think it makes some sense taking a break after those stipulation presentations so everybody can get their thoughts organized about the things that they want to see or talk about changing.
Director Combs?
So then is it appropriate at this point in the hearing then if where the front range entities have declined to present in the beginning to take that, when we get to the stipulation agreement, are we going to be limited as a board to questions related only to the language of stipulation? Or are there other questions that are available to be asked? What's going to be the sideboards on that discussion? Because I have some questions. And if
I know that the process that was laid out, we're trying to stick pretty closely to that process. I think you can decide what makes sense efficiency wise. And I defer to your Madam Chair and the director to help us out in making that decision. But I don't believe, in my own view, that you are limited from asking questions of a party on any subject matter that you wish to discuss about that you think needs to change in the ISF agreement. It's just kind of, I think your question is, when do I ask those questions? And it would seem to me personally that if they're standing at the podium right there, that it might make the most sense to ask your question right then.
with a vacant podium, I guess I'll hold my questions.
Madam Chair, may I make one more suggestion? And this is in response to staff's counsel. At least I normally represent the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, and we do have a scribe that kind of sits down when we're parsing through rules or whatever it is, word by word. We generally defer to the scribe on what they think is the best way to do that. And so my suggestion is to defer to Senior Assistant Attorney General Millie to see if she's got a proposal on what the best way to handle those changes are. Sorry, Jen.
Thank you. So I'm unsure if you mean the best way logistically to, or the best way to make the revisions.
Yes. Sorry, that was too flippant. No, I just mean, I think you had asked a question of the board of maybe what is the best way to proceed to make those changes. And my suggestion is that that in my regular job, we consider your opinion as the person making the changes to be the most important in suggesting how we should get through that.
Okay, then I propose, if possible, Viola, if we can if we can create a red line during a break, and can we project that so everybody can see the red lines we're talking about? Okay, so that is my proposal, Madam Chair, that there's a red line that we're all looking at. It should go pretty quickly because we've already drafted most of the changes that were suggested by Director Clow and Felt.
Okay, and then we'll show that after we come back from a quick break. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do that. And then as each one of the parties come up for their stipulation presentations, we'll go ahead and ask questions. Go ahead.
Sorry, thanks for indulging me, Assistant Attorney General Kyle Davenport again. I think at some point, or maybe it's now, we're going to figure out who's going to keep track of all the issues that are raised and changes. And so I can do that as questions are asked, but I think that's also appropriate when we take the break after the stipulation presentations for each director to take a few minutes and sit down and actually write out, these are the changes that I would like to suggest. And then if it's appropriate to council, we can just work through those one by one with that red line up on the screen. If that makes sense to you all, I think that would work.
I think that's appropriate. Do you all agree? Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and do that. So, all right. So we'll go ahead and start the stipulation portion. And the first is CWCB staff. And each our CWCB staff will have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jen Mealy, Counsel for CWCB staff. I do not think we'll take our 15 minutes, and Mr. Veal may have points to add. Rob ran through the revisions, Rob in River District ran through revisions to the ISF agreement. So what I was going to do as I'm here is make one point about the legality of the provisions, one of the provisions we have, and then make a point about one of the revisions to the Front Range entities proposals for the ISF agreement. But it's hard not having heard the conversation between the board and the Front Range entities to know exactly what I need to respond to. So with that caveat, thank you. We touched on this in September, the legality of this provision where we've got this joint responsibility with the River District to decide when not to call, the default being that the water right is going to be called. And so when anybody wants to not call the water right, there's a joint decision, and the Front Range entities have pushed on whether we have the authority for that. And although I did address this, I think in September, I wanted to reiterate, I do believe we have the authority to delegate the ability to decide when to place a call to these administrative type tasks. We have Rule 10 in our rules, our ISF rules, which I think is very clear on this point. There's nothing in statute that would prohibit us from having another entity help us with an acquired water right, allowing another entity to, especially when that entity owns the water right, to decide to when to call or not to call that water right. I think we've seen that, and most frequently with stored water, the entity that owns the water right gets to decide when they want to release the water and when they want that water to be protected. That's something that we do, I'll say, with some routine as staff. And I went through examples. I think our pre-hearing statements had examples of situations where that had occurred. Like I said, I do think that we do that. We're pretty comfortable with the notion that, especially with acquisitions, we have the authority to allow others to make some decisions surrounding the ISF use. But really, in my mind, it's somebody else owns the water right. They get to make those kinds of decisions. Anything you want to add on that point? Okay. The point I want to make in regards to the Front Range entities ISF agreement, I think we know as a whole, it's probably not acceptable. There might be points that the board is looking at within their document. And so I wanted to address one in particular, and this is paragraph 14, and we've talked about it in regards to Director McLeod's concerns, and this is the objectivity language. Staff will, the language as we drafted it is regarding a staff's, shall be objective, and now we've got proposals, and that goes to their expertise and input and saying that they will be objective. And that stems from, the original engineering report we've seen and whether CWCB agrees with that or not. We're going to be objective about what we see there. And in the Front Range entities proposed ISF agreement, there are specifics about how we'll be objective. And I think that language is potentially problematic for just kind of how why I indicated is it seems to direct us on how to be objective. It pulls two main thoughts out of our statute that we're looking at and says, well, these are the things that we should be focusing on when we're objective. And I'm concerned that doesn't account for everything that we're supposed to be thinking about as an agency. But I think my primary concern is that this is engineering. We're supposed to be thinking about the HU analysis in this case, the study period. These are things that we are objective about anyway. What the proposal seems to me to be is to pull policy discussion into what I think should be strictly an engineering analysis. And so I'm concerned about that sort of language and that proposal from that perspective. I'm also a little unclear on the language. It's I'm used to seeing the maximum utilization language, and the proposed language, I believe, is optimum utilization. So I'm not sure why that was the language of choice. And, maybe if we move to maximum utilization, I still have my same concerns with, we seem to be picking and choosing which aspects of our statute and our authorities and our directives that are supposed to be considered when we're being objective. In that same language, 376106, which I think is where Front Range entities pulled that language. It also talks about the utmost prevention of floods. I mean, should that also be a consideration when we're being objective if we've got those other two aspects in there about utilization? Any other points on that? Okay. Actually, not having heard the Front Range entities speak, that's all I have in terms of their ISF agreement, largely because I think, like I mentioned, we've all heard that probably if the board is looking at accepting that ISF agreement, we're probably not going to have this proposal. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Director Felt?
Maybe just a comment, Jen. I mean, I know I brought up the term objective, and I'm probably not the only one, but I remember talking about that. And I think, as I recall, that was partly in the context of when maybe following the engineering discussion, the engineering analysis by the Front Range. I can't remember her name. It's just escaping me. But, she did a very compelling presentation.
Oh, Heather Thompson?
Yeah. And Andy pointing out that, I don't know, at the outside, his number might have been 1.2 million acre feet or something. And then the Front Range number might have been 500 or, and he acknowledged that, well, there's a huge gap and that we hadn't seen that number. So we had to start where we chose a place to start. And it was also in the context of, we were wrestling with the idea that CWCB is a co-applicant, and yet in that kind of adversarial arena of water court, CWCB is very much charged with sort of protecting the water future of all. So how do you be a co-applicant and not maybe be forced to sort of tip the scales because of it being everyone advocate for themselves and the judge will thread the needle somehow. And so the idea was, let's direct staff to be objective. Now, I think you're right that the things that are easiest to be objective about probably are numbers rather than feelings or stuff like that. So it probably was driven more towards objective analysis of things like the HU. And so in some ways, maybe it doesn't need to be said, but I thought it was good language and direction to sort of help locate the agency in this arena where people might normally assume where they are, and that's not necessarily where they are because of the nature of this particular case.
Thank you, Director Fell. I do like 14A as it's written, and it references in general CWCB's authority and objectives, or not objectives.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what the language is. Generally, and I think that language works, as you said, kind of like for setting mindset, maybe going into those engineering discussions, but I like the draft here, and the proposed revisions I don't think work.
So, sorry, can I clarify? So you mean not the red line 14A? I'm a little confused.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't say that very clearly. I think we're both agreeing that maybe that staff's version of 14A is fine, is acceptable. And I'm suggesting that the Front Range entities, their revisions are not.
Okay.
I will be proposing additional red lines. I assume that's where your confusion came in. I'm sorry about that.
Gotcha.
Director Haas?
Just a procedural question. Are we going to be able to ask questions of any of the stipulation presentations at the end, or can we only ask our questions now?
Just for, as we go, staff will ask those questions, and then we'll go to River District and you can ask those questions.
Right, but we're going to hear from Front Range and we may not get to bring these guys back.
Madam Chair, there's no, within the process, there's nothing, I think, that precludes you from bringing someone back later to ask questions. That's why I suggested that you don't close the record until you run proposed language by who you think you need to run it by or want to get their views on. So my suggestion is, I think in the interest of efficiency, if you've got somebody at the podium, ask whatever questions you think you need to ask to, in that break that we're contemplating taking, figure out what changes you would like to suggest be made to the ISF agreement.
I think my concern is that we haven't heard from the Front Range yet. And so if they may raise issues that we may have questions for staff.
Then you can bring
Bring
staff
people-
back
okay.
up and ask
Yeah,
them.
we'll go ahead and have them
Thank
come
you.
back up when you ask.
Gibbs?
I know you mentioned in the beginning, and maybe it's more for Rob possibly, but I'd like for you to share with the board kind of since the Durango meeting, like how many meetings have you met to try to bring everyone together? And I know you spoke about the Colorado Forum being involved.
And, you know, were there separate meetings with different entities on the Front Range, and how many were all together, and how many from the West Slope as well? And just give us a better idea of kind of what's been going on behind the scenes, if you could read on that.
Sure, I can. So once again, for the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff, and I can provide a little bit of context with that. And I might need the help with the River District to talk about the meetings they've had with their constituency as well. But you are correct. The Colorado Forum did try to assist in mediation of these issues. And we had several meetings with the larger group of the objectors and the River District and CWCB staff. We had an in-person meeting, and then we had individual meetings with the different entities as well to try to figure out their more specific concerns to relate to each entity. So we had at least a half dozen of those meetings total. And then the River District and CWCB staff, we've met at least twice a week, probably since September, every week, trying to figure out ways to navigate the ISF agreement in a way that would be would work for as many people as possible.
And then just to follow up, and I know we haven't heard from the Front Range yet, but, you know, I look through this red line, you know, there's a lot of pages of red line. There's been a lot of movement, and, you know, it sounds like a lot of the concerns we've raised, you've been working really hard with all entities to try to find that sweet spot as well. But again, we'll hear from the Front Range, but, you know, how close were we to kind of a unanimous consensus? I mean, and again, I don't want you to speak for the Front Range, but do you feel like we were pretty close?
Yeah, it's hard for me to characterize that without trying to put words in their mouth, but I thought that the discussions were productive, and I thought everyone kind of laid out their main issues, and there was just some issues that just couldn't be overcome by the negotiations.
Any more questions?
I'll
Director
just
Wright?
add to that meeting count that Rob personally had about 19 meetings a day on Shoshone.
Any more questions? Director McLeod?
I just want to take a moment to respond to Director Gibbs' question. If I understood, it was for both the staff and the River District. I would just say we can't get into the substance of the discussions. Mediation is assumed to be confidential, but I will tell you that we met and we met and we met and we met with our constituents, and it was incredible. I mean, just as Lauren said about Rob, I can say that about 10 members of our staff every day, meeting with our constituents, the Front Range, the CWCB staff, technical staff, legal staff, all of them, trying to find the path through to a collaborative solution. We are here at the remainder of a contested hearing, not for lack of trying to find that sweet spot by anyone. So I just want to assure you that we, and I guess a hope, a word of optimism. We, and I believe the Front Range, and feel free to ask them, are committed once we're in water court to engaging in mediation with all of the parties in that water court. And I believe in that process, we will find a mediated solution that works. So.
Director McLeod?
Jen, I have a question for you, if I can, please. You were just talking about modifications to 14A. Is that in the blue line? Because I can't find it. The one we got yesterday?
So I wasn't clear when I was talking about modifications of 14A. After you raised some concerns, we talked about potential revisions, which I have not presented yet, though I can tell you what it is.
That's okay, but I thought you were referring to the Front Range entities trying to limit the expertise in 14. I didn't find that anywhere in this blue line.
They didn't call it a 14A. They tacked it on to the end of 14, I believe. So in Front Range's version, there's extra language in their paragraph 14 at the end.
I can't find it.
What?
Recording stopped.
Okay. It's on page 2 of 13 of the document they submitted. That paragraph 14 has some red line there at the end. And first part of that red line is consistent with what staff from the River District submitted during the change of use water court process authorized by the ISF agreement. Staff of the CWCB shall
Recording in progress.
have expertise, but then it talks about considering the statewide implications on the conservation and optimization from then on.
Well, the confusion is this is a red line and I thought they were doing blue line. So that's why I didn't recognize. Sorry, my fault. Go ahead. Forgot I asked.
Okay.
Just so everyone knows, we got 100 pages of materials yesterday morning at 10 a.m. So we've had very limited time to digest this. Some of us have real jobs too, so we have other things to do during the day.
Okay, are there any more questions? All right, we'll go ahead and move on to Colorado River District. Yeah, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Peter Fleming, General Counsel for the Colorado River Water Conservation District. Believe this is the part of the hearing where we are to provide our input and comment on the stipulated red lines. You've heard from Andy and me and from Jen and Rob on the proponent stipulated red line. And by the way, that does include Public Service Company as well. They've graciously given us their time. And so I'm happy to answer any questions about that. I wanted to speak real briefly on the mediation process. You know, I'll just say, I think you heard, you know, from us earlier on, we're not that interested in a mediation process, and because we're going to do this in water court. We're pledging to do it in water court. The Colorado Forum process, I think, although it didn't achieve the desired result in the end, was worthwhile and continues to be worthwhile. Judge Keenhold, former Division III water judge, participated in that process, as well as retired Supreme Court Justice Curlis, also a former water judge from Water Division VI. I think they did an outstanding job and will continue to do, and we have every willingness to continue with that process. I want to spend most of my time, though, rebutting the proposal that we haven't heard about yet. So it's a little awkward because you haven't heard the Front Range, the opposers provide their input, but I think you've seen it and tried to read it. I will state that from our perspective, the opposer's submittal is not responsive to the board's 4 directives that were outlined in the hearing officer's October 14 order. And before I move on to some of the specifics on that, I wanted to talk a little bit about that paragraph 14A in the staff objectivity paragraph that was just the subject of discussion with Jen Maley. And our view on that is it was drafted in collaboration with the CWCB staff, attorney generals, to be broad, to encompass all of the CWCB's roles. Once you start quoting specific statutory language, you get into the issue of, well, what happens if the statute changes in the future? We just put in there that they're going to be objective in line with their statutory, with the CWCB statutory role. That seemed pretty self-explanatory to us, and hopefully doesn't need further elucidation. I got to do, I am a little frustrated that we are commenting on red lines submitted by the opposers. They continue to submit a substantive red line to an agreement to which they're not even a party. But this is the public process, and that's okay. We're prepared to discuss it. That said, I found their proposed edits in the red line that they submitted to be disorganized and confusing. And maybe the board can inquire as to what the red language means versus the blue language in their proposal. it may be that confusion is their ultimate strategy, but my read is that they're asking for both the blue language that they proposed in September, and in addition there too, the red language that they now propose in addition to that blue language. In any case, it's not clear though what's being proposed or specifically exempted by some of the opposing entities. Aurora and Colorado Springs on page 3 of their proposal seem to extract themselves from some parts, but not all parts. That seems to me to also conflict with the overall statement submitted by all 4 or 5 entities, if you include the homestake partners as a 5th entity, that says that the proposed revisions are offered as a whole. And that language is offered at the top of page 4 of the opposers' submittal. But as I'll explain, the opposers' edits effectively seek intentionally, I believe, to eliminate the benefits of the proposed in-stream flow acquisition to such an extent that it would defeat this historic opportunity for the reasons that you have already heard. The respective roles of the CWCB board, CWCB staff, the river district, and that overall co-management process remains the primary disputed issue. And it was the primary disputed issue, though not the only one, talked about in that mediation process. But I want to address 6 points related to the opposer's red line on the respective roles. To talk about the mandatory call reduction, the collaborative voluntary call reduction process, the CWCB's discretionary call reduction process, which they don't include, and CWCB's statutory and authority and existing in-stream flow agreements, the opposer's insertion of provisions that would tip the scale with respect to the disputed third-party agreements, as well as the opposer's apparent reservation of rights language that they've included in their proposal. With respect to the mandatory call relaxation agreement, we talked about that in response to Director Hawes's questions earlier a bit, but just to reiterate, we tried to faithfully implement those provisions in our proposal as the mandatory 2007 call relaxation agreement applies to hydropower use. We effectively tried to replicate that as to the application of the Shoshone water rights to in-stream flow use. The opposer's red line would make that call relaxation mandatory if the triggers are present, regardless of whether Denver acts to trigger it. We talked about how in the 2007 agreement, Denver gets 75% of the savings. And under our proposal, Denver gets 90% of the savings. And under their proposal, Denver gets, and by the way, all of the other opposing entities get 100% of the water that they save when a call relaxation occurs. Under their proposal, the Shoshone in-stream flow and the West Slope would get nothing. The in-stream flow would suffer. Downstream water rights downstream of Shoshone would suffer. And the CWCB's 300 plus in-stream flow, adjudicated in-stream flow rights upstream of Shoshone potentially would suffer as well, all without any mitigation. With respect to the paragraph 7B collaborative process, as you heard from Andy Mueller and Rob and Jen, under that proposal, if the CWCB staff and the River District staff do not agree on whether a voluntary relaxation is warranted, this is paragraph 7B of our proposal, the discussion is automatically elevated to the CWCB board and the River District board, or there's 3 members plus any other members that wish to participate. And that those board members would provide input to their respective staff. As you heard Andy say, and I think Andy and I are both hired by the board, if we did something that 3 or 4 members of our board disagree with after the board has taken any sort of vote or provided direction to us, we probably will be looking for different jobs. But in any case, our proposal allows that elevation process to be triggered by any stakeholder, and that allows to that statewide discussion to continue. Now, maybe there's that risk that Director Hawes raised that it could be misused or abused, I guess. But I think there won't be too many of those before that sort of element gets weeded out. In contrast, the opposers at their paragraph, what they call 7 Roman 10, and I think on page 2 of their red line proposal or of their submittal, instead of the any aggrieved party going to the thank you, at 710 Roman at 8, only instead of anybody being able to trigger that process, under their proposal, only the party requesting a call reduction can trigger the elevation to the board level. And so let's say that the River District and the CWCB agree that a call reduction should happen. Under the opposer's proposal, an aggrieved party, such as maybe the Grand Valley entity, thank you, would not be entitled to elevate to the CWCB level, only the requesting party. And more importantly, under the CWCB, or I'm sorry, under the opposer's proposal, oh, they're shutting me down. At least the mic's still working. They can elevate, the requesting party could elevate the issue even if the CWCB staff and River District staff both agree that a call reduction is not warranted. So it could be elevated to the board at that level. And most importantly, under their proposal, that the elevation, once it goes to the CWCB board, it would be within the sole discretion of the CWCB board as to if, when, and to what extent a voluntary relaxation would occur. It'd be solely at the discretion of the board. Basically, as I read this, the opposers are saying that not only do they not trust the River District staff, Andy, but they, and me maybe too, they don't trust the River District board. And they don't trust not only the River District staff, the River District board, they don't trust the CWCB staff as well. For the reasons that I hope are obvious, the opposers' proposal is not responsive. It doesn't provide for a collaborative process, and it's not acceptable, as you've heard from our constituents. With respect to paragraph 7C, the discretionary call relaxation, the CWC, or the proposal, sorry, the opponent's proposal makes that moot because there's no need, because it's always at the discretion of the CWCB under their proposal. With respect to the CWCB's existing in-stream flow agreements and its authority, I think you heard from Grant County Commissioner Merritt Linke. Grant County has the ultimate authority over the exercise of the in-stream flow rights that it secured in that process. They have an agreement with Denver Water, the Grant County, and the CWCB from 2011. The proponents on the would build in that discretion to allow the CWCB to reduce the call in certain limited circumstances. And at all circumstances, the CWCB would be the entity exercising the right for in-stream flow. So it's not a complete abdication or a complete delegation of the CW's authority over in-stream flow. With respect to the third-party agreements, we've already mentioned a little bit with respect to Director Hawes's question. The opposers insist that only the senior Shoshone water right would operate with its original priority, and only to the extent of 1,250 CFS as decreed during the irrigation season. During the non-irrigation season, the opposers would limit the Shoshone rights to 900 CFS, the senior right, and their proposal for the junior right, which by the way was appropriated in 1929. Their proposal is that the junior right would only be exercised with a September 18, 2025 priority. If I'm not mistaken, that was yesterday. That's really without justification in any means, and is frankly, in my opinion, absurd. Their effort to insert the disputed and incorrect interpretation of those third-party agreements is in direct contradiction of the CW of your directives to mention, but not tip the scale one way or the other, those agreements. And then I'd just note finally that the opposers' reservation of rights language, I'll read just a little bit of it. They say the opposed revisions herein are offered as a whole, and they do not necessarily imply agreement to specific language or changes in other language. They do not waive their arguments or rights to challenge the CWCB's acceptance or of the approval of the acquisition. They reserve all their rights, including under the APA, Administrative Procedure Act. That sounds to me like they want to sue you unless you adopt every single one of their proposed edits. And maybe even if you accept all of their proposed edits, they're reserving their right to sue you. That's not surprising given what we've heard from them previously, including in September when Kyle Whitaker from Northern District said, I can assure you that if any level of that's my time. I think you remember what he said. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Andy will as well.
Thank you. Okay, are there any questions? Hearing no questions at this moment, we're going to go ahead and call the Front Range entities. And you have 25 minutes.
And just indulgence of the board. I know you've been sitting almost 3 hours. I'm just wondering if you want to take a.
No, we're gonna take a break after this.
Okay.
We got it.
Good afternoon, directors and CWCB staff. I'm Jessica Ruedi, General Counsel for Denver Water, and I'm going to present some initial remarks on behalf of the Front Range entities collectively, and then some of my colleagues will make some brief remarks on behalf of their individual agencies. First, I want to thank you and staff for the countless hours that you have all devoted to this hearing and your willingness to consider our concerns and perspectives. I also want to thank the River District, CWCB staff, and in particular, Jen Mealy from the AG's office for engaging with us in very genuine and constructive dialogue over the past couple months. And I do want to echo, I think what Andy said, that these were very heartfelt and I think constructive conversations, even though we couldn't ultimately fulfill your desire to have us come to a stipulation that we could all agree to. I do think it was a good process. I think everyone was genuinely engaged, and I do think it was valuable, and the Colorado Forum deserves all of our thanks for that. The good news is that there is much on which we agree. Most importantly, I want to reiterate that the Front Range parties support the applicant's stated objective of preserving the status quo, preserving the Shoshone water rights. We agree with that overall objective. Our ultimate goal is to get to a negotiated resolution that is a win for the River District and the coalition of stakeholders who have worked so hard to get to this point. And I do want to acknowledge that. A win for the environment in this critical stretch of the Colorado River, and frankly, a win for all Colorado water users who rely on this essential resource by ensuring predictable river administration that avoids injury to existing water rights. That is what we all want to see come out of this. I continue to be optimistic, as Andy Miller alluded to, that we will eventually get there. And I want to assure the board and all parties that the Front Range entities remain committed to staying at the table and working collaboratively with the CWCB, River District, and all stakeholders to achieve that positive outcome. That is what we do as Coloradans, and that is what we're committed to do. So why are we here? Why are we still having this hearing? Why have you had hundreds of pages of material to review in the last 24 hours? It is because we have a principled policy disagreement concerning whether the CWCB or the River District should have ultimate decision-making authority to modify or relax the ISF call in times of crisis, including those foreseeable crises like extreme drought, forest fire, cyber attack on a treatment plant, as well as the unknown unknowns that we cannot even envision sitting here today. And that is particularly important because we are looking at a perpetual agreement. And there are things that will come in the generations that will have to be interpreted under this agreement that we can't even anticipate today. So that is why having the right process, having the right decision makers is so critical to everybody. The proposed in-stream flow use agreement before you today is unprecedented, both because of the statewide magnitude of the water rights at issue and because you are being asked to forever cede this board's exclusive authority to make future decisions about these most consequential of water rights. And you heard in September about some other scenarios in which this board delegated some limited authority, but ultimately the board retained its ultimate authority over those rights or the right to terminate the agreement. This proposed agreement is different in those respects. The Colorado legislature has entrusted this board and this board alone to appropriate and control in-stream flow water rights. Specifically, Colorado Revised Statute Section 3792-102, subsection 3, vests this body with the exclusive authority on behalf of the people of the state of Colorado to appropriate such waters of natural streams to preserve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. And the same section is clear that no other person or entity shall be granted a decree adjudicating right for water or interest in water for in-stream flow in a stream channel between specific points for any purpose whatsoever. This board has that exclusive responsibility and role. But the proposed agreement effectively does just that by requiring the CWCB to exercise the right to the maximum extent possible unless the River District agrees to a reduction in the call as it chooses. And I do want to be clear that Rule 10 that Assistant AG Mealy alluded to also needs to be construed in accordance with state law. It doesn't trump state statute. In other words, this agreement will give the River District veto authority when it comes to the Shoshone water rights, because only if both this board and the River District agree can the call be relaxed or reduced. Otherwise, it remains in full force and effect. As you heard in September, and I believe Aurora put up a slide summarizing the other agreements that I alluded to, CWCB has never given up this degree of control to parties donating water for in-stream flow use. And to be clear again, this agreement would bind the CWCB forever. Per the proposed terms, the state cannot terminate the agreement without the consent of the River District. The decision you make today will bind all future boards. In response to the board's directives at the conclusion of the September hearing, what we propose is quite simple. And thank you for putting it up on the screen. While we do support a collaborative process between the CWCB staff and the River District staff and the entity or entities who are seeking relief from the Shoshone call under this 7B in the River District and CWCB version, we believe that if consensus cannot be reached, this board should have the final say. That is what is contemplated by the statute. That is how you remain faithful to both the words and the intent of the ISF statute. Our state lawmakers were intentional and thoughtful in entrusting the CWCB and only the CWCB with this powerful authority. You bring to this table the wealth of knowledge and breadth of perspectives of your basins and the many and diverse water users around the state, from the West Slope and the East Slope, agriculture, municipal, and environmental stakeholders, as well as the wisdom and experience of the tribal nations that have called this land home for generations. You are appointed by the governor and confirmed by the state senate, and together as a body, you act in the best interests of all Coloradans, not just the West Slope, not just the East Slope, not just your particular basins. You act on behalf of all of us as a state. The CWCB has thoughtfully exercised this authority and administered the in-stream flow program for decades, and that has served our state very well. And we think the CWCB as a body is best suited to navigate the crises that future generations may face, both the ones we can foresee and those we cannot. There was reference to the exhibit that we submitted, and I do just want to clarify the table that we submitted. The middle column that I think Peter was alluding to is exactly what we submitted in our August submittal. We simply included that information all in one table just for the board's convenience, so that you wouldn't have to be flipping back and forth through multiple versions of the in-stream flow agreement. Had we had the CWCB and River District proposal available to us, we would have included that in the table as well. But the only new information is the information in the right-hand column, and that is what we've submitted in response to the board's directive. So I just want to clarify there was nothing new or changed from what we previously submitted. Should the board approve the in-stream flow use agreement without the change we are requesting, it would set a new paradigm for the in-stream flow program, one in which this board's judgment about what is right and best for Colorado as a whole, and the decisions of those who will fill your seats long after we are all gone, can be trumped by local interests or other decision makers or others who choose to donate in-stream flow water in the future, who may or may not share CWCB's statewide outlook and responsibility. We urge the board to not erode CWCB's authority over the in-stream flow program. With regard to paragraph 14, just briefly, we included an excerpt from the statute simply to reemphasize what we believe the CWCB board's policy authority to be. We are certainly open, should the board wish to include other relevant portions of the statute, but we did think it's important to actually include the language of the statute. Before I turn it over to Lisa Thompson, General Counsel to Northern Water and its municipal subdistrict, again, I just want to remind the board that Denver Water did propose a variety of other modifications to the in-stream flow agreement, including the Shoshone outage protocol terms from the CRCA that frankly are what operates today when the power plant is not calling water. So to the extent that we are asking those be preserved, that in our view is the status quo. It's not a change from how the river operates today. And again, for the board's convenience, we included that table that includes both our prior submittal and the new language for the board's consideration. And now I'd like to introduce Lisa Thompson.
Good afternoon, Board of Directors. For the record, Lisa Thompson with Northern Water Municipal Subdistrict. I also want to thank you for your time and willingness to consider Northern Water's viewpoints on the proposed revised in-stream flow agreement. Northern Water agrees with Denver Water's remarks. This board is vested with the exclusive authority to exercise in-stream flow rights, and we urge that you not surrender that authority. The case law, in our opinion, is very clear on this point. An agency may not cede final decision-making authority to a third party without explicit legislative authority. That does not exist here. There is no co-management in the in-stream flow statute. The case law is also clear that there is a, quote, unique statutory fiduciary duty between this board and the people of Colorado regarding in-stream flow use. This fiduciary responsibility is also not shared with the River District Board. As you've heard from the River District and CWCB today, their new red line version of the in-stream flow agreement has evolved on several points and incorporates several new terms to address the board's directives. Much of that we do support, but the agreement has not changed on what we believe to be the fundamental primary disputed issue: the board maintaining its sole and final decision-making authority. This is the key issue for Northern Water. And the Front Range Group has proposed, in response to the Directive 4, a collaborative process for voluntary reduction located in our submitted red lines. That's in paragraph 7, and it's on the slide in front of you. Our proposed process is very similar to that proposed by the River District, very similar, but with one big change: the final decision-making does remain with the CWCB. Undoubtedly, as we all know, a collaborative process for reduction of these very important water rights, I think we all agree is needed. And frankly, I think we all agree it's the right thing to do. We want to hear a variety of viewpoints about reduction of these water rights. We want to hear from recreation, irrigation, about fish flows, ESA protections, water supplies, et cetera. And of course, our Colorado Water Plan specifically calls for statewide collaboration in situations like this. We also agree that this board certainly has the discretion to decide to consult and collaborate with the River District and can include collaboration terms in this agreement. We are not disputing that. And just as the River District proposes, we support much of their proposed collaboration process. Specifically, the CWCB and River District, we agree, could receive a reduction request. They convene a meeting of advisory stakeholders, consider information presented by the requesting parties. They make an initial determination on the minimum amount of reduction necessary, and then report that decision to this board. However, the last and final step is where the parties diverge. From there, the River District proposes that any reduction only occur with the consent of the River District's general manager, or if there's a disagreement between the director of the CWCB and the River District's general manager, then with the consent of the River District's board of directors. This granting of your decision-making authority and your fiduciary duty to the River District Board, in our opinion, is far, far outside the statutory language, far outside the intent of our legislature throughout the entire legislative history that we have reviewed carefully, and this board's fiduciary duties. Alternatively, what we have proposed is on page 2 of our red line. It's at Romanet 8, as I mentioned, it's right here in front of you, and it provides that either the River District General Manager and CWCB Director disagreement or a requesting party's objection would require the request to be brought to the board for a final decision. With the Front Range proposal, the critical collaboration process does still occur. As I mentioned, we agree with much of that process, but the last provision is what is critical to us to have the final decision here with this board. I want to highlight one other key difference between what the Front Range entities are proposing and what the River District's proposing in their paragraph 7, because much of it's the same, as I mentioned, except for this Romanet 8. But there's also another difference, and that's with the criteria, or as they have called the factors to be evaluated upon a reduction request. The River District enlists about 14 different factors it would evaluate when presented with a reduction request. River District would determine whether it thought entities like Northern Water, Denver Water, Colorado Springs, Aurora had unreasonably deferred infrastructure maintenance, whether it agreed with the water provider's water use restrictions, whether it believes the water providers properly supported growth, whether the River District believes the water supplier has implemented appropriate conservation or reuse measures. Again, this, in our opinion, is a massive overreach. The River District is not and cannot be the arbiter of this state's towns, cities, growing communities, and their infrastructure. Not to mention, many of these factors don't even apply to an entity like Northern Water. The River District's criteria should be eliminated from paragraph 7 and is not included in the Front Range's proposal. Each request should be fully considered on a case-by-case basis and then discussed among the large group of stakeholders. And I'll just emphasize here that their list of stakeholders and ours is the same. And so the request would go to that large advisory group and discussed in whole on a case-by-case basis. Lastly, Northern Water will continue to press in water court that the what's called external agreements that are referenced in the board's directives remain enforceable against the River District, the state, and the other parties. Those agreements, namely, as you've heard about, the 2016, what we call SHOP agreement or Shoshone Outage Protocol, and the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement, those do establish the status quo right now on the river. Those collaborative agreements are perfect examples of the parties coming together to protect the flows in the river. In fact, the shop agreement applies whenever the water rights are not being fully exercised for power for any reason and maintains flows up to 1250 CFS during part of the year. By prior collaboration of the parties before you today, and I'll note that 1250 CFS could be far more than what a water court historic use limitation could result in. If this donation went away, those agreements still remain. The river will be protected. At this time, in order for us to move on to water court and hopefully continued negotiation with the River District, our ask here is the same as what you heard from Denver Water and what you hear from all the Front Range entities, that this board of directors should not cede its final decision-making authority to the River District, and it should adopt the collaborative process that we have proposed in our paragraph 7, and in particular, the Romanet 8. So thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing us to make our comments. And now I'm going to pass it on to Abby Ortega.
Good afternoon, Chair Cloud, members of the board. I'm Abby Ortega, General Manager for Planning for Colorado Springs Utilities. I'm speaking on behalf of Colorado Springs Utilities, the home state partners, and I have many of the comments from Alex Davis. In the interest of time, we've consolidated our comments on behalf of home state. Both Aurora and Colorado Springs consistently have supported CWCB's acquisition of the senior Shoshone right for in-stream flow use, and we recognize the historic opportunity that this presents to protect the status quo of the Colorado River for generations to come. At the same time, as you've just heard from Denver Water and Northern Water, altering the controlling water right on the river, especially one of this magnitude, comes with real risks. Our shared goal is to ensure that the acquisition preserves the historic flow regime while avoiding unintended injury to millions of Coloradoans who rely on these water supplies. We appreciate the thoughtful revisions that CWCB staff and the River District have incorporated into the draft agreement and appreciate the work to date from all of the parties involved. The refinements, particularly to paragraph 14 and 15, help clarify CWCB's role, objective role and statutory responsibilities. We also value the addition of the language stating that the River District will not unreasonably withhold its approval of the voluntary relaxations of the Shoshone call proposed in paragraph 7. These changes reflect the genuine progress that we've made over the multiple meetings we've had over the last 2 months. However, consistent with Denver and Northern's testimony, we remain concerned that the draft agreement still transfers CWCB's exclusive authority to another entity. CWCB is the only body the legislature is authorized to determine how an in-stream flow right is exercised. Ensuring that CWCB retains that exclusive authority is essential. You are charged with conserving, developing, protecting, and managing Colorado's water for all Coloradoans. Colorado Springs and Aurora have existing agreements with the River District in which we agreed not to oppose adding the in-stream flow to the senior Shoshone right, providing several conditions are met. First, the addition of the in-stream flow preserves the historic flow regime of the senior Shoshone right, and we recognize that this will ultimately be determined in water court. However, we are still concerned that their proposal expands and maximizes the senior right and therefore the junior right beyond its historic use. An administrative effect creates injury to our existing water rights. Second, the 2007 Shoshone reduction agreement be incorporated, and we appreciate the inclusion of those terms in paragraph 7A. Third, that in the event of the compact curtailment, the CWCB and River District will work cooperatively with Colorado Springs and Aurora to avoid disparate adverse impacts across the Continental Divide. And we appreciate State Engineer Ullman's work on that and the language included in paragraph 7B3M and 7B7, or 7B9, I'm sorry. We respectfully request that these provisions be elevated into a standalone section 7D and 7E and not included under those voluntary terms to reflect their independent importance to remain consistent with our negotiated agreements. Further consistent with the statutory framework, the CWCB must also retain its exclusive authority to determine when such actions under the compact would be needed. I also want to be clear that neither Colorado Springs nor Aurora are requesting any relaxation of the senior Shoshone right beyond the scope of what we agreed to in our agreements that we entered into with the River District and other West Slope parties. With respect to the junior Shoshone water right, our agreements with the River District commit to good faith negotiations regarding adding in-stream flow use to the junior right. As previously stated, the expansion of the senior would create an expansion of the junior. As drafted, paragraph 7C cannot be supported because it would not provide any meaningful relief during actual times of municipal crisis. Restricting CWCB's discretionary authority to one relaxation every 20 years is arbitrary and inconsistent with the statutory structure. Like Denver and Northern, we agree with the River District's 14 proposed criteria should be removed from paragraph 7B. While the intent is to be collaborative, the result is an overreach. Specifically, with regard to the criteria related to municipal growth, the CWCB as a neutral state agency should not position itself as an arbiter as the arbiter of how municipalities grow, nor should you approve an agreement that appears to give CWCB as well as the River District that role, in addition to the other criteria that Lisa highlighted. In closing, we appreciate the extensive work that has gone into this effort and strongly echo Denver Northern's request that CWCB ensure it retains its exclusive statutory authority under the ISF program. With several targeted refinements, we believe the board can approve an agreement that protects the historic flow regime, meets West Slope objectives, supports the environment, and ensures long-term statewide reliability critical to municipal supplies. Alex, did you have anything that you wanted to add on behalf of Aurora in our next couple minutes?
I did.
Thank you for your time.
60 seconds, so I may speak really quickly. Again, great appreciation to the River District. I really appreciated Peter Fleming's idea that there might be some changes to this in-stream flow agreement in the future, that they have worked really hard with everyone to try to find resolution. As you are all very clear, the big issue is your authority and power. We could talk about the $60 million that's coming from taxpayer funds, including taxpayers on the Front Range. We could talk about the existential threat to all of the entities that may be impacted by those of us relying on Colorado River water. But the real question because you guys are getting to wrestle with this. And what I want to reiterate is this is exactly why the state needs to keep their authority. Now, because it is a really difficult question, and there might be really difficult questions. One thing I heard from the West Slope was that they might think that if you guys have this discretion, you would not. Sometimes.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions? Dr. McLeod?
I have several questions, but this would be for you collectively. Any one of you can take the answer. We've got this chart that got here, and I guess I'm a little bit confused about what we're supposed to do with this. The middle column, which is a blue line on the one we got, what are we supposed to do with that?
Thank you, Director McLeod. We simply included that for your reference so that you wouldn't have to flip back to our prior submission in August. We are still asking that you consider those red lines, but that is really outside of the scope of the directives that we are addressing here today. But we still believe it is within the scope of the board's ultimate decision-making authority in terms of what you do with the ISF agreement overall.
So to be clear, you're suggesting that these blue line provisions be included in the ISF agreement? Is that correct?
That's what we submitted back in August.
I understand that part, but
yes, we are asking you to consider those.
Today?
Correct.
Okay.
The board has not yet concluded that hearing.
Okay, well, today we're going to decide what goes in that in-stream flow agreement. So what the Front Range entities are suggesting is that we add these provisions to the agreement. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct. We're asking you to consider both the middle and the right column.
Okay, so the right column is also suggestions for inclusion, right?
Yes, the right column is the new suggestions that we have added in response to the board's directives at the conclusion of the last hearing.
Okay, so let me follow up on that.
For the record, Alexandra Davis, Aurora Water. Aurora and Colorado Springs are not asking for all of those blue lines because they go beyond our agreement. And I know that gets a little confusing, but we are very, we want to make sure that we comply with our 2018 Busk-Ivanhoe agreement. And so there is a point at which
the Front Range entities have different positions. And I just wanted to be very clear. I think we tried to make that clear in this submittal where Aurora and Colorado Springs were, but because we have very specific agreements regarding the senior Shoshone right, a different agreement regarding the junior Shoshone right, we are trying to be very careful to stay within those agreements.
Okay, but Alex, as long as you're there, we have to do this today, right?
I don't know if you have to do this today.
Well, I'll defer to the hearing officer. I think we do have to do this today, don't we?
I think other people would know better than me as I'm filling in, but my understanding of the situation is unless the River District voluntarily chooses to move to continue the hearing to a further date, this must be completed today.
Okay, can they make a second request? I thought they were limited to one request, and they've already made that one.
That's a question that I will have to look. I don't, is your question, Director McLeod, if they can make more than one motion to continue?
Yeah, is it possible, Scott, for them to ask for a second one?
We haven't been in this position before, but I don't know that there's anything that would limit the River District from further continuing a decision on this matter. Is that the question you're asking?
Right. But it would be exclusively in the
their
bailiwick of the River District, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. All right, so they could do it. It's possible. All right, that's what I wanted to know.
I believe so.
Okay.
Maybe possible, but maybe improbable.
Yeah, I would say improbable also, but so we have to make this decision today about what goes in that agreement. So tell me, what would you like us, what would Colorado Springs and Aurora like us to do about the blue line language that is in this chart? Do we put that in the agreement or not? I'm trying to understand what you want.
Yes, I appreciate that, Director McLeod, and I understand that it is a little confusing and
It's a lot
I think
confusing.
that there is blue line language that Colorado Springs and Aurora would not ask for based on our agreements. So where we have focused our concerns is with the junior in-stream flow speed. So let me back up. We have an agreement that required specific language from the 07 agreement to be included and specific language regarding the compact to be included. And with that language for the senior Shoshone right, Aurora agreed not to oppose an in-stream flow agreement going forward. That language was not included initially, which was why we were here the first time around, and now has been included. We also asked for language in paragraph 14, and we're comfortable with 14A, which the state changed. So our language was the red language that you were discussing earlier, and that was designed to remind, just to say, articulate the idea that the CWCB's mission goes beyond in-stream flows. The CWCB's mission is about statewide water supply and working to ensure a lot of different water policy things happen. So that was our initial language for 14. 14A gets us there the same way. We just articulated more statutory language that was in the statute. So we're comfortable with 14A. 7B and 7C are close to where we think we can work, but they do include a couple of the things that both Northern and Colorado Springs address. So one, for example, this idea that one of the criteria would be a judgment on how the cities do conservation, on how the cities have determined to allow growth, on whether the cities have done enough to procure water supply, on what, that particular paragraph goes beyond what the CWCB's authorities are. It goes beyond what the River District's authorities are. And it creates a whole slew of problems in terms of being able to judge those things because they are all very complicated. So there are some of the criteria that we were okay with, and we were willing to say, yes, criteria, parameters around this voluntary reduction make sense. But all of the criteria, specifically that one, but a couple others we were not comfortable with. So we made some suggested changes to those criteria. In terms of 7C, I really appreciated the River District's response to trying to get to this nub of discretion and who is the ultimate arbiter. And so 7C gives the CWCB that ultimate choice in the context of the junior Shoshone water right. However, it is limited to once in 20 years, and if there are certain watering restrictions in place, and those watering restrictions don't really reflect our what we call our water shortage response program, which is actually quite complicated. And if we are 1 day a week watering restrictions, we have gone way past crisis and we're in, disaster mode. So it would be too late practically to do anything meaningful under that restriction. So we asked that 1 day a week restriction be changed to 2 days a week. And we asked that 20-year limitation be changed as well, because we didn't think that was appropriate. Now, there are ways to make that appropriate. There are ways to say, there were lots of questions. So if it's once every, if it's twice, 2 years out of 20, there's lots of questions. Is it only one entity that gets to ask? Is it a year where we're developing water? So we were concerned about that particular provision, and we asked for some changes to that particular provision. So in response to what we would like to see, we would like to see those changes to 7B and 7C. We think, and this is really goes to the heart of the matter, is there should be, in very limited circumstances, I mean, we get the co-management piece is obviously incredibly important. However, the board should be a backstop. And it's not saying that if the River District and the board disagree, it's not saying that the requesting entity wins. It's not necessarily, I believe this board takes their responsibilities very seriously and will make a decision that this body feels is in the best interest of the state of Colorado. And that's the backstop that I think Aurora and Colorado Springs are looking for, is in those very limited circumstances where there is a black swan event, something has happened, maybe we have gotten to 2 months supply, that reducing the call from 1250 to 900 would allow us to divert an additional 1,000 acre feet, and that would get us through X month, that the board be able to make that decision, that there's some backstop there. So it's not asking for full discretion all the time, but it is asking that in those emergency situations, the board has the ability to step in and say, we're going to do what we think is best for the state of Colorado. I think that covers all the changes that we wanted. I hope that wasn't too.
Why didn't you give us those suggested changes? I don't see them anywhere on these documents.
They are in the red. They're in the red side, in the red column, I believe. Oops.
Okay, well, I missed it. Okay, good.
Yeah, I have a simple question. I appreciate all that parsing of your position and Denver's position. We're in a position to try and make a decision, as I see it, between two proposals. So are you supporting the proposal that we have before us? That is the Front Range proposal for the in-stream flow? Paragraph 7. I don't mean parsing. I mean the entire thing that we have before us to compare to the staff and Colorado River District proposal.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to be complicated around this. I just need to make sure that Aurora does not take a position that puts us in violation of our agreement. And so
So you are here today. Do you have a separate proposal that you want us to consider?
well, it might have been helpful to do it that way, and I apologize if we didn't do it in the most clear manner. Director Vasquez, our requests are included in here, and if there's a choice, if it's a this or this, I think 7X, which allows the board in this voluntary flow reduction situation, allows the board to maintain its authority to call or reduce the call, is an appropriate way to go.
I'm not sure I have an answer to my question. Did I miss something?
Well, so for Aurora, in regard to the senior Shoshone water right, our conditions appear to have been met in terms of the in-stream flow agreement that we were talking about with the River District. With regard to the junior in-stream flow right, I don't believe all of our conditions have been met. And so with regard to the junior right, Aurora would like to see the board keep its authority to determine whether or not to reduce the call, the junior call, in times of crisis.
Perhaps I'll pose my question in a different way. Imagine theoretically that the board accepted everything that the Front Range group has put before us. Are you going to support that? Are you going to be accepting that? If it's complicated for you, it's complicated for us.
I totally understand how complicated. We will not oppose that. We will not oppose.
I guess that's an answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a negative, not a positive, I think.
I think the challenge is different parties have different contractual limitations on what they can advocate for and what they can't advocate for.
I got that. Right. I just didn't know whether all of the they that is before us is supportive of the final red line that was supported. It was provided to us yesterday.
So maybe I can summarize. None of us actively oppose anything in this document. Some of us actively support all of it, and some of us can only actively support what's in the right-hand column.
Director McLeod, you were.
Okay, so Jessica, this is for you this time. So since you answered the question about the blue line material, if we're going to have the exclusive authority to administer this water right, these provisions significantly limit our authority to manage the water right. How is that consistent with your argument that we should have exclusive authority? I mean, that these mandate different reductions and changes and so on, and takes it completely out of our hands. So how do we have exclusive authority if we adopt these provisions?
Sure, I'm happy to address that question, Director McLeod. So again, our view is that these restrictions are already agreed to in the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement. That's what the River District has agreed to be bound by. That's what we've agreed to be bound by. Again, I respect that the River District has a different interpretation, but we think that in any event, we all need to operate within the confines of existing law and existing commitments. And so that's what we've tried to reflect here, but ultimately the board can make a decision to either adopt that or defer that and allow the water court to decide.
Okay, well, you brought up the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement. In that agreement, I believe it contemplates the acquisition of the Shoshone water right by a West Slope governmental entity, I think is the term, correct?
That's close. It contemplates the acquisition of both the plant and therefore their ability to effectively call the water right by operation of the plant.
Well, but by acquiring a water right, wouldn't they also acquire the right to control administration of the water right? And then the agreement goes on to say that Denver Water will support the West Slope governmental entity's acquisition of the water right, but it doesn't sound like you're supporting it now. I'm confused about that.
Yeah, so happy to address that. So in the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement, this is Article 6, which addresses the Shoshone call. And it talks generally about this concept of preservation of the Shoshone water rights. And it contemplates a couple of different scenarios. One scenario that is contemplated, because I believe it's something that West Slope was considering at the time, was that they would acquire the plants, operate the plant, and therefore by their operation of the plant, they would essentially step into the shoes of Public Service Company or Excel in terms of calling the power right. And it does contemplate that if other permanency measures could not be achieved, that Denver Water would support the acquisition of the plant. Again, that is not exactly what's contemplated here. What's contemplated is acquiring the right, but not the plant. The Article 6 also talks about how to preserve the Shoshone calls when the power plant is not operating. And it talks about whenever the Shoshone power plant is subject to a shutdown for repair, maintenance, or other reasons, that constitutes a Shoshone outage. So again, when the plant's not operating, we operate under a Shoshone outage. In our view, that is SHOP as described in the CRCA, as opposed to the relaxation agreement, which is what Denver can trigger when the plant is operating and calling the water.
But all of these agreements remain in place, no matter what we do here today, right? I mean, the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement, the Shoshone Outage Protocol, the 2007 agreement, which is incorporated in here now. So even though that expires in a few years, they basically pulled that into the in-stream flow agreement. I mean, all of those things continue to be in effect, including the ones with Colorado Springs and Aurora. We've acknowledged that, as staff has acknowledged that here, that all those agreements remain in place and we're not trying to do anything to disrupt those. So why isn't that adequate?
Well, first of all, that's correct. That I do think, as presented, that the revised in-stream flow agreement does essentially acknowledge all of those agreements, and ultimately the water court will have to figure out how does it sort out these various agreements. But again, in our view, it is, and again, I think this is where there's a difference between the CRCA, which is Denver Water's agreement with the River District and other West Slope parties, versus Aurora and CSU's agreements with the West Slope parties. In our view, the 2007 call reduction or relaxation agreement does not apply when an in-stream flow right is calling. SHOP would apply in that scenario because the power right is not calling by definition in the CRCA. So I think that's where there's a departure. It's a question of would SHOP apply or would relaxation, the 2007 relaxation, which again, Denver Water negotiated with Excel for a very different purpose than how it's being translated here.
Thank you.
Director Combs?
So I had a question for Lisa. I think, didn't you say in your presentation that you, according to the staff proposal, that only the River District determines what those limited circumstances are for those 14 criteria? Isn't that what you said?
Under the language, it's with the River District and CWCB, but the ultimate final decision has to be approved by the River District. So they are involved in evaluating those criteria and make a final decision.
So I guess my point, if I might, I guess my point is, when I look at that, it says clearly that it's both, and I don't see the actual language that says they have any more authority than CWCB does.
The final decision on whether or not to accept the reduction has to be approved by the River District General Manager. So that ultimately is why, after those criteria are evaluated, the River District has the final veto power, essentially. And so they're going to be evaluating those criteria and determining whether or not they will approve the reduction. So if you keep going down past the criteria, ultimately, the decision has to be approved by the River District.
And CWCB.
Yes, yeah, but the veto power is there for River District. If they have to approve it, they get a veto. If they don't approve it, they have a veto.
But then don't we go into
Then you go to the director's proposal under there.
and there's no veto power. They just trigger a different process where CWCB is still actively engaged. They don't have absolute veto power to say it ends here, it's over.
Ultimately, they do. So under their proposal, they have a requirement that both the River District and River District General Manager and CWCB Director have to agree. If they don't, it goes to the CWCB Director meeting, as they call it, right? And ultimately, though, it has to be agreed upon then by the River District. So they do continue to have that veto power under their proposal. Under our proposal, they don't.
So I guess I don't read it quite that distinct when they're saying they're going to continue the process. I hear what you're saying there, but I guess I don't get that extreme interpretation of it.
Let me just go to that section real quick, Director Combs. So if you go to,
And I'm talking about their proposal.
yeah, so 7B. So really what it comes down to for Northern Water is their 7B versus our 7B, right? I mean, that's ultimately where we're at. Any voluntary in-stream flow call reduction pursuant to the 7B will occur only upon the mutual agreement of CWCB and the River District. So they have to approve it. If they don't, it's a veto.
Veto power under that provision, right?
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
So I think that's the distinction is I think with all due respect, I think you believe we're just going to roll over and not assert because they're in the agreement. And I don't read that way. That's all I'm saying. I read the words, I hear what you're saying. I disagree. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that's the intent of what they're trying to do. And now we may not get there here today. I'm just saying, I think they're trying to do exactly what they said they were going to do. They want to have some cooperative working in this. And I think it was very clear from the entities that are partnering with them that they need that assurance. And that's what I'm taking that as, not as ceding our authority. And I'll tell you why. Let me give you my premise is I think we're talking a lot about CWCB giving up their authority statutorily. We're relinquishing power. Whereas can we not, I guess I need a little distinction. My belief is we are receiving a donation of a water right with certain conditions. And that's just like any other release of a water right or any other exercise of an in-stream flow. The donor can put conditions. And so I guess I'm coming from it as maybe, I don't want to say subordinate because I don't want to put words in the River District, but I do believe they're just saying this is what we perceive as cooperative agreement. We would agree to donate our water right for this purpose with these conditions. And I don't believe that they're saying we become equal in the statutory authority to CWCB in the exercising of an in-stream flow. And so there's something I'm missing in your definition.
Director Combs, I think you're right in large part. I would agree with you that if we're in 7B and some entity, it could be a Front Range entity, it could be a West Slope entity, requests some reduction for some emergency situation, that in theory, it's possible the River District could say yes, and the CWCB could say no. That is theoretically possible. But it's really two things operating together. It's the default is that the CWCB is obliged to operate the in-stream flow at full force and effect. You don't have discretion in the ordinary course to do anything other than operate the in-stream flow to its maximum extent, which is what the River District is advocating for. So
Can I ask you one question there to
Sure.
clarify maximum?
Sure.
They cannot, the donor of any water right cannot determine what the maximum operation is. For example, if I owned a 10 CFS water right, could I not donate to CWCB 8 CFS of that water right? And then under a specific condition, offer up the other 2?
Yeah, you absolutely can. And again, we've seen other instances in which donors have placed some conditions on how that right is exercised. We have never seen the level of conditions that we're seeing in this in-stream flow right on a water right that is so impactful to the entire state of Colorado. So again, it's the combination of you're commanded, you're obliged to call it to its maximum extent. And by default, if both parties do not agree, if either party decides not to agree to a reduction, the reduction doesn't happen. So theoretically, both the CWCB and the River District would have a veto. But again, we're starting from the default that the water right is being called to its full extent.
Okay, so then, like I said, I'm slow, so I'm not trying to be argumentative. The maximum utilization is you want the total call coming out, right? So you're saying we're obliged to do the maximum, and yet the reduction is what benefits you.
We're
So
not advocating in the right column for a change to that provision that requires the CWCB to call it to the maximum extent. We're just saying if there are certain crisis scenarios, ideally, and I think probably A, these are going to be rare instances, and B, in most instances, my expectation and my hope is that the director of the CWCB and the director of the River District will agree. It's really just what is that ultimate backstop? Yeah. And that's where we depart. Again, I hope that this scenario never actually plays out. But if it does play out, it's when we're in a time of crisis.
thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate it.
Director Haas?
Thank you. I have at least 3 questions. So my first one is, and maybe it's just the way you all presented your information, but it is not clear to me. Well, let me back up. It sounds like the conversations with the mediator went well, but it's not clear to me what the Front Range gave. Like, it's clear to me what the West Slope gave because we've heard from their constituents that it was not ideal for some of the constituents. And we have something in writing that's a red line that shows us. So can you help us understand what the Front Range gave up in these conversations?
Sure, happy to. And again, I want to be careful that we're not going into confidential information. Frankly, our approach was a different approach. We were really focused on a global resolution. And so that's what we proposed. And I think there was a lot in there that we proposed that was in the nature of a compromise. And my hope is that we can continue to have that conversation, but that the River District was not ready to have that conversation at that time in that form. So.
Okay, so that's kind of to the River District's point. You are agreeing that you'll continue to have these conversations and hopefully mediation as part of the water court process, and maybe some of those things will come out there. Is that what you're saying? Are you committing to that continuing conversation and negotiation?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. And my hope is that it doesn't need to wait for water court, that we can start tomorrow.
Right. Okay. So my second question is, do you all have any concerns or objections with the findings that we have to make on the ecological, kind of the environmental benefits that we have to make 2 findings? And I just want to make sure we're all clear whether you all have any concerns with those.
I don't believe so.
Okay, great. My last question, well, maybe 3, so 2 more. For the criteria, let's say we go with the agreement we've been talking about, and there's the 14, let's see, 7B3 has all those criteria. So right now it says shall. Does it help at all to say may consider? Like, I just am trying to figure out, is there a path forward that makes it a little softer? Because I do understand the concerns of every entity looks at different criteria around whether they're in drought restrictions and how that operates. So, but
Sure.
yeah.
No, I appreciate the question. So our position is, of course, that yes, I mean, may would be helpful, but the criteria right now as drafted really, in our opinion, kind of put the thumb on the scale. They really are, in our opinion, sort of weighted towards a no. And really, in our view, each requester, Northern Water is going to be very unique from another requester, right? Each requester puts in their request, and then that advisory board, who brings all types of different criteria and views, look at it case by case. We don't need a criteria to say, oh, well, you have to look at, is there been deferred maintenance? You have to look at whether or not, you know, there's been water restrictions in place, or you need to look at these things. It feels like those are biased in our opinion. And so take them out and just let the advisory board, which we agree on, the parties to that, look at each request case by case.
So I think the struggle would be, what is the criteria that even that advisory board is looking at? So maybe there's some that you all would recommend striking. Would that be helpful? Like that you feel like are too weighted? It just feels like we need something to be able to tell a party what kinds of things they should be doing before they even come to ask.
Sure. I guess fundamentally, I don't think we have to lay out what the criteria is. Like, you must look at this or that. I think each requester puts forth information and says, we had an infrastructure failure. We're losing this amount. We have this amount of demand on the east slope. We have to. So you put forth whatever is the situation on a case by case basis that fits that situation. I fundamentally don't believe we have to have this list of factors. Every situation is going to be very, very different. The requester puts forth whatever information they want considered, and then the advisory group gets together with all different interests and evaluate that, and then make that decision, the initial decision with the River District, with the CWCB, and then if there's agreement, we're done. If there's not agreement, that's where we think it has to come to the board. Only when there's not agreement, this board is the final decider then, ultimately. And we think that's statutorily required, honestly.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And then my last question is just for Jessica around the CRCA. I guess a very simple question. Do you agree that there's differences of opinion between how Denver interprets things and how the River District interprets things?
Yes.
Okay, so thanks.
Thank you. Director Gibbs? Okay. Director McLeod?
I just have a simple question for Colorado Springs. You asked that we elevate some subparagraphs to a paragraph, and you were talking so quickly, I didn't write down which paragraphs you were talking about.
Sorry about that. I was trying to meet our time limit. Let me pull it up here and see.
That seems like a simple enough thing to do if I understand it correctly.
Right now it is the 7B3M and 7B9 1X. And we're asking to elevate those to standalone sections 7D and 7E. So they're not, if you choose to adopt all those criteria, they're not lumped in with all those criteria.
What was the second one? 7B9?
7B3M.
Yep.
And then B9, 7B9.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yes.
Are there any more questions? Okay, thank you. So up next, we have South Metro Wise. Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll move on to Pitkin.
Thank you. This is Anne Marie.
Okay, we are going to go ahead and take a 20-minute break. And this is for the board members also to get some rest. And then also to decide what language we want to have in the red line copies. And so if you can get those, that information over to, who's doing the red line? To Jen. And then we can get those put together within that break time so that we can discuss that when we get back.
I might, Madam Chair, if I can ask a
Go ahead.
question of the hearing officer. I appreciated your proposal earlier and Jen's suggestions for how to do that procedurally. Are you suggesting that the board provide red lines to Jen as the scribe, or that we do that as part of the public process and we use this break for board members to think about and consider what they would like to ask for? Just to be clear.
Assistant Attorney General Kyle Davenport. My suggestion was the latter.
Okay.
That the board take the next 20 minutes to organize their thoughts, determine what questions you might still want to ask of anyone, determine what language you would propose change in the ISF agreement, but not that you actually send that agreement to staff council quite yet, that we do that in open hearing. But that, it's just a suggestion. If the board would like to do something else, that's entirely your prerogative.
No, I think that works.
Yeah, questions about what we're doing? Anybody before we break?
20 minutes.
Not you.
Just okay, and we do have snacks out in the hallway for board and.
I think
staff.
Nathan.
No, we don't. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call my board members back to the table.
Yeah, Bill was to say.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to turn this over to our
Recording
hearing
in
officer for a
progress.
few moments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Should I wait? Are we missing anybody?
Only Director Olm,
Okay.
and he's a non-voting member.
All right. I'll go ahead then with everybody's permission. So my suggestion, as a reminder, now that we're back in open session, I have sort of a order of play to suggest, and that's to start with if you directors have any final questions that you need to ask of any party in order to help you be prepared to propose language changes, I think that's the first thing we should do. So, Madam Chair, my suggestion is the first thing you do is ask if any board member has any questions to ask of any party to help them know what to propose. And once we get through that, then I believe their staff, council, and River District Council have been working through some things, some changes based on the comments they've already heard. And I'd suggest that we give them an opportunity to put that up on the screen, because I think it's possible that it might answer a lot of the language changes that you're contemplating making already, and maybe we can make this more efficient that way. And then after we do that, then we can go board member by board member, and each board member can suggest whatever remaining changes they would like to see in the document. Staff council will put that up on the screen in red line, check in with the rest of the board members, check in with the signatories to the ISF agreement, make sure they're okay with it. Assuming we have kind of universal thumbs up, we can move on to the next thing a board member has, or director has, and we'll just go down the list that way. And then hopefully at the end of that, we have a ISF agreement that everyone, board members, signatories are all comfortable with. And then we can move on to those statutory determinations you need to make. Close the record, move on to the statutory determinations you need to make.
Director Vasquez?
Yeah, just one question. Not all parties may agree. So you're saying we ask them, but the answer may be no, we're not comfortable with it, right?
But there's signatories to the ISF agreement, and then there are all of the other parties. You don't have any legal obligation to check in with every single person who's spoken here today. And in my opinion, they are in a only speak when spoken to mode for the rest of this hearing. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and ask, is there any more questions that the board members would like to ask any of the parties? Director Hawes?
So this is probably going to come up because this is a conversation we've been having since the last testimony from the Front Range. But so on the 14 criteria, would the state and the River District be comfortable? I'm going to throw out a few options here, but one would be just add may you may consider these rather than shall. Another one could be striking it, but adding something that is more specific. Just, does that have the justification? Okay, so just leaving it as is, just having justification. So basically, what are some of the options that state and river districts see would work from their standpoint?
Well, first of all, we'd be more than happy to have the shall turn into may. We believe that the catch-all phrase, the last element of 7B3, really takes, it says any other factors, right? So the idea being, this is not an exhaustive list. These are some of the factors, and they're not criteria. You don't have to make a finding on each one of them. They're factors that enter into a decision. And what we're trying to do is provide some transparency, governance structure about what people can reasonably expect us to think about at this time. And I do, for instance, want to say some of those are really important. And the Front Range is very upset that there's a look into whether or not they have dealt with drought restrictions within their service area to a very significant extent. Well, there's a reason for that, right? This is a water right owned by the West Slope. This is a water right that will have gone through a change case and have terms and conditions that protect the water right owners, most of whom are senior to the Front Range, downstream from this plant, who are entitled to the return flow. So that will be a balance struck by the water court. We're talking about, even in their own minds, very rare circumstances that it will come up. And so they are objecting because we're saying, well, you need to actually reduce your lawn watering. Potentially, we would consider it. You need to reduce your lawn watering to once a week. Why is that? Because we don't want to harm their urban canopy, right? We want their trees to continue to live. But frankly, reducing that flow in the river when it's that dry out will kill our riparian vegetation, our trees, our habitat, right? The state's habitat, the state's trees, the federal government's trees, the private landowners who own the riparian corridor, the water right owners downstream who have water rights, all of whom would be injured by that, by definition of how the water court decree would be worked. So yes, we want them to reduce their lawn watering. That's a factor that we would want to consider. We said, or some equivalent. So if the 1 day a week doesn't work, what's the equivalent to that in your world over in Aurora and Colorado Springs and Denver? And I would say this, that, the current drought criteria that some of the cities testified to, that they don't get down to 1 day a week lawn watering unless it's a super crisis. That sounds like poor water resource management to me. Why would they ever get that close to not having enough water for 400,000 residents in the city of Aurora and still allow outdoor lawn watering? Can anyone answer that question for me? Because I think that is really bad management. And they're asking a senior water right owner, they're asking an entire river's health to be sacrificed because they can't handle the political ramifications of reducing their lawn watering to 1 day a week. I just don't get it, honestly. And yeah, the growth thing, if they annex out to Kansas, annex another 6 square miles without any water supply, and their city council says, go find the water, should we then have to reduce that call every year because they grew? Because they grew after the date of this agreement? And should we sacrifice the Colorado River because of that? Really? That's what they're asking. How do you keep a river alive if it's the secondary and thought, right? Why are we spending $1 million collectively, $100 million, excuse me, collectively on a water right that's senior? Because it's senior and our state is governed by the prior appropriation doctrine. And by the way, there is still water out there to be appropriated in the Colorado River. They can do it. They can figure out how to do it. They've done it for centuries. So it's not like we're turning the spigot off. We're just saying we want to be part of that discussion. We want to make sure there's a balance here. And those factors allow us to try to understand them. It allows our constituents to understand that, right? It allows one of the factors has to do with the likelihood of the historic user pool filling. That's very important to our entire West Slope. And by the way, it should be really important to this board because that historic user pool surplus is the single biggest supply of water for the endangered fish recovery program in the 15-mile reach. That's why that factor really matters, right? That's why we put them in there, to consider these factors. So we'd really like to keep them in. You can please, by all means, put may. Remember the catch-all that says anything else can be considered. And so if the cities have a desire, something that we didn't think about, we will consider it, absolutely. Okay? They apparently have good lawyers. They can bring up a lot of points. So we'll listen.
Director McLeod?
Stay with it, Andy. I understand everything you just said. I get it. But some of this stuff is very subjective. And I wonder if this body convened to make this evaluation really has the ability to make these subjective decisions about have we done enough to support growth? And I mean, that's it's not only esoteric, it's subjective. Is this group really going to have the ability to make that determination fairly? I understand some of these, the historic user pool and that sort of specific stuff. That makes some sense to me. But these subjective factors, I have to say, I agree with some of the Front Range folks. This kind of tips the scale against municipalities. I mean, if Northern came in with an infrastructure problem and said, we need a call reduction, do you say, well, are all the municipalities in the municipal sub-district limiting watering to 1 day a week? You see, I don't think we need to see these subjective factors listed. Specific things like the historic user pool, that makes some sense.
If you take any of those factors out, you'd have, I think, take all the factors out. And then it's whatever which I think I heard you say last time we were here or in front of you in Durango, you didn't want it to be whatever we thought. It needed some guidance and some structure. And in answer to your question, Northern Water is a supplier of raw water to, in the instance of the municipal sub-district, 8 municipalities, right? And we often hear on the West Slope that they have no control over the municipal demands within their area. Well, we certainly don't have any control. But I've heard, and I've actually witnessed videos of Brad going to talk to them and asking them to implement better water use restrictions, and I appreciate that. I think Northern is pushing for that. Northern could push even harder and say, look, we can't get additional water security unless you guys are actually bringing your water use, outdoor water use down. If it's an emergency of epic proportions that is related to in-home use in hospitals and firefighters and teachers in Aurora or somebody in the service area of Northern, well then, by all means, we'll step up and make sure it happens, that the call reduction occurs. But if it's about watering their golf courses or the lawns in Windsor, how do we agree to that, John? How?
Well, but you're missing my point. All those things are true. Everything you're saying is accurate, right? That if Aurora is at that point, it's a problem. But by saying you may consider these at any time, you can pull these out of the hat and say, oh, but you're watering 2 days a week. It's just too specific. And the very second paragraph here says, you come before the group and explain in detail the nature and the reasons for the request and justify the request. Isn't that enough to say you got to justify your request?
I'm not sure what you're suggesting. You're suggesting eliminating the factors entirely?
I am asking you if that could be done, because I think this process, I think you've made a major concession, by the way, in your 2007 call reduction mandatory. I appreciate that. And this collaborative process, while I think it's going to be unwieldy, it is certainly better than nothing. But I think you've made it much less effective by putting all these factors in. And I think it would be much better without them.
Okay. I think that we could live with having those factors removed if you remove them all. Can't leave any of them in there. I mean, so.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Director Gibbs?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I was curious, actually, it's for Andy as well, or Rob, but the proposal to say, okay, if CWCB Board and River District Board don't agree, then it gets kicked back to CWCB Board to make a determination, and just kind of curious what your thoughts are on that, either Andy or Rob. If I don't know if you heard me, Andy, but where the River District and a CWCB Board, if they don't agree, then the proposal to get it kicked back for the CWCB to have sole authority on that. Just want to get your take on that.
Yeah, I can tell you that does not work for the West Slope. We've already conceded the multi-year drought exception, the 2007 mandatory drought restriction. We've ceded some authority over the junior right. The idea that it would go back to the CWCB board is I think very clearly not the joint management that our constituents are looking for. So that's I think it needs to be a joint decision all the way through. And I would agree with Director Coombs as he was asking the Front Range entities about this. This is about setting up a collaborative process where these two agencies charged with the protection of the Colorado River are talking to each other on a regular basis about this water right. And it's about how we manage that and understanding there are times where we're going to have to reduce the call. When there are infrastructure failures or there are unforeseen droughts that are really significant, where life, health, safety, and welfare are at risk. And we've got to step up and make sure people get water. We understand that. But it should be a joint decision. I mean, the reality is it's a senior water right. Today, it's privately owned. That private entity could continue to operate its power plant during those conditions that have been raised at any time it wants and keep the call on it, just like any other senior water right owner. What we're doing is we're setting up a public process held by two public entities that should allow for much greater comfort for everybody in the state that the right thing will happen. And so the answer is, yeah, we got to be part of that. So thank you.
Director Phelps?
Andy, this is for you too, I guess. But I mean, I agree with Director McLeod that the list, I think, can become very problematic. I think it's an incredible list, and I think it'll live on. I'm sure you'll have it on your desk. I think Lauren ought to have it on her desk. It's a good tool to remind you folks when you're trying to make a determination. Like, here's a pretty comprehensive list of factors to think about. But I think if it said something more like, we'll consider the nature of the stated need and the totality of circumstances surrounding the request, it frees everyone up to focus on the important things pertaining to the specific case and not have to slog through a lot of other elements. So I just want to support John. I think he's right in this case.
We're okay with that, and I do think that makes sense. The one thing that was pointed out to me is that the provision dealing with the compact, that the language from State Engineer Ullman is within there, and we believe it needs to be within there so it doesn't create a separate class of call reduction. That it is within the joint management provisions of paragraph 7B. And so however this section is revised, and I think there are lawyers right to my right who hopefully can do that, it needs to be within that joint management provision to occur. And certainly, we've pushed really hard to get that language into this agreement because those are agreements that we entered into with Aurora and Colorado Springs, and we're living up to those agreements. That's why it's in there. And so it is just important that it not create some standalone provision that somehow can be done without joint management. And that's where it's important that somehow we modify that provision to make sure it's still there.
and John probably will speak to this better than me, but it seems like there's some of these subjective things where you're making a kind of a judgment call. And then there's other things like this compact administration stuff that stand alone, right? They're in my mind, they're things that exist outside of this agreement really that we're calling up and documenting. And so some of those things maybe in a way feel more boilerplate or more outside of just a couple people making a determination. So I think there's plenty of rationale to pull those things out and find a way to keep them in the agreement.
I think I'm going to ask the same question. I mean, you heard CSU's suggestion that we pull those state engineer paragraphs out and make them independent? Do you have any problem with that?
We do, because pulling them out and making them independent doesn't include the joint management decision in the end as to how the call will be managed. And it's by putting it in 7B, it remains a joint decision of the any modification of the call under that provision remains a joint agreement between the CWCB and the River District. And what the West Slope, including the River District, agreed to in those agreements with Aurora and Colorado Springs is that we would, in fact, in good faith, sit down and try to avoid disparate impacts. But we certainly don't want to create a right to a call reduction on Shoshone. We never agreed to that under those circumstances. But we agreed we would make sure and talk. And by the way, without that language, we would still do that. That's just how we operate. But understandably, the Front Range or the two entities on the Front Range wanted it in there, and we put it in there. But it's if you read that language, it is exactly what it is has to be a voluntary collaborative process where we agree to modify that call in those circumstances. It is not a right to a call relaxation in Aurora and Colorado Springs under those provisions.
So we're talking about subparagraph M, right?
Yes.
Explain to me again why that doesn't work as an independent paragraph. I'm sorry, I'm not following you.
Let me have Peter try to explain that, because I've tried. And
I'm trying to get.
Sometimes he's more articulate than I am.
The concern, thank you for your question, Director McLeod. There was a lot of background on this particular language.
I think I know that.
Yes, you're aware of that. And again, we want to extend our appreciation to State Engineer Ullman and Attorney General's office for working with us and Colorado Springs and Aurora to understanding of this language. We have no concern with including the language. The concern, as Andy was expressing, is that the way that we've got this set up now, and this gets into the whole discretionary issue and the CWCB's authority is, we've got this whole paragraph 7 is about how the water right gets exercised or constrained. And we've got a mandatory provision under 7A. You've got this voluntary provision under 7B that had the list of factors, including the compact language. And then you've got a CWCB discretionary paragraph under paragraph 7C. Our concern is if you take that language and you put it in a new subparagraph without additional qualifying language to clarify, as Andy said, that this paragraph requires us to talk. It does not require us to actually reduce the call unless we come to some agreement. Our concern is that placing it as a new subparagraph 7G or whatever it is, 7D, creates the implication that it is a new additional means to reduce the call. And without that clarifying language, that causes us some concern. With clarifying language, we'd be okay, moving it. My concern is I don't want to impose upon, again, the state engineer and the Attorney General's office to have to review that language and approve it before we propose it. That's why. We can do it.
Okay, let's try something different. if we leave, this is under B3M, right? And that's part of the factors that we just talked about removing, right?
Correct.
Okay, well, if we removed all the factors but that one, would that be okay? If we left it under B3 and left it under B9, we're okay, right?
Yes, that's correct. And if I could offer a suggestion with respect to this elimination of some of the factors. I get what you're saying. I understand the points that you're raising there. And I think it was Director Felt that suggested, and I may have read you wrong, so apologies if I did, that some of the factors seem more tilty than the other ones. I think there are some of the factors that are listed here. And again, we want to say instead of shall consider, may consider, I think that's fine. But if you went to factors J, K, L, M, and N, those in my view all seem a little more, I could say, a little more balanced and not tilting the wheel one way or the other. In other words, you've got the request, the depth and duration of the requested reduction. You've got whether there are terms and conditions that would minimize adverse impacts. You have whether the requesting party would has agreed to potentially mitigate the impacts. There seems to be maybe some overlap there. Then you've got the compact language, and then you've got any other relevant factor in paragraph 3, Romanet N. I'm sorry, Romanet 3, little n. That's just a suggestion because in my mind, that sort of sets, okay, hey, we're going to consider some things here. We're not saying what, anybody needs to be in whatever circumstance.
No, you better sit down with Andy because he said take them all out or take none of them out. So who's calling the shots here?
Well,
Let's give us 5 minutes.
I'm not trying to make fun of you, Peter. I'm just
No,
saying,
I
I'm hearing
agree.
two
I mean,
different
I
things.
hear what you're saying. In my mind, those are the ones that allow us to consider any factor, including mitigation, including how deep the call relaxation is requested without anything. And we can.
I hear you, but I've
We
heard
also
two
need to
different things
calculate
now.
the
So
sequence.
could you please clarify what
Yes,
you'd like to do? I'm not trying to be critical. I just like to understand. Because we want to do this in the way
Andy's
it
welcome
works.
to chime in too.
I think we would need a 20-minute break to talk to our constituents. Many of these provisions in here were requested by them. We're not able to agree. We're not able to agree to that. And yes, there's a disagreement between Peter and I over some of this stuff. I'm really concerned about what happens if we change that right now. I'm saying I have great concern over changing these factors without us being able to talk to our constituents about that. So.
Yeah, we've already, in the course of the day, run into a couple of issues with our constituents, and we get out in front of them, and my apologies to them, and my apologies to the board, and to my colleague, if we're, getting out, but we're willing to talk about it. Let's put it that way.
Well, we'd like to go home sometime today.
Understood.
But if you need to
Understood.
consult with your constituents, I think that's fine.
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, if I might take, since I'm here, 2 minutes to say that, on this discretion issue, this is the contested issue, right? I think the statute is clear. 1023 says the CWCB can accept whatever terms and conditions it wants with respect to the acquisition of an in-stream flow water right. It's not the same as an appropriation. As I mentioned, and they keep pointing to the River District veto. We don't get a veto under the 7A mandatory call relaxation. We have to do it. We don't get a veto under the 7C CWCB discretionary. We have no role. Neither the staff nor the River District Board has a role in that. But what I think, and I think Director McLeod hit the nail on the head, was what I heard is that the opposers, they object to the CWCB not having discretion as to when to reduce the call. Apparently, they don't have any objection to this when restricting the CWCB's authority and discretion as to when to exercise the call. The 7A mandatory call relaxation provision is mandatory on both the River District and the CWCB. It's supported by them. It's in their own proposal, although as Director Hawes noted, it's slightly different, but it is mandatory on the CWCB, and it very much constrains your discretion. Why is it okay in that circumstance to limit your discretion and not in the other? Ask yourself that. Thank you.
Director Vasquez.
Peter, I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
In your earlier comments, you were talking about a scenario where Denver, Aurora extend their boundary and are growing. So, and you said that would be later than the date of whatever the water court decision. So how does this document imagine that? You just saying that the Front Range entity would have to go out and find more water rights to be able to feed their growth?
Well, I think it was Andy actually that said that, but, and I'll let him chime in if I get it wrong. He'll kick me again. But what we're saying is we're not saying no growth. You can grow, just grow with, smartly and plan for your water resources so that when there is drought or there is growth that is not meeting, is not met by your existing water supply, that you don't come and put the onus, don't have the Shoshone water rights, the Colorado River Basin, and all of its, the benefits of this, bear the sole burden of those impacts of drought and growth that is hardened demands from junior water users. There's nothing wrong with growing. That's what we're doing in this state. That's fine. But do it in a way where you don't come looking to the existing supply, the existing water right that's been on the river for 100+ years to solve the problem. I mean, I'm sorry, but kind of reminds me of what's happening on the interstate basis with Arizona. You've got a junior user there, hardened demands. They took the junior priority and now they're looking upstream. You got to solve our problem. Sounds similar to me.
Director McLeod, did you have another question? Sorry, I had you still on my list. Are there any other questions? Director Combs?
So I guess I'd like, it seems to me that you guys have, we have to believe, and I choose to believe that everyone's here not testifying, but at least given their testimony to the best of their ability and with the integrity of their situation. And so then I look at the question of the ultimatum of what not as being threatened as a director of CWCB, but as a threat to the process. And if everybody's going to come to this table and say that they are here for the state's interest, then I find it very difficult. Let me back up a little bit. You cannot expect someone to come and negotiate away their reality. And I think you guys are doing a good job of describing your hard stops. I appreciate that. What I'd like to see is when we look at these, the whole intent of us, if you remember years ago when we first agreed to start this process of coming up with the money and appropriating the money, it was to maintain the historic regime, right? And what we're talking about now is not the historic regime. And it's troublesome to me because you made the point very well that as long as the Shoshone is generating, nobody's going to call them out. There isn't going to be a reduction. Those things are going to work. So I just want you to know I appreciate where you guys are and I appreciate the work you're trying to do. And I think it's in our best interest if we give you enough time to talk to your constituency about maybe adjusting those 14 conditions and the shalls to the mays. But just Nathan Combs getting way out of his lane. We're getting down the thing where we don't need to be. This has to work or it doesn't. And I don't know if we can cut the baby anymore here. And so people got to start making decisions of yes, no, and kind of calling the bluffs of where we are. And so I would just suggest that when we work through this in those 14, if they are do or die, we need a hard answer. We do. And I think you'll give it to us. And I need the Front Range to do the exact same, that we are stuck here. And I don't like being in the position of having to look like we're the ones choosing who gets what they want. And so I appreciate the honesty that you're coming and answering any question. I appreciate the candor because I'm not smart enough to read between the lines. So I appreciate the bluntness that you're talking about. So sorry, it wasn't a question. It was just a comment. I think we got to keep moving here. I think you're doing a good job here.
Thank you. And again, with apologies to the board and the River District staff and their constituents, we talked about a lot of different things during the previous break. We didn't talk about that one section during the previous break, or at least that proposal.
Okay, are there any more questions? Director Sakata.
Thank you. This is a question for both of you. On miscellaneous provisions 21, it talks about how we can amend this process. Can you kind of give me your pros and cons of, in most agreements that I've seen like this, termination is by either party and not by a joint decision of the parties. Can you talk to the fact that what the pros and cons of making this, a termination of this also requires a joint decision?
Sure. I think the two basic concepts. One is just for the consideration involved, for the investment involved, having the ability to terminate the agreement on one party or the other is akin to the discretionary issue. It doesn't work because we would have no certainty that 5 years down the road, 20 years down the road, 50 years down the road, somebody, it could be a future River District board. It could be the CWCB says, no, we're gonna terminate this because, and it just, so that upsets the apple cart, doesn't provide the certainty that is the ultimate goal of the process. I will say that one of the things we did talk about during the break, prior break, was some additional language on 21C, and when the time is appropriate, I think Jen can talk about that and to sort of get into that revisitation concept of.
Robert, or Director Sakata, excuse me, I would say I think that the joint termination language is in almost every in-stream flow agreement, if not all of them, that the CWCB has on acquisitions. And so that wasn't language, I don't believe we wrote that. But I also would say this, what if we actually decided that, gee, we agreed to all these exceptions and you all worked so hard and the staff worked hard and everybody had a great process. And 10 years later, we're like, let's just buy the power plant from Excel and build a new one and ramp it up and never, ever have an exception for anybody. That I don't think anybody in this room wants us to do that. And that's, I mean, that doesn't sound like a good idea from a collective space. We are agreeing to enter into this collaborative space with the state, not because it's our only choice, but because we think it's the best choice. And it's how water in the Colorado River should be managed. And I think that's really important for this whole board to understand, that this is, we think, the best for the future of the state. We don't want you to be able to terminate that. We don't want to be able to terminate that unless we agreed to do that.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks for that. Yeah. In thinking about this too, the only reason I looked at this and thought about that is I would be surprised if it's in most of them, because this provision of a joint termination seems to take away your power for amendment, because the power that you have to bring parties to the table to amend something is that they'll say, well, we can just walk away. So that's the only motivation I see for it. And that's kind of why I asked for the pros and cons in this, because I know there's pros and cons for that. I totally understand the uncertainty. This is a big investment and totally understand that. But just so you see what I was bringing to the table. Thank you.
Okay, are there any comments or questions? Okay. I do have a question for Rob and Jen. Because staff member and protecting not just Colorado, state of Colorado, but also CWCB, because there was a comment or one of the concerns was about giving up CWCB's authority. You all both worked on this for months. Is there anywhere in this document that you would give up our authority to the Colorado River District for this in-stream flow? Because I didn't see that in this document. And I know that's been a concern, was a concern in the Durango meeting as well too. But I mean, you, like I said, you all worked on this, so, and you're supposed to be protecting also, not just us, but the state of Colorado as well.
I don't see this agreement as giving up exclusive authority that we have. I mean, statutorily, our exclusive authority is to appropriate in-stream flow water rates. It's to hold that in-stream flow use. We are not giving that up as part of this agreement. It's clear in this agreement that the River District doesn't have the ability to use that. That is CWCB's use for in-stream flow purposes. And I know folks have touched on this, but this is not a unique situation. And I don't use these examples to pick on the other parties, but because these are the ones that are kind of top of mind. You know, we've got these other agreements, and we've got one with Northern that I brought up at the Durango meeting that says that Northern releases water from Glade in the manner and volume and rates and flows and times to be determined at the sole discretion of Northern. I mean, this is the kind of thing we do. And yes, it's different because it's a reservoir release, but same kind of concept. We're not allowing Northern to have the, protect for in-stream flow use. We're not allowing the River District to protect for in-stream flow use. We are delegating some of our authority for that use, but it's not a delegation of the actual use. And so that's where I see the distinction.
Any other questions? Okay. So since we have no other questions for any of the parties, we're going to go through the proposed language. And then I'm going to ask each of the members what language you would like to modify and accept. So let's start with Director Felt.
Well, I don't know if I'm totally ready, but I'll do my best, I guess. I mean,
I can volunteer somebody.
well, I mean, I did propose one, so
Okay.
let's start with that, which was the one about the additional opportunity to meet. I think I saw it on the screen a minute ago, Jen. Do you want to, or can I ask, what, is it better for you guys to walk through sequentially and just?
That was gonna be my suggestion.
Yeah.
is that we
Okay.
Walk through the
Let's-
red lines that we have proposed, and then there's ones that you want to add on top of those or change any of those that we already have in there.
I like,
We
I
can
think
work through
that.
Okay, that works better then. Okay,
Yes, thank
thank you.
So, yes. First change is to recital A to get rid of the year in question.
I had a question too earlier when Andy and River District was up, there was a discussion on potentially caucusing too. And I want to make sure there's time for everyone to do that. So just wondered when, are they going to do that now before we get into this or do this? And then I just don't know. I want to have some clarification on it.
I do think that it could help the board if we could have 20 minutes so that we could go through paragraph 7B, 3 and go through those elements and
Oh.
figure out how to remove
That
them.
would be
And if
great.
we can bring that language back in and propose that so that if we can meet the needs of the board, I think the direction from the directors who mentioned it, I think that was good direction. We just need to get on the same page with our constituents. And I think we can make progress.
That'll work.
So we'd ask for a 20-minute break for us to do that.
How about 19 minutes? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We'll do 20.
The way I
Okay.
think you keep time, it is 19 minutes. Yeah.
When you hear the bell. Okay, 20-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so I think we're ready to, I guess, go back to the line by line and see what has been, what we have. We've,
Madam Chair, if I may, thank you for the break. I apologize to the board to delay the process. I realize we're here already very late. If I can, we're emailing this to Assistant Attorney General Jen Maley, but I want to walk through the factors that the West Slope is willing to remove, and there are a significant number of them. So we would like to keep, first of all, changing may or shall to may in 7B3. Keeping factor A, which is the severity of the drought impacts on the requesting party. B, keeping whether the then existing conditions would prevent the fill of Green Mountain Reservoir's historic user pool. Eliminating C, D, E, F. G, we're going to move to consolidate into another factor here in a minute. Removing H.
Wait, slow down, slow down.
can you go back over that again,
Yeah,
Andy, please?
Yep, sorry. Removing C, D. Okay. E, F. We'll be moving G here in a minute. Eliminating H. Keeping J, which is the duration and depth of the requested voluntary in-stream flow call reduction, and adding the sentence from G, so it will read of the requested voluntary in-stream flow reduction and the potential harm to the natural environment in the Shoshone Reach and elsewhere in Division 5 resulting from a voluntary ISF call reduction.
Andy, what did you say about I?
I is out.
Okay.
Okay. So just keeping J, but adding to J, adding G to J, so that I think this board in particular, your in-stream flow staff and us, frankly, are very concerned about the natural environment within the Colorado River. It should be a factor in this decision, and that's why we'd like to keep it in there.
Okay.
We recognize that it is somewhat subjective. The others are pretty objective, but this is one that I think is worth keeping in there. We'd like to keep K in there. We'd like to remove L, and we would like to keep M and N. M is the compact language, N is any other factor. Okay. And I think that gets rid of most of the offensive provisions, which I think Peter Fleming would like me to point out I might have been the author of.
Well, I say thank you to you and your constituents for taking the time to work on that. It's important.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And I also want to say thank you for working on that. And I guess, all the concessions that you all have done, it's been really important, but I do want to ask the board, are you acceptable to what has been proposed in 7B?
Just a thumbs up.
Verbal, please, for the record.
Oh, record?
Yes.
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 All members present agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney General Mealy, back over to you.
Okay, I will start from the beginning. Sorry for the delay. I was trying to capture those changes.
And Jen, thanks so much for doing this for us.
Sure, no problem.
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Assistant Attorney General Kyle Davenport. Wondering if we could confirm on the record which version of the agreement's on the screen right now for the record.
So I used the clean version that was sent with the board memo on Monday morning by Rob Veal, the CWCB staff. He sent a red line, he sent a clean version of the ISF agreement. I have I took the clean version of the ISF agreement and I added the revisions that were discussed primarily by Director McLeod and Dr. Felt. There were like 4 or 5 changes, made those changes and have now added the deletions and revisions to the criteria. Apparently, it was also the same version of the ISF agreement that was served on the parties Sunday evening with our stipulated, was that Sunday? That went out Sunday? It was served on the parties with our agreement with the River District, between River District and staff.
Thank you. I have one more thing, if it's all right. If we're scrolling through this agreement, then does it make sense, rather than having each commissioner raise their issues in turn, for as you go through, scroll through the agreement, any board member may just simply speak up and say, stop, I just saw something that I want to talk about? Can we pivot to that process instead? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The first revision is to delete in 1973 in recital A, given the comment from Director McLeod that the exclusive authority did not come about until 1987, and to just kind of get rid of the issue altogether, I just stated the General Assembly vested the fact that they vested the authority and not the date they did it. All right, here is 7B3. I changed shall to may. And I will need verification from River District folks that I captured the proposed revisions to the criteria. But I've kept A and B. I've deleted C, D, E, F, H, I, K. No, sorry, I kept K. L. And revised former J to add the potential harm to recreational uses. That language. Is this?
Environmental. Should be G, natural.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I think I think we inadvertently moved, the H, it should be G that moves down to I. The potential harm to the natural environment, not the potential harm to the recreation uses. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and then the footnote up in 7B3, I added a footnote here to the reference to the CWCB. A footnote says throughout this agreement, if not otherwise specified, reference to CWCB refers to CWCB staff and board.
And Jen, is that the first place it occurs in the document?
You know, it's not the first time we refer to CWCB. It is the first time it seemed to become a problem.
Huh.
And so that's why I say throughout this agreement to reflect that it should be.
So would it make
And-
sense to find the first place CWCB and then it covers the entire
I
document?
mean, I did think about that, but it's all the way up. I mean, do we want to put
At
it
the
up
very
here?
beginning? Well, wherever you think it makes sense. I'm just thinking, you know, the sooner the better.
No, I mean, I didn't like having it in the initial intro paragraph. And then, I mean, we could have it in recital A. Like I said, I put it in the first place where it seemed to be causing problems. So I'm happy to move it up to this recital A if that's your preference.
I don't know what other people think, but earlier in the document is better. That way it's clear throughout the document and the reader is notified early what the definition is.
Director McLeod, need to comment? Director McLeod.
Did you have a comment?
No. Okay, I think that makes sense to myself as well too. Anybody else? You're good?
All right, can I just take a minute
Thank
to
you.
make that change?
Footnotes.
Okay.
Did we keep K?
Terms and conditions that could avoid, minimize, or mitigate any injury.
Okay.
That one is in yes. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, next change is to 14A. This is the provision about the CWCB staff being objective. I revised this provision a little more than discussed just to make it make sense in a way I thought it made sense. I'll just let you read it because I always struggle when people read stuff to me.
I apologize, we have a request that not all the audience can see these. If you don't mind reading that out loud.
Sure, I'll read it.
Sorry.
Okay. I revised paragraph 14A so that it says during the change of use water court process authorized by this ISF agreement, if offering an expert opinion, such opinions provided by staff of the CWCB shall be objective, and consistent with the CWCB's statutory authority and obligations.
Do we agree on that?
All right, I apologize to River District folks. I did not get a chance to make the revision you had to this paragraph 21.
Director Felt, do you agree with that one? Or are you still thinking about
This
it?
one's not quite ready yet.
Were you still, did you agree with that?
14A.
14A?
Can you, can you tell me where they are? Okay.
Honestly, I think 10 years is kind of a big interval.
So I think the proposal is now that initially there's a 5-year, the first one, it comes in 5 years, and then they move to 10-year intervals. That's the change I'm about to make here.
Yeah, because if problems are likely to reveal themselves fairly early on, like I don't think you need to wait 10 years to figure out, ooh, we didn't quite get something right here. So I just would encourage, yeah, if you're going to start with 5, at least that's better.
Sorry. Is there anything else down below here? Okay.
You need a period at the end of paragraph 21, at the end of that. Looks like it got
Thank
deleted.
you.
Hold it. Okay.
Carry on.
Great. Paragraph 23, I added supersede, so that this ISF agreement is not intended to and does not modify. I added or supersede those agreements in any way. This is in reference to the existing agreements pertaining to the Shoshone water rights. I believe that it's all of the proposed revisions. Anything we should revisit?
Any questions? Is everybody good? Don't be shy, speak up. Do you have a comment, Mr. Dr. Combs?
So I guess where we are now is this is just up for the board consideration. That's what we're saying. We're not asking any of the other constituencies or any of the other parties. Okay. Just trying to clarify. Thank you.
And this is before we close any record.
So, yeah, Madam Chair, so I agree with Board Member Combs that I think we're making sure that the board is okay with this document. I do recommend that you confirm on the record that the River District as signatory is okay. And will sign this document, assuming the board approves it and directs its staff to. Can we ask Laura first?
Madam Chair, thank you. I would say a small qualifier. Just want to note that while we've removed a number of the factors under 7B3, we do reserve the right not to sue you as some people would, but to actually consider factors similar to those factors in the future when requests are made. This is not an exhaustive list of factors, and that was not intended to be. Just because they were removed does not mean that factors similar to those can't be considered in the future by either the CWCB or the River District.
But with the inclusion of the former N,
Yeah.
you're covered.
Right.
Right.
Correct. And I would say with those changes that were just reviewed by Assistant Attorney General Maley, the River District is prepared to accept this document and agree to it. Thank you.
Director Combs?
I was just gonna say that it seems to me then with the exclusion of what we did, it gives you, in my opinion, a broader consideration of factors. And that's all you're trying to say is just because they're excluded, they're not never to come back.
Correct. And I
agree.
And I understand that to be the case. I just, sometimes people can look back at a historic record and interpret it differently. And you just wanted to make sure that for this record, given the historic nature of this, that these are factors, a slew of factors may come into the consideration by either the CWCB or the River District when making those determinations.
Or some that haven't been considered yet. I
Yes.
agree. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Director Felt?
Jen, I don't want you to have to bring the thing up. Maybe you can just read it. But we talked about a little bit of lead-in language in, what is it, 7B3 as before we went into the litany of different things to consider, some of which still remain. I feel like there was some, we had talked about maybe some additional language there, not just the may consider the following factors, but I thought maybe it was decided not to use it. I remember saying something about the nature of the need expressed or something, and the totality of circumstances surrounding the request. So it kind of speaks maybe a little bit to what Nathan's talking about, that we haven't actually made the list shorter. In a way, we've created a little, we've released everyone from having to consider every one of those points, but we've also broadened it to allow them to consider any point. So I don't know how other people feel about that, but there was.
Director Combs?
It's higher up.
I think like what Director Felt is saying is like, if we look at that, we look at it as this is not the comprehensive list. We may consider, for an example, some of the following, right? And is that what you're trying to say is in deciding whether to implement a voluntary in-stream flow call reduction, the CWCB and the River District may consider the nature of the stated need and the totality of the circumstances surrounding the request, as well as possibly, or for example, the following factors.
Yeah.
Are you trying to make it more liberal or more constrained?
I'm kind of trying to reframe it.
Okay.
As they can kind of look at everything, but they don't need to look at anything except what's on this list. They don't need to. Yeah, but then Director McLeod was saying maybe the language, where was it in B1? I'm not sure if that is exactly the same. Okay. Can you go back down then to what we were just talking about? I'm okay with that, but I don't know how everybody else feels.
I think where it has the word, where we've changed it to may, I think it provides that. I think it gives them there, where we've changed that word from shall to may. It says these are kind of, in my mind, this is more of examples of things they consider, but it's not the only all-inclusive list of considerations.
Okay, I was thinking that could be also construed as may consider these things or may not, in which case.
I think the word may says that in my mind. It doesn't mean that they have to consider all of those. In my mind, when it says they may consider them, it also means they may not. Seems like the inverse is true. But if you don't think the language is clear enough, I'm not.
Well, I'm trying to go beyond the new list and basically say that without saying it, the things that were on the old list could be considered, but they don't need to be, or other things that are bound to arise in this situation over time.
So
Director Haas?
thank you. There in the old N, it still says any other factor deemed relevant by the CWCB and River District and or any other relevant factor raised by a stakeholder in the collaborative process. So I think there's still a lot of room to consider things like dire emergencies or other things that might come up.
I'm fine with what you guys want to do. I just realized that it was something we had talked about and then it didn't make it in, and it felt like an oversight. So if you guys don't want to do it, that's okay.
I'd rather
But
not
does
add this.
Okay.
I think it just makes it more complicated.
Does
I think
one,
we had it before.
one covers that content that you're looking for already, I think. If you scroll up. Right there. The director of the CWCB, et cetera.
I
You
don't think
that
it quite does. It may cover the first part of what I had there, but not the second part. But I think John may be right that, or maybe it's Taylor, towards the bottom there.
Yeah.
Whatever you guys think, I just didn't want to miss it.
Board, what would you like to have?
I'm fine without it.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
I think we take it out. We got to a point where the River District and the staff are comfortable with the agreement. I don't want to add any more. Seriously, I think we've got this covered. Took us a long time to get here. Let's not muddy the water, okay?
Very graceful.
You all right with that?
Yeah,
Dr.
I just brought it up because it was discussed, but I think it just slipped through. So I didn't want to not come back to it. So I'm good.
Okay, if you're all right, I'd like to take it out.
You're good with the way it's stated right now? Okay. All right.
Madam Chair. James Noble, and I'm the attorney for Public Service Company of Colorado. I just wanted to state for the record that Public Service Company is also a signatory to the agreement, and it approves of the changes that are being proposed today, just so that that's clear.
Thank you.
Thanks.
For the board, then I think we need to close the administrative record and move into operation.
Just, Madam Chair, I'm wondering, Assistant Attorney General Kyle Davenport, wondering if we are ready to close the record.
We were just discussing that.
Okay.
Yes. I do believe that we are to the point to close the record. So I will entertain a motion to close the record for the Shoshone hearing.
I'll second.
Motion by Director McLeod, second by Director Camlin. Is there any comments or questions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed? Record of discussion is closed. So now we are going to move into the deliberation phase.
Yes, that's accurate. You've got the statutory language in front of you, the two determinations that the board must make. I'm happy to read those out loud if you would like me to. I will do that then, and will also note that I think it would be helpful for the record if some or all of you could formally put those determinations on the record and state your rationale for making those determinations. Some factual support for why you've decided to make that determination. And then we'll move into a motion covering all of the various points. Does that make sense?
So can we take those to two determinations first
Yes,
and then move to the second piece?
correct. Yep. So with the board's permission, I'll read out loud what those determinations must be. They are, as set by statute, to determine whether the acquisition is appropriate for stream flows or for natural surface water levels or volumes for natural lakes, to preserve or improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. That's the first determination. The second is determine whether the proposed use will preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. You should have this statutory language in front of you as well. Okay.
So you're suggesting we go around the room and each of us affirm that we are comfortable with that? Is that what you said?
I think it would be helpful to make a record that you as a board are all making that determinations, and if you are able to state on the record, maybe some support that's in the record for why you're making that determination, your rationale for agreeing that, or for making the determination, excuse me.
Director Felt?
So this language, these two determinations seem quite similar, but they're a little bit different, I guess. I mean, one is about the acquisition and the other's about the proposed use. Is the proposed use for in-stream flows?
That's my understanding, yes.
I think.
Sounds almost circular. But
I think the
Combs?
first one is it appropriate? And the second was, does it accomplishment? Appropriate could be, is there a conflict? Is there other type of things? I think, right? Is it appropriate to acquire this? Is it gonna be within the intent? The second, will it actually accomplish that? I think one is like politically, is it appropriate, or on the public record? The second one is, will it scientifically accomplish the thing? Is the way I think is
okay,
a
that's helpful.
possible interpretation.
Yeah, that helps.
Director Hawes, did you want to make a comment?
Sure, I think we meet the criteria for both findings, whether the acquisition is appropriate to preserve or improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree, and that the proposed use will preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree, as supported by evidence from CPW. I thought the research and the work that was done to justify the in-stream flow was very comprehensive, and no one has objected to that in all of the hearings, which is pretty amazing. So I would think we meet the criteria.
I agree with Director Hawes based on the extensive record before us, particularly in September. We had more than 5,000 pages of information, and no party has objected to this determination. So I'm quite comfortable with making that.
Any other comments, Director Vasquez?
I was just going to say, with that, I move that we vote to approve both of those determinations.
Director Vasquez and Madam Chair, there's a number of things in regard to a motion. I think that was put in front of you as well. Would you like to try to do it all in one go?
If we could, I think would one motion encompass both of those two items?
Oh, okay.
And that.
Director Combs?
I think it would be, I would be more comfortable if we just went through these and for the record expressed why we believe this has been covered, and then do one motion at the end after we've put on the record that we believe we've met that criteria. Yeah, for all the considerations. Yes, that's what I would prefer, but I'm just one vote.
Director Camlin, did you want to make a comment?
No, I don't. I agree with Hawes, Director Hawes, as far as there hasn't been any complaints as far as doing an in-stream flow. I was a little confused on what Nathan Combs or Director Combs asked was, so you're proposing that we go through determination or A, B, and 13?
Yeah, I guess I'm proposing we only make one motion of how we handle it after we've discussed that we've appropriately addressed all the issues and all the criteria that we have to consider before we make the motion.
Okay, I'm all right with that.
Yeah, okay.
Comment too. We could probably put staff's recommendation back up on the screen if that would be helpful. It is also included in the outline of the process for the day that the board has as number 13. It just lists the A, B, C, and D components to the staff's recommendation. And the determinations are encompassed within the third item there, if that's helpful. So ultimately, I guess I'm saying we would need a vote on all of those items.
In 13.
Yes.
But, okay, so we're not gonna vote on. Those are just what we've already talked about, and then we're just gonna vote on these down here.
Yeah, I don't mean to confuse the process. If you'd like to vote on the determination separately, I think that's acceptable. If you'd also like to vote on all of the staff's recommendations, that is also, I believe, acceptable. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
No,
Okay.
I was not chiming in, Kyle Davenport again, to correct anything. I think you could certainly, if you're satisfied that the record has been made, that you're making the determinations, you could make one motion to approve or adopt staff's recommendations as formal action of the board. And that would cover the determinations, the direction to the director to sign the agreement, and the direction to staff to work with the Attorney General's office and the River District and Public Service to apply to the water court.
So we can move to approve the staff recommendation?
Yes, you could. I would like to add one clarification about the ISF agreement to put on the record that it is the version that was sent out on Monday, November 17th, and that it is subject to the modifications that were made here today, and that you are also authorizing staff to make necessary conforming changes and fixing typos before the director signs it. Conforming changes being when you move things around on a document and it's used to be paragraph 3 and is now paragraph 5, you have to fix all the other references to paragraph 5 again. That's all I mean by conforming changes. So the motion would be to adopt staff's recommendations as formal action of the board with the modification of that it is you are directing the director to sign the November 17th, 2025 version of the ISF agreement as modified in hearing by the board today, and authorizing the staff to make conforming changes and fixing typos before the director signs it.
So moved.
Well, hold on, just Director Gibbs.
I just wondered, Madam Chair, before we start voting, we've been working on this for, I don't know how many months, at least a year. If there's any time to kind of offer reflections or just kind of talk about why we may be voting a certain way and so forth, are we going to have that opportunity or no?
Okay, Director Felt.
Yeah, I guess I do have at least one question before we vote,
Go ahead.
or even before we even consider a motion maybe, which is just that I'm not clear. This may be just a big blind spot for me, but we're doing this agreement. We're directing our director to sign it, and then to include this agreement, if I understand it right, as part of our application to the water court. And throughout this discussion, there's been a kind of consistent refrain that, the real deal's in water court and what the judge may decide. And so I'm just curious, I guess, is there potential that the judge could strike some of the elements of the in-stream flow agreement or not include them in his decree? And if so, what happens then? I mean, it is what it is, or is there an opportunity for either of the applicants to say, well, that doesn't work for us anymore, or not comfortable with that, or we're not going to implement the in-stream flow because of it, or what what happens in that eventuality? Or is that not even really a likelihood? Better talk to the mic.
Either any party can appeal the judge's decree, but the decree is the final word,
Yeah.
subject to an appeal. And it says that in the agreement, that it's subject to an appeal.
Yeah.
And there would be opportunity for all the parties who are part of that process to be weighing in along the way. So if things started to go sideways, they could bring that back to the parties before a final ruling.
Okay, because I mean, I feel like, it seems like we all feel really good about this, but when this becomes that, I just don't really know in a setting like this, there's so many individuals that are part of one party, and there's a lot of individuals and part of another party. And I'm just trying to understand where it goes and what, because it helps me think about whether we've forgotten anything.
Director Combs?
So it seems, and I definitely wouldn't put words in anyone's mouth, but it seems that this ISF agreement is a contract between the parties and not the subject of the court case, right? This is just that there is an end use and there's no speculation on a water rate change and things like that. I don't know that a judge has ever changed an ISF. I don't know that they're limited, that they can't, but it doesn't seem like this would be the focus of the court case. The court case would be more of the quantification of the water and less about how that water will ultimately be used once it is quantified. So I hear your concern, but I don't know what the precedent, does anybody know if a court has ever changed or modified an ISF agreement?
I don't want to go down a rabbit hole and talk about something that's kind of out of our realm. Because right now, the only charge that we have is to get this complete or not completed. That's all we're going to do tonight.
I know that's all we're going to do tonight. I appreciate that, but I was just trying to get a little better feel of possible outcomes that could deviate from our intentions and what options we might have after going through all of this to try to get this thing right.
Okay, so at this moment, I will entertain a motion.
Did you have, well,
You have a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, there was a motion made and second. Now we will have discussion on this before we go to a vote. Is there any discussion? Director Hawes? Oh, do you want to go first, Director Gibbs? Director Hawes?
Yeah, thank you. I feel some responsibility to go first, and just because this is happening, this is all occurring in the Colorado River main stem, so it feels like just want to reflect on kind of how this whole process has gone and where we've gotten to. And I want to thank the parties for just trying to work through these really difficult issues and getting to where we are today, to a place where we're about to vote on this historic agreement. I would also note that probably none of us want to be in the situation of having to make a decision that isn't perfectly, consensus. So I think just recognize that. And I really think it's pretty incredible that there's no objection to the environmental aspects of this flow, and the purpose of this water right for environmental purposes is really noteworthy. And I can remember when I first started working on these issues, 28 years ago, that never happened. Everybody contested these hearings on even just the environmental piece. So I think that's also significant. I also very much understand the concerns of both sides of the divide in not wanting the other side to have a windfall. That has been kind of the heart of all of this, and that is the water court's job. And I hope we can all trust that the water court's process will give us a result where we don't have to worry about that everyone's concerns will be addressed in that process. I think relative to this question of exclusive authority and co-management, I think all the parties agree that the CWCB has exclusive authority on appropriation. I think what gets more nuanced is this question of whether the CWCB has the discretion to allow for co-management. And everything I'm seeing and all of my due diligence on this says that we do have discretion to do this. There's precedent in other in-stream flow agreements, and where the CWCB has entered into agreements with water rights holders who want to have a say. If they're donating that water right, it seems like they should have a say. And while I realize this case is unique, I don't see anything in the statute or the rules that prohibits us from doing this. The other thing that was really persuasive to me was the water trust letter that said this would be a disincentive to a water right, a holder of a water right who wants to donate to the in-stream flow program if they didn't have some say in how their water right would be administered. That would be a disincentive. And so to me, this is an evolution of the in-stream flow program and something that it has evolved since 1973. It evolves in fits and starts at times. And this to me is just another evolution of that program. And I do think we want to, as a policy matter, encourage donations to the in-stream flow program. I also think the other thing that was really persuasive to me on that front from a policy perspective was the broad support for this project, including from the people who were objecting to certain aspects of it. They all said, we support this project. We support protecting the Colorado River. And so I think that's something that also tells me that this is good for Colorado. I guess I also just want to recognize that as a board, we really do, I want to defer to staff. They are the experts on this. They're the experts on how to administer a program like this. And recognizing that the Attorney General's office is also looking at this very, very closely gives me a lot of confidence in voting for this in our decision. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Dr. Gibbs.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, before I cast my vote, I just want to say a few words. And we've been working through this for, I don't know, Lauren, you probably know the exact months, but about a year or so, a decade. Yeah. No. And first I want to, recognize Madam Chair Cloud. Thank you. These meetings are not easy when you look at people all over the state that are here, the media. It's high stakes and it's really important work, and the way that you've handled yourself in sharing this really important meeting, I think it's safe to say everyone feels like their voices have been heard in a very fair way. So my appreciation to you. I also want to, thank everyone that's testified today to help inform the board's decision. Really want to thank CWCB staff, as well as Parks and Wildlife, who have worked really tirelessly on this proposal. I really appreciate how everyone has worked so hard, recognizing the questions that we had in Durango with the board, and then all the Front Range concerns as well, and working to try to find that sweet spot. Us in public policy, or folks that have been elected and so forth, you always want to strive for that. And I'm bummed that we couldn't quite get there, but we're really close. And I really also appreciate the Colorado Forum, Gail Clapper, former Supreme Court Justice Rebecca Corliss, former Water Court Justice John Keenhold as well, for helping to bring people together, because I know they put in a lot of time. So I'll be voting today to accept this perpetual interest in the Shoshone water right for use in the CWCB in-stream flow program. For me, this really represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I've heard that a few times with people that testified earlier today, to preserve and improve our natural environment on the Colorado River. The mission of the Department of Natural Resources, which really guides my work every day, is to work to develop, preserve, and enhance our natural resources for the benefit of this generation and the next generation. And I really feel like we would miss the opportunity if we did not support this. And it would really negate my responsibility, frankly, with me and what we have as a mission at the Department of Natural Resources. So specifically thinking about my role
as executive director, I have multiple strategic priorities, but two big ones are climate resiliency and biodiversity. As the state faces hotter and drier climate, we really need to make progress on these priorities to grow each day. Meanwhile, the ecological benefits of in-stream flows like Shoshone only grow more important. So despite all the information and perspectives that we've heard, over many of these meetings, and Taylor, you mentioned this, our experts at Parks and Wildlife, remain unchallenged that Shoshone water rights will preserve and improve the natural environment. And for me, that's really powerful to say the least. I mentioned I appreciate CWCB staff, and I also appreciate the River District's leadership too, Andy and Peter, your whole team, working with Lauren and Rob and Jen, really working hard to address the concerns. And I do feel like when you look through this packet and you see all the red lines, that's just evidence of all the amazing work that's already been done. Also, I want to recognize those that communicate some of the challenges and the nuances that we have, the complexities that may affect your systems. I really do want to thank you all too for all the hard work you've put in this process. And I want to say personally, there's a commitment from me and the DNR and all of our divisions to work collaboratively and fairly through the water court process in the coming months. And I want to say this more clearly, that the state is committed to ensuring that the status quo is maintained and that the change in water right does not expand on the historic consumptive uses. And I know that's a goal for everyone here. So you have my commitment to work on that process. And again, I'll be voting in support of this today, and really honored to have a vote in this, frankly. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Gibbs. Is there anybody else who would like to make a comment? Director Cameron?
Yeah, I'll make this brief because I know we all want to go home. Being from Western Slope or whatever, but knowing a lot of my fellow producers, both cattlemen and farmers on the eastern side, I looked at this from a grassroots point of view, as far as looking at people that it actually could affect or whatever. And I tried to put myself in the people from the west or the east slopes shoes. And I had conversations with several of them over the deal. In my mind, the Shoshone acquisition makes a lot of sense to me. And I'm very proud to be a part of that. And the work that everybody's put into it. And I hope that our kids, our children and our grandchildren look back at this and realize we made the right decision on this.
Thank you. Director Vasquez?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, as someone who represents a basin whose water flows north into Wyoming rather than into the Colorado River, I'm privileged to be part of this team that has been enriched by all the work all of you and those who aren't here yet, home having dinner with their family, have put into this work. And I want to thank you all who have brought your hopes and fears, particularly fears about climate change and how it might impact your water resources on both the East Slope and the West Slope, have worked hard to collaborate and come to a negotiated settlement. And as Director Gibbs said, it's unfortunate we didn't get there, but perhaps you will even before water court. And I think this is in service of the state rather than an individual perspective. So thank you for my opportunity to participate.
Director Riss?
Thank you so much. And I will also be brief because I also want to go home. But I heard recently the statement that we inherit our natural resources, but we choose their future. And that choice, I believe, is really made in the willingness to sit at the table and have hard conversations. And so I just want to thank all of you today for sitting at the table, and for all of the CWCB staff and the Attorney General's office and the River District and all of the parties on the Front Range for sitting at the table and having the hard conversations. And just to echo Dan's commitment and my commitment on behalf of the CWCB staff to continue to have those conversations. And we, as, you know, if the board approves this acquisition, as we would move into the water court process, you know, continue to come to those conversations with integrity and the willingness to do the right thing. So I just wanted to express my deep, deep gratitude for everyone in this room, including the staff and the board members here who have participated and engaged in a way that makes us all really proud. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to make a comment? Dr. Combs?
So I had to come to a realization. You get put on this board, your frame of reference, your comparison is from the basin you represent, the Rio Grande. Like Director Vasquez doesn't have a contribution to the Colorado until you look at how would this acquisition and the implications down the road possibly affect my basin. And so when Director Riss was talking about the hard discussions, it really is, because we look at the implications of what this is against the future growth of this state. And I don't want to ever be in the position where we vilify one water user over another, because everybody has merit and the water is for the benefit of the state. I'm in favor of this eventually. That's where I got to. Just to be honest, it was a tough decision, because I look at what we have to do as a state. When you look at the water gap and you look at the demographic future of growth and what this may do to that, and where water for growth comes from in the future. We're making some very far-reaching decisions here. That being said, I still think this is the right choice right now for the information we have. And without much skin in the game, I want to express a sincere appreciation for everybody that came to the table with integrity to discuss this. I believe that the testimonies we got, the reports we got, the 5,000 pages were helpful. They were correct and difficult. It is. I also am in favor of this. So I'm glad we're here, and I hope everybody appreciates it in the future too.
Anyone else? Director McLeod?
Well, I, of course, will repeat my thanks to all the participants, as all of my fellow directors have expressed it. But one thing that gives me hope for the future is the fact that we have these pre-existing agreements, the 4 or 5 that are listed in our agreement. And that to me indicates that.
Director Fell?
Yeah, when my heart, but I just was really concerned about the potential for division at such a critical time for our state station. I apologize. I think in some ways I thought the worst. I'm an outfitter, so I'm a situational thinker, and I'm always trying to figure out what's bad's going to happen and fix it before it happens. But I underestimated everybody, I feel like. And so I echo all the thanks and the appreciation. It's been great working with all of you, and in particular, the River District. I really appreciate the attitude, at least that I experienced, was really welcomed and productive. And so I'm sort of surprised to be where we are right now, honestly, and just very much appreciative. And look forward to you all carrying the ball forward through the next phases of this long conversation. And I hope that you will, build on the great work, the great communication. It always seems to me that growth happens most in adversity, and you guys have done a great job of kind of making that concept come true. So thank you to everybody.
Anyone else? Okay, I also want to thank everybody, because it was a heavy lift. I was like, Director felt I didn't like having to make the choice or it coming to us, because people couldn't come to an agreement before it came to us. And I'm also thankful that I didn't have to use my gavel. I was looking forward to it, but I'm glad that I didn't have to. And that everybody has worked very well with each other and very respectful. And it shows the integrity of the state of Colorado and all of our water users. So thank you for that. And I also want to thank, gosh, all of my board members. You all just hung in there tough, especially with me being your chair and working through this meeting and not really understanding the protocols of it. But if we got it done, and I'm just thankful that we're to this point where we're going to be making this vote. And one last comment. Seeing how much Colorado loves nature and water and everything that we're doing, there is a saying that the Nature Conservancy uses, and it says there is no second nature. And that's true. So we need to take care of what we have now so that our future generations have a better future than what we have now. I just want to make sure that you all understand, like where I'm coming from.
Recording in progress.
So I am going to ask for a motion to adjourn.
Reset.
Oh, oh, sorry,
We have to do
reset,
that.
sorry, my bad. I was trying to really go home. So we are going to recess until tomorrow. Oh, at 8:30.
Yes.
At 8:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you, everyone.
You can't go home yet.
Recording stopped.